Hello and welcome to the 2016 North America Spring Championships live from the Avalon in Hollywood. I am Playoff Beard here with Xingyi and Rome, and this is it, the pinnacle of the entire spring season. Hundreds of teams have fought through qualifier brackets for the right to be here, and we are down to the final 8. This is a 3-day affair. Let's take a look at the overview for this tournament. Day 1, we're going to have higher seeds versus lower seeds. Day 2 will be elimination day. Both of these days are double elimination. And then we move into day 3, where we will decide the North America champion. Now, as we start to take a look at what we have in store today, important to know that all games will be played on Update 117. That certainly has meta implications. And as we take a look at the day's brackets, first, we have Hammer's Velocity, the qualifier champions, against the number 8 seed, Phoenix Reborn. We move to a very interesting matchup between a team that came very close to being the number 1 seed, Phoenix Reign, against Noble Esport. All the ghouls and ghoulettes out there will be rooting for Xenotech, all his stream fans. Then we move to the match that's the one that the community thinks might be the upset special of the day. We'll talk about that more as we get on, which is Team Solomid against Nemesis Hydra, and then Hammer's Kinetic against Liberation X in what might be a grudge match. Xingyi, so much talent here, so many teams that could win it all.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. You know, every season the bar is getting higher and higher, and I don't think anyone here could call a clear winner at this stage, and I think that just goes to show the quality of games that we'll be seeing over the next 3 days.
Yeah, it's so interesting talking to the players in the back. A lot of different teams being talked about as the team to beat, a lot of different teams that could potentially pull through. Rome, thinking about the day's matchups, what stands out to you?
Yeah, the first and the third game will have to be like, you do have Velocity, like everybody knows them going up against Reborn, one of the underdog teams, but I feel like this team has something special planned for them.
All right, so first match of the day is the number 1 overall seed, Hammer's Velocity, against the number 8 seed, Phoenix Reborn. If there is a David and Goliath matchup of the day, this might be it, Xingyi. It's going to be an uphill battle for this Phoenix Reborn team, but they're going to do what they can. Let's first talk about Hammer's Velocity, and all the talk usually is about Dienzio. He is this rising star, this young, amazing player, but overall a very well-rounded team.
Yeah, every single one of these players are outstanding in what they do, and Dienzio, we all talk about him. He is the star laner. He was the talk of the winter season championships, and we've got Vanes and Aloha who do an excellent job of frontlining for him, providing this impenetrable defense that makes it very difficult for the enemies to find a flaw in their gameplay.
Now, Rome, while we always are talking about Dienzio with good reason, on the big stage in tournaments like this, it's often Aloha who's putting up the numbers.
Yeah, and this goes throughout the entire jungle pair that they have going on for Velocity. Like, Vanes plays a pivotal role for the entire team, and with him sticking up with Aloha in that jungle, we can expect them to be very demanding, very controlling of how the rotations are done.
Yeah, this team expects to win, very confident coming in. It's going to be interesting to see how they perform right off the top, especially with Dienzio. Gets to be on the stage for the first time. I'm sure that's nice for him. Now, the number 8 seed, yes, a lot of Dienzio fans in the house, especially when he gets on a hyper carry like Vox and is making those plays. Now, their opponent, the number 8 seed, Phoenix Reborn. Xingyi, this is a team with a very interesting story.
Yeah, they've had quite a journey. So this is their 3rd competitive season together. And, you know, this is the first time they've made it into the championships, but this is going to be their last time as Skojin and God of Sins. This is their senior year, and they will be moving, they'll be going on to go into the military. So this is their last chance to try and make it.
Oh, well, we certainly thank them for their service, but for 3 players who have been playing together for so long, trying to get to the championship stage for so long, now they basically have one shot at it, because after this, they're not going to be able to play competitively anymore, at least not as this threesome. So it's a lot of pressure on them to try to make this moment count, Rome.
Yeah, but I do feel like they are going to go into this match with a lot of hidden cards, whereas with Velocity, you can easily predict what they're going to try and play, what their kind of rotations and how their compositions are built. Whereas Reborn, I feel like they have a lot of things that are like especially planned to go up against their opponents today.
Now, if there is a silver lining for Reborn, it's that they have had success in the past throughout the qualifiers, taking away the opponent's top player. And when they eliminate that player, they kind of get the team off of their game, find a way to win. That's how they made it into the top 8. Is that something they can do today?
Yeah, I feel like they do have a lot of things planned ahead of time. And going up against, like, you know, number 1 seed, Velocity, they have a bunch of compositions they have planned ahead of time, and they know exactly how they will execute this.
All right, so with that, let's meet these teams with a quick video and then right back.
Team Phoenix Reborn doesn't really have a threat to us in tomorrow's matchups, but we are scared of what they might pick. We know starting all over, he's strong on a hero, and we don't want him to get that, but that's pretty much it.
We're being known as the underdog. But I feel like we have a good chance at competing in this tournament. A lot of people don't really know what Phoenix Reborn is. They don't know what we play because we haven't had much experience out in the competitive scenes. But we can use that to our advantage because people don't know us. We can go out and surprise them.
I think we have an advantage over Team Phoenix because Zio is a better laner and he has more map awareness, and we have a better synergy in team fights.
I think as the best player, definitely Dienzio, their laner. He definitely brings their strong backbone to their team, and you know, he definitely what makes Velocity.
I think the best player in Phoenix Reborn is starting over. He's really good mechanics, and his caster is really good.
As a 1 seed, I'm very confident. I think we're going to 2-0 them and move on to the next day.
Hammer's Velocity, being that they're the #1 seed, for us, it doesn't really matter. Both teams are starting off with the same amount of gold. We both have different strategies going along. For us, I think we have an equal shot at it.
We definitely do have a few ideas and a few tricks up our sleeve that we are going to definitely have to pull out, considering since it is the 1st seed and we are the 8th seed, and you know, being the underdogs, we do have a lot to prove to people.
We're always catching people off. Like people will think that, hey, we're gonna draft this certain way because that's like the generic draft that everyone does. But then we throw a curveball and we throw in like another hero.
I think my team has a better shot call than Phoenix Reborn because of Veins, and we are mechanically better than them, so we're pretty confident, yeah.
And if we just rotate together, we're fine because I think we out-mechanic them. Like, we have better mechanics, so we'll just destroy them.
We definitely like to co-shot call. We have different people that look at different situations as far as part of that shot call. I think that is definitely going to help us than having their one shot caller on their team. Yeah, we definitely can beat Velocity.
Right, so some smack talk right there out of the very young, very confident Dienzio, but Xingyi, he does have the goods to back it up.
Yeah, well, you know, they're the #1 seed. Hammer's Velocity are looking better than ever. You know, the they finished 3rd in Qualifier 1 and 1st in Qualifier 2. They can do no wrong right now.
All right, so they do have a reason to be so confident, but also giving Phoenix Reborn some bulletin board material. With that, Rome, who is your player to watch in this series for Hammer's Velocity?
Yeah, just based on the interview itself, it has to be Dienzio. Just looking at him in the way that he picks those hyper carries and he knows how to fulfill his role in that mid to late game, and he just depends on his team to make that road a lot easier for him in that early.
Yeah, he certainly does. Phoenix Reborn now. Xingyi, who would you say is the player to keep an eye on?
It's going to be starting all over. So he has had, you know, he's been here for a while. He's had a few different names, but we all know him as a very consistent and high standard laner. And I really like that he tends to go for these off-meta heroes, and I have a lot of respect for that.
All right, so we'll have to see if he can hold his own here. One other side note, they do have a very important sub in the Big Dog contributing to their draft strategy. The draft is just a moment away, a well-rounded team, and if they need to, they can also switch things up. Let's go into the draft now for match 1. This is a best of 3, again, playing on 117, and no surprise that Adagio is off the board right away, Rome.
Yeah, Adagio is like one of the most common picks throughout these top tiers, and just being able to elevate him to like open up your game style with that buff composition, the push comp, it works too good. People have to get him out of that picture.
Oh, but Xingyi, they take away the Black Feather, leave open the Fortress. This is the 117 meta pick.
Yeah, Fortress is so strong right now. He can apply that morsel wound, and if he releases an attack of pack at a very well-timed moment, he can wreck in a team fight.
All right, so Rome, looks like they're going to lock in a Glaive. What do you think, though? All right, so and a Scarf. And we know if you get past 17 minutes, Scarf's win record on 117 is off the charts, Rome.
Yeah, I do like the composition coming out of Reborn so far. They took Black Feather away from Dienzio, and to secure that Glaive, they now have a lot of movement room in that early game.
All right, we'll have to see what they want to do now that they've got that puzzle piece in Fortress. So powerful for forcing objective fights, really doing what they want, and it's a Sky.
Well, with this Sky pick, they do have a lot of mobility. They do have that ability to actually make those transitions. As long as they're very engaging, they can push that jungle out from Reborn.
Xingyi, this isn't EU, but it is a crawl.
I'm a big fan of this, especially paired with that Fortress. So Fortress, I said before, does the mortal wound. Cruel has those weakness stacks. Together, he can mitigate the damage, being outputted by the Glaive and Scarf, and Fortress will reduce the healing as well. I think this is a very potent combination.
All right, it is an Arden to round it out. We're ready for match 1 with the call. It's Humanist and Zken.
Thank you, Playoff Beard. I'm Zeke, and with me here is Humanist, and this is going to be a fantastic first match. I'm very much looking forward to this one.
Yeah, I'm excited. Those player videos got me pretty hyped as well. A little bit of trash talk in there, but these guys are having fun. And yeah, I think this draft is going to be for an exciting game.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because on the side of Hammers, they have the Sky, they have the Cruel. They're really going to go in on that Scarf, and if Scarf gets taken down, a lot of the damage coming out from Phoenix is not there.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a positioning game, and can you get those stacks up on that Broken Myth? Can you find those kills? We have the game started, guys. Everybody making their way out onto their respective positions on the map. And Zeken, how do you expect this lane to match up here?
This lane is going to be very interesting because Scarf versus Sky is really a skill-based matchup. If Scarf can land those Spitfires, if he can get those Fan to Flame stacks up, Sky can go down very easily. But if Zeo on that Sky is able to outmaneuver starting all over, it's going to be a very one-sided battle.
Yeah, definitely. And we see him starting with that Crystal Bit there. Sometimes it's a Weapon Blade early on, but Zeo's just right into that Crystal Power.
Yeah, really relying on that early damage from the forward barrage. The Weapon Blade does work, but a little bit more damage coming out from the forward barrage is always good.
Oh, it definitely is. And maybe an early engagement. The flares are out. They see each other, but it looks like Phoenix Reborn are going to back up, not ready to start a fight just yet.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting in the jungle because with the Fortress, you mitigate a lot of Cruel's early game weakness. He's not the greatest at level 1, but once he hits like level 6, level 8, he's a fantastic jungler. But right now, they're just relying on Fortress to get him through that point.
Yeah, they definitely are. And, you know, Phoenix Reborn hanging out around this lane, and it means Dienzio is going to feel a lot of pressure. But this is one of the things they talked about. If they can take one of the key players out of this game, that's how they feel they'll win.
Yeah, this is a very smart play coming out from Phoenix Reborn. They have God of Sins on that Glaive. He's in the enemy jungle, but there's no way they can catch him. He has the After, and he can easily get out from almost anything that he wants to, unless he might be caught a little bit right here.
Oh, God of Sins, did you stay too long? Let's see, it's going to be the Vanguard from his buddy Skojan to get him out of here. They turned around, starting all overs here. Nice rotation from Phoenix Reborn. Who's going to go down first? Fight off to the west, off to the east, and it's going to be first blood for Hammer's Velocity. Veins will fall, that 1-1, and starting all over, he's in a bad place. The Vanguard buys him a little bit of time, but he goes down. Now Dienzio, can he get out? Forward barrage as he backs up, and it looks like Skojan will go down as well. 3 kills to Hammer's Velocity. 3-1 in 2 minutes.
Yeah, and that was a fantastic engagement coming out from the side of Hammer's Velocity. They were able to take advantage of the fact that God of Sins was caught on his own. He took a huge amount of damage in the fight before the fight even started, and that really let Hammer's Velocity snowball that fight.
Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, at some point, they're going to have to make the decision. Just let him try to get a couple back camps on his own. But if you rotate, you really have to secure that fight.
Yeah, one thing to watch out for, though, is with that Glaive pick on God of Sins and the Arden, starting all over is going to have a lot of peel coming out for him against this scroll, against this Fortress. It's really going to be up to Dienzio to lock down both the melees and then take out Scarf.
Yeah, it definitely will. And, you know, both of these teams actually scale fairly well. What's your preference in the scaling of these teams?
Honestly, as you said, they both do scale extremely well into the mid to late game. They have the Scarf on the side of Phoenix Reborn, who is, as everyone knows, a late game monster. But the Sky and the Cruel, they can easily take out the front line of Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, they can. They do have those gap closers. And Hammer's Velocity hanging out around the lane. They're going to jump on the starting all over. Can they secure us? The forward barrage is going to be here. And pretty easy kill for Dienzio if he can get it all with Dienzio. Oh, what is a mercy call from Dienzio. Starting all over, we'll appreciate that.
Yeah, I turned it around a little bit too soon. Maybe a little bit of stage jitters, but that was still a fantastic game coming out from Hammers. They were able to basically chunk out starting all over, and he's not going to be able to stay around this lane for too much longer.
No, he can't. And if he stays around, he has to respect his opponents here. If he moves forward at all, it'd be a pretty easy kill. A Vanguard from Skojan buys him a little bit more time. And they're just kind of poking back and forth. And it looks right now, Hammer's Velocity will move down into this jungle shop.
Yeah, gold looks pretty even, but this is actually a little bit dangerous for a side of Reborn because Hammer's Velocity, they have control of the lane right now. They're able to wander around the jungle as a 3-man group and just get down the vision wherever they want.
Yeah, speaking of vision, the flare's in the bush. God of Sins, you're going to have to get out of here, buddy. He's eating a lot of damage. And once it kind of reminiscent of the last fight, he's down to 60% health so quickly.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage unnecessarily, I feel. He's going deep into the enemy side, and whenever Hammers rotates back up, whenever they catch him off guard, they're just doing a huge amount of damage to him. He's already down to 600.
Yeah, and you know, Phoenix Reborn, one of the cool things that I liked about this team when we talked with them, they've been around a long time, played through the previous seasons, and now just making it here, I feel like they have a lot to prove to themselves.
Yeah, I think they are a very strong lineup coming in. They might not have the experience that the other teams do have, but they come up with a lot of interesting picks.
Yeah, they definitely do. And now a little bit of aggression here. Hammer's Velocity going to steal away some camps from Phoenix Reborn. And you know, as you said, Zeke, and it does feel that Hammer's Velocity do have the control when it comes to movement around the mid area of this map.
Right. However, one thing to note is that DNZO is actually falling a little bit behind in CS. He's at 32 compared to Starting All Over's 43. And on that Scarf, if he gets to that 15, 16 minute mark, he is going to be absolutely terrifying to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, you get to that mark, decent farm, it's going to be very scary indeed. Kraken coming out on the map around that time as well. It's just, it's all about who hits those power spikes.
Right, and right now, DNZO, he's getting pretty strong right now. He needs to that level 6. He wants to get that death from above. And once he has that alongside Loha's from Hell's Heart, it's going to be very dangerous for anyone who's caught out on Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, as long as they're able to combo that up, they're going to be able to take out, I assume, any target they want, which will probably be the Scarf earlier than later in the fight.
Yeah, as long as the Scarf goes down, I think Hammers has it. But if he's able to stay alive, and especially with the amount of peel that they are bringing on the side of Phoenix Reborn, they should be able to keep him alive for fairly long in these engagements.
All right, well, DNZO getting ever closer to that level 6. We're almost 6 minutes into this game right now. Hammer's Velocity, a very small net worth lead, but they do have that kill advantage at this point. Moving forward, what would you like to see out of Phoenix Reborn here?
I think Phoenix Reborn is actually playing this extremely well. They just need to stall the game, wait until it hits mid to late, and they should have advantages. But right now, I would really like to see Hammer's Velocity make some moves. They really need to catch Starting All Over off guard. They need to control the jungle a little bit more, especially with the amount of power they have right now.
All right, well, let's see if they can get it done. Gotta Sense, I mean, he is very far forward, kind of aggressive position, but it's going along what you're saying. They're buying more time for Scarf to continue to farm, to not get bullied out of lane. If they were not positioned there, it would be so easy to just send Starting All Over right back to base.
Yeah, one thing to watch out for is if Aloha gets anywhere near like a couple items, like he needs 2, 3 tier 3 items, and he will absolutely wreck the front line of Phoenix Reborn. Scar of Sins will not be able to fight him one-on-one, and even with Skojin by his side, it will still be difficult to take down that Kroll.
Yeah, I mean, it's a terrible thing when you're fighting a Kroll like that. You want to just burst him down as long as he's able to get those Spectral Smite stacks up. It can be a terrible fight for you. And it looks like right now Hammer's Velocity, they're going to be content to go ahead and secure this gold mine.
Yeah, I don't really think Phoenix Reborn really wants to take this fight. They just need to sit back and farm as much as they can. If they are able to secure objectives for themselves, it's fantastic, but they really do not want to fight Hammer's Velocity in the open right now.
All right, well, they do move down. Flair's going to give vision of that scout trap. Goddessens is doing what he can to keep up with the farm here. But it does feel like Aloha is getting a small advantage, and I don't know if that's how you see it playing out.
It's actually pretty even right now. Goddessens, he's sitting at 37 CS, but it's a little bit expected that Glaive gets a little bit more CS than Kroll, but it isn't actually happening and playing out that way. Starting All Over is actually getting most of the farm on his team, so I think they might be relying a little bit more on getting that Scarf to the late game.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll see if maybe Glaive goes a little more utility build. I mean, he has his reflex block, and he's building into his first tier 3 item there for his weapon power. I'm very curious to see how he builds out, though.
Yeah, it does look like Hammer's Velocity really wants to look for some engagements. Right now, they do have the Death from Above on DNZO. They have the From Hell's Heart ready on Aloha, and once Vayne's hit 6, we can expect to see some engagements.
Yeah, I mean, that ultimate on Fortress, that just spells go, 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 as long as they have it and they're in good position. And right now, Hammer's Velocity actually just claiming the jungle of Phoenix Reborn for their own, moving through, looking to clear out scout traps, get any vision they can. And Phoenix Reborn, they are in a kind of dangerous position. Starting All Over, eats a little bit of forward barrage damage, but they're going to quickly move back and just trade jungles with Hammer's Velocity here.
Yeah, this is just going very well for Phoenix Reborn at the moment. They are just constantly dancing around Hammer's Velocity. Hammer's Velocity is unable to catch them off guard, but it still allows Hammers to pick up a little bit of a gold advantage, but I'm not sure if it'll amount to too much.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was just a couple hundred gold. Now we're over 1K gold, just about 1K net worth lead for Hammer's Velocity. So it's just slowly but surely continuous accumulation for this team.
Right, and with Zio picking up his Broken Myth, he's going to be doing some serious damage with those forward barrages. And once he hits the level 8 with that maxed out Surrey Strike, he's going to be dancing around fights.
Oh, that's exactly how I love to describe, when you get that Sky, she is really just dancing around those fights. It's so hard to lock her down. I mean, it's going to take Goddessens with a very good afterburn at the right time, and everyone to follow up on top of that to get that kill. You know, we see them grouped up here in the lane, but will anything come of this? I think, you know, it's only a Phoenix Reborn overstepped himself. As I say that, Skojan, very defensive gauntlet coming down here. He felt what I was feeling, that they may decide to dive on him there. But that's going to be gauntlet down for a little while here.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good move coming out from Skojan. He was caught out of position, but he was able to prevent a kill from going down. If he did go down, it would have been another gold mine over to the side of Hammer's Velocity, or potentially even the turret. And especially with how little defense is being built on Godsins and starting all over, it would have been a very, very dangerous thing to defend a 2v3 under a turret.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes you have to I guess, you know, is that risk worth the reward? And once again, Aloha Veins taking the back camps of Phoenix Reborn.
Starting all over.
Starting all over. He is engaged on, and he will get killed. Aloha activating that Spectral Smite, and another kill going the way of Hammer's Velocity. Now 4-1 in the kill lead as we approach the 10-minute mark of this game.
Yeah, and that was just a little bit too greedy for the side of Phoenix Reborn as we have another engagement here.
Yeah, it looks like they want the turret, but they'll be happy to take a hero if given the chance. That's Attack of the Pack, let loose. Skojan, he has no gauntlet. He's going to go down. Another kill over to Aloha.
Yeah, this is exactly what Phoenix Reborn does not want to have happen. They cannot get caught out like this. They need to stall a little bit longer. And with those kills, Hammer's Velocity is going to take a huge advantage.
I mean, Zekin, though, it is an uphill battle. How do you stall this game out right now?
I felt like right there, they did not need to go for the damage on Hammer's turret. They could have just waited out their turret, bided their time, took their own jungle, gone for invades when Hammer's Velocity invaded on Phoenix's side.
Right.
But instead, they opted to go forward, push the lane, put themselves in a very, very poor position, and they got easily caught out.
Yeah, it's too easy to rotate into that position out of the jungle. So I do agree with you there. And let's see if they correct that mistake moving forward, or if they continue to do the same thing. Right now, though, it's just starting all over, trying to get as much farm as he can. He needs to get these items up. He does have Broken Myth complete right now. I mean, we're getting into this point where you said 15 minutes into this game is really when this guy's going to come alive. Do you think he's on track?
I think he is definitely on track. However, it will still depend on how far ahead Hammer's Velocity can get. They're about 3,000 gold up right now, but if Scarf gets to that late game point, if he can use that Dragon's Breath with the Broken Myth and just a lot of crystal power behind him, he can still just completely melt the side of Hammer's Velocity. However, if he ever gets stunned up, there's so many options. They have the Death from Above, they have the From Hell's Heart, and even just having Cruel Stick on top of you with the weakness stacks can be very dangerous.
Oh, we're going to have the fight right now. Skojan with the gauntlet. It's starting all over, trying to reposition himself. He's eating a lot of damage. It's going to be Scarf to go down first. Now God of Sins. Can he get himself out? No, he can't. Way too much damage coming out of Hammer's Velocity, and Skojan's going to get eaten up as well. This is probably going to be the ace unless he does something godlike. He's going to go down. That's the ace for Hammer's Velocity, and Dienzio's prediction starting to come true as it's now 8-1 at the 12-minute mark of this game.
Yeah, let's take a little bit of a look at the replay of that fight. It was fantastically played from the side of Hammers. They had Veins, Dienzio, Aloha, and they were just doing so much work against the side of the Phoenix.
Yep.
Maybe not replay.
Well, yeah, I don't think that was the replay right there. It looks like but we'll get that going later. We have some good replay stuff to do later. But anyway, yeah, moving forward right now, Phoenix Reborn, it was a tough position, Zekent. Yeah. And now the position is a little bit tougher. We talked about them just continuing to try and farm. It's a bend don't break situation right now for them. Do you think they can hang on here?
It's going to be very, very difficult, especially with how aggressive Hammer's Velocity will be playing for the next couple minutes. We know Hammer's Velocity, they do have very good infusion timing. So
right.
Especially with Kraken coming up, we can probably expect them to pick up infusions fairly soon, especially around the 15-minute mark. And once they have that, it'll be very tough for Phoenix Reborn to engage on them.
I definitely agree with you, and with Veins on this Fortress, and this is one of the reasons that Fortress is considered such a strong pick for these teams. But he lets loose that Attack of the Pack. If they're in decent position at all, if Dienzio's there with damage, if Aloha's there with damage, it's just so incredibly powerful.
Right, and here we can see Phoenix Reborn getting caught out a little bit, starting all over, in a lot of danger. He might be getting caught out a little bit, but he will be able to back off.
Oh, well, he'll have to activate those boots to get himself back. But yeah, it's just a dangerous situation. These guys are going to have to be so careful in any rotations that they do.
Yeah, and right now we see Starting Oliver trying to poke down a little bit on Dienzio, but with the Eve of Harvest, he's not going to be taking too much damage, and he'll just be able to sustain himself.
And speaking of infusions, Dienzio had that level infusion popped right now, so Dienzio looking to fight and starting all over, eating a lot of damage right there. He does have the platform to get back and heal on. This is not Battle Royale, so get back there, heal up, starting all over, and then we'll see if we can take this fight.
Yeah, one thing to watch out for is let's see if Hammer's Velocity decides to go for the second minion mine. If they do take it, I would expect them to take it around the 14-45 mark, because then they would be able to easily take the Kraken and just control the side and control the lane very effectively.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that one. And at this point, they're just keeping Phoenix Reborn completely pinned into their base. The gold accumulation is just not happening right now for this team. They're being choked out. Aloha is taking their own jungle away, while Dienzio and Vanes just play Prison Guard.
Yeah, right now it's going to be very, very difficult for Phoenix Reborn to do absolutely anything, especially with just Aloha just weighing in the wings. Taking a 3-on-3 fight right now would almost be a death sentence for Phoenix Reborn.
I mean, the thing is they're going to get into a situation in which they have to fight, right? There's going to be that one last fight. It's just, will they take it at the right time? And do you think, with this Kraken coming up, is there any potential of a contest?
They can try. I mean, they are almost starting to buy some infusions. They have one, they have two, but will it be enough? It's very difficult to say, because Dienzio, he also picked double infuse up for himself, and with the Kraken spine, they need to do something right now.
All right, well, Kraken is out on the map, 15-minute mark of this game, and the pressure is on Phoenix Reborn to make the plays. Hammer's Velocity in a commanding lead. Skojan dips into the bush. That's attack of the pack out. Skojan's going to drop the gauntlet, but everybody's inside of it already. God of Sins will back out towards the east side, starting all over, stunned up right now. It looks like they've found that Scarf. That is the key to victory for Hammer's Velocity. They found one, they found two, got three. That's the ace, and Hammer's Velocity just completely taking control of this game.
Yeah, and that was a fantastic fight coming out from the side of Hammer's Velocity. They were able to secure every single stun that they needed to. They were able to get the From Hell's Heart onto the Scarf as soon as he started channeling his Dragon's Breath. And in that fight, starting all over did absolutely nothing.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, that is just such a tough situation right now. Let's see if we have a replay of that last fight here. And you see that action breakdown. The gauntlet just a little bit late, but this From Hell's Heart over the wall onto starting all over, really securing this fight. A great job there by Aloha. And once that happened, the fight just really fell apart.
Yeah, that was a fantastic fight overall from the side of Hammer's Velocity. And with the infusions coming out from Dienzio and Aloha, it was going to be a very tough battle for Phoenix Reborn.
Well, I mean, Zekent, this is going to mean starting all over. If they're going to win a fight, he's going to be in the back of this fight. Massive stacks up. He's going to have to channel that ult and do massive damage across the board to all of these Hammer's Velocity teammates. I just don't know if it can be done.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I don't actually think it's possible for Phoenix Reborn to win a fight unless Hammer's Velocity is just completely caught off guard. If God of Sins gets Dienzio into the middle of their team, if starting all over is already channeling and just burning him down, maybe they'll win, but even then, Aloha is an absolute mess. 5-0-5 on that Kroll. He's dangerous.
Yeah, and 5 more seconds until Gauntlet's going to be ready to use. I'm sure he would like to have it a little bit earlier, but Gauntlet is now up. Death from above, doing a little bit of zoning here out of Zio. And Skojan frontlining for his team. The Gauntlet's down. Once again, everybody's inside of it. That's attack of the pack let loose, and it looks like Phoenix Reborn on their last leg here. Aloha just frontlining for his team. Doesn't care at all. Scarf the fall. Skojan will go down next, and it looks like this will be Hammer's Velocity taking game 1.
Yeah, and Hammer's Velocity just coming out with a dominating game 1 performance, losing only a single kill to the side of Phoenix Reborn. Just absolutely flawless play coming out from them.
Yeah, it was really well done. The game was pretty even up to a point. I don't know where it started to fall apart around the 8-9 minute mark of the game. I feel Hammer's Velocity is starting to accrue that lead, but you see up on the stage right now, you know, Phoenix Reborn kind of thinking about, you know, what they could do differently maybe in the next game. But yeah, great job out of Hammer's Velocity.
Yeah, overall just a very solidly played game by the Hammer squad. And Phoenix, they were doing a lot of signs of life early on. They were able to keep it even. They were able to keep the game fairly in their hands. But the moment they pushed forward a little bit too far, it became a little bit too dangerous.
Yeah, it definitely was. And anything stand out to you as far as itemization here, Zika?
Nothing in particular. These are very standard builds coming out from both sides. I did like to see Aloha's build on Kroll. He actually went for a very early pair of Journey Boots. He picked up the Shiver Steel, he had a couple of attack speed items, and with the Journey Boots, he was able to stick onto almost anyone he wanted to.
Yeah, he definitely was. A great job by Aloha there at 507. 309 on Dienzio and Vanes 517. These guys got to be happy about that.
Yeah, some fantastic play coming out from them. And it's really interesting to see, with the first seed taking the game 1 off of the 8th seed in fairly dominating fashion, I'm not sure how telling it is on how strong the Hammers squad is, but I would really like to see what happens next.
Yeah, I will as well. But to break it down a little bit more, we have Playoff Beard and our analyst ready at the desk.
All right, thank you very much, Humanist. Xingyi, such a small margin of error for Phoenix Reborn. One mistake, one turret, and just on from there.
Yeah, I think that level 2 fight in the jungle really shook their mentality when, they were playing against a Cruel. They can really be quite aggressive at that point, but they were just like, we're going to back away from this point, and that's exactly what Hammer's Velocity wanted. They've got Cruel, just wait for him to get a Shiver Seal. For Fortress, just wait for him to get his attack with the pack, and they can engage as much as they want.
Rome, we said that Aloha always performs on the big stage. First match, no different, 5-0-7 for him.
Yeah, and the thing coming to this match was I did have to favor the composition coming on the side of Reborn more, but I felt like Velocity, they controlled the game. They knew exactly what to do, avoiding those early ganks coming out of the glaive, and they did everything right on their end. They just kept pushing it and pushing it until it was a snowball.
Any other thoughts on the comps once you saw it play out?
Well, the thing about this was Reborn's comp, I did favor more. However, I expected them to have a composition that's more surprising, that's more unique going up against the meta.
All right, so we're nearing the start of the draft for match 2. In fact, it is underway. This is a best of 3. So Phoenix Reborn, their backs are against the wall, but this is double elimination through day 1 and 2. So their tournament lives aren't at stake, but certainly would love to get a win here, consulting with their support staff through the Phoenix organization. And now into the draft. No surprise that Fortress will not be seen again.
Yeah, well, Fortress played a very pivotal role in that fight. We saw when he had the Attack of the Pack released, they weren't doing much. We just saw the gauntlet coming down, but that's not what you want. So Fortress, very important.
All right, we'll see. The Adagio comes off the board. While we're waiting for the first pick, Rome, one thing Phoenix Reborn they struggled with was positioning and peeling in that first match. Couldn't really get enough peel, and the Scarf a little bit too out front at times.
Yeah, like what we did notice was Scarf farmed very well, but however, Glaive was stuck in that jungle. He had nothing that he could do, and he couldn't make those lane rotations that he should have.
Do you like the Finn pick?
I think this does leave Scarf open for Hammer's Velocity because Scarf is the perfect counter for for Finn because you can easily stack up your Broken Myth stacks.
Yeah, lumbering brute that Finn is, very easy to get the stacks on him, and it's going to be a Glaive probably on Aloha, Rome.
Yeah, but looking at this Finn really quick, I do feel like Phoenix Reborn is going to try and pull out a composition that might be more favorable for them this one, whereas Velocity won't have as much preparation as they should have.
And Rome, real quick, so the big dog swaps in already. This is the advantage they have with that sub, very experienced player. We've seen him before on this stage with other teams. Thoughts on him coming into the game?
Yeah, so most likely he will be playing up in that lane position with starting over in that jungle.
All right, well, that's very interesting. We'll wait and see for that. And as predicted, the Scarf comes out on the Velocity side.
Yeah, exactly. Hashtag Xingyi is right. Just kidding. So that's Celeste. They're really going for the stun composition here, for the chaining the stuns with the Quibble and the Core Collapse.
All right, real quick, Rome. So a Krull, a Celeste.
They have a very strong composition. I do feel like they have to have more confidence in that early game. Last game, they were playing a little bit passively. And this is something they have to address right now.
On the day that the Celeste Tier 3 skin comes out, we will see Celeste played, even though it's 117 for the call of match 2. It's Humanist and Zcam.
All right, thank you, Playoff Beard. I'm Zcam. With me here is Humanist once again, and this is going to be interesting. The triple stun comp coming out from Reborn.
Yeah, I really like what they did here with the draft. I mean, you got the Finn, you got your Cruel, and across the board, though, we haven't seen Catherine too much, so I'm really curious to see what Hammer's Velocity can get done.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting watching the draft because I was thinking, is Hammer's Velocity going to take Phoenix Reborn's composition from last game? But they came out with the Catherine, so a little bit of a change right there.
A little bit of a change. But yeah, we've seen Venus play this Catherine before. A phenomenal Catherine player. Across the board, though, I really feel a wild card is the Celeste. I'm excited to see what Starting All Over can get done with this hero. But also at the same time, Big Dog coming into this game does shake things up.
Most certainly it does, and right now we do have the Big Dog on that Cruel. He's going to be having to play a little bit more passively early game. With the Finn by his side, they're not exactly the greatest of level 2 duelists, but if they meet up with the enemy team, they could easily have Starting All Over rotate down, though he is taking a lot of damage in that lane.
Yeah, he definitely is. Dienzio, aggressive as always in that lane, trying to get the advantage. And, Zekent, how do you feel these teams scale against each other?
This one's actually a little bit more interesting because I believe Phoenix Reborn, once again, they have the draft advantage. I felt like that a little bit in the last game too, where their team composition came out to be very, very solid. But right now, with the triple stun comp, especially up against the Scarf, if they can take down Scarf, once again, that will be the key to victory.
Yeah, definitely key to victory is get Dienzio out of the fight early and often. Let's see if they're able to do it. Right now, it's just a little bit of pressure in the lane. Each roamer has made their way up here, just helping secure the lane a little bit, and doing a fair enough job. Of course, Dienzio wants to continue to farm as much as possible, and you'll have the same thing from starting all over. Both junglers happy to be left to their own devices.
Yeah, and right now, what Phoenix Reborn is trying to do is get Crow to level 6. Once he hits that level 6 mark, it'll be so dangerous for Dienzio to stay in that lane, because the From Hell's Heart can come out at any time, the big dog can just rush in, and Skojin, even if he is slow, you're not as slow as someone who is stunned.
This is, you speak such truth, Zekins. But yeah, I mean, I want to see Aloha get the afterburn into block that from Hell's Heart. That would be the play I'm waiting for this game. But let's see if this happens. Right now, as you know, it seems both teams happy to just farm, get experience across the map. Do you expect that they will do this for another couple minutes, or would you expect a fight to break out?
Both of these compositions start very slowly, and especially with the Scarf, Glaive, and Catherine, what they're trying to do is just peel for Dienzio and make sure that he can do as much damage as he can from the back line. But one thing to watch out for is that Finn, once he hits level 6, that Force the Cord can just completely ruin Hammer's Velocity's positioning.
Oh, it definitely can. It's such an important tool when you're playing Finn, but it can backfire on you if it's not done properly. So we'll have to keep our eyes on Skojin and see what he can get done on this Finn here.
Yeah, this is actually an interesting purchase coming out from Starting All Over. He actually went for the early travel boots. Not something you see very commonly. He has an energy bag on top of the tier 2 boots, and it's not going to give him too much combat utility, but if he does take those fights, he'll be very, very maligned. He will be able to rotate very easily.
Yeah, I will agree with you on that. Big Dog caught out a little bit here. Aloha is in pursuit with his team a little bit farther behind, but Big Dog, he's in a tough position right now. The Wolves are closing in, so to speak, and it looks like Dienzio is going to go ahead and rotate back towards lane, but Vanes is here. Merciless Pursuit will stun him up. Big Dog getting some stacks onto Aloha. Aloha turns around. He wants blood. Who's it going to be? It's the Afterburn forward. Nice bait there. Big Dog
he goes down.
Oh!
Wow.
Very nice. Well, at the end, he does end up going down. A little surprising to me, but 1-1 as we approach the 4-minute mark of this game.
Yeah, Big Dog looking pretty pleased with himself on camera right there, and that was so well played. He was able to, he knew that Vanes was trying to come around to cut him off, but what he did was so smart. Oh, as we have another fight real quick.
And we do Dienzio. Dienzio, what are you doing? Dienzio is down as Phoenix Reborn just collapsed on his face. And was it worth it there, Zekan?
Yeah, I don't think that one was worth it. I think he might have gotten one of those back camps, but I'm pretty sure that Starting All Over got the other one.
Yeah, I mean, talking to these guys, I'm always curious to know what they define as worth. When you get back, do you take if you take the backs and you die, is that worth? Usually it's 3 if they can get it, but at that point, I'm sure Dienzio not happy.
Yeah, it was not the greatest trade-off there for him, but overall, it wasn't the worst in the world. But one thing that I think the Big Dog did extremely well in that previous engagement, where he was chased into the side of Hammer's Velocity, was he was able to juke around Vanes and make it very difficult for Vanes to judge which side he was actually deciding to go for.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see what they can continue to do moving forward. Minion Mine going to be secured up. Big Dog happy to get a little gold in his pocket there. And a small net worth lead starting to accrue for Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, this could be a little bit dangerous for the side of Phoenix, though. Starting All Over might be getting caught up by Vanes just a little bit. Goes for a stun. Dienzio lands a Spitfire.
Oh, he does, but the core collapse onto Dienzio. Big Dog's here. Big Dog's in position. He smells blood. He wants Dienzio. He's got him. Big Dog, the wild card, coming into this game and getting work done.
And that was so well played from the side of Phoenix Reborn. Though another engagement might come out right here.
Woo, Aloha coming in from the south. Vane setting up the fight. Oh, from Hell's Heart. Swing and a miss right there from Big Dog, but it's okay. They'll go ahead and back off of that. But man, if that had connected, if they were able to find another kill, you would say this team's starting to snowball a little bit.
Yeah, Phoenix Reborn doing extremely well for themselves. They have a very strong composition come mid to late game. With the triple stun, they're easily able to lock down almost anyone that approaches them. And with these kills on the board, 3-2, they're putting the goal extremely even.
Yeah, it definitely is. And Zio, you know, he's falling a little bit behind Starting All Over in regards to farm, but not too much.
Yeah, it's not really a huge concern right now. It's about 10 CS down, but honestly, with the wave pushing toward his side, it's basically amounts to like 3 or 4.
Yeah, definitely will agree with you on that one. And I'm curious to see how these fights are going to shape up as everyone starts to get their ultimate across the board. I feel like if Vanes can get in position, get a very nice blast tremor down, it can secure a wonderful fight for them.
Yeah, as long as he lands Blast Tremor on the key targets, mainly the Cruel and the Celeste, the Finn, you can kind of dodge around him a little bit, especially with that Glaive. And another fight happens once again.
Big Dog, he found Vanes. It looked like he wanted him, but he'll back up as Aloha and Dienzio are there to defend their ally. And with that, Hammer's Velocity back up under the safety of their turret, and looks like Aloha back to the jungle himself, but a lot of pressure up in this lane.
Yeah, this is a little bit worrisome for a side of Hammers, because when we see Gojin on that Finn hit level 6, when those burst cords come out, Hammer's Velocity is going to be in a lot of danger.
Right now, Big Dog hanging out in that bush, just waiting to get his perk up from Hell's Heart. He's gonna move it. Oh, long range stun, eating him alive. Dienzio finding the kill though. It wasn't worth. Dienzio gonna back up real quickly there. It's Aloha into the lane. He found starting all over, chunking him down. Will they get the kill? Yes, they will. Skojin down as well. That's the ace. They had 1 second left for Big Dog to respawn, but Hammer's Velocity find that ace.
That was extremely surprising. The Big Dog going for the long-range engagement. He got a maximum duration stun on top of Vanes, who is honestly not the target you want to go for. I mean, a Catherine is probably going to survive anyway, but I'm not exactly sure how Dienzio picked up that kill. Big Dog might have done it a little bit too hard under that turret, or potentially proc his Spectral Smite on top of the Storm Guard.
Yeah, Big Dog was going hard in the paint. I hope he does not dial back the aggression. Of course, the stun landed onto Vanes. That's not the target you want, but it was a nice play. I like the aggression, and I would hope that they keep it up.
Yeah, I can definitely see them continue this aggression, and they do have the composition for it. If once they wait for from Hell's Heart to come up once again, in about 14 seconds, it'll be very, very dangerous for everyone on Hammer's Velocity. The stuns coming out from the Core Collapse, the From Hell's Heart, and just the Quibble and the Force of Core is going to be so dangerous.
Oh, it definitely will be. We have about 30 more seconds before we will have ult ready on Celeste as well. So maybe they'll pacify, wait for some of that burst damage potential. A little bit of scouting through the bushes done by starting all over. One of the great utility that come out of a Celeste.
Yeah, being able to just check bushes without really worrying too much, especially once she hits level 8, the long range of Heliogenesis is just absolutely fantastic for making sure you don't get caught.
Yeah, well, let's see if he can use that to effect and not get caught in this game. Vane's going to be popping out some flares, finding those scout traps, just trying to take control over the middle area of this jungle.
Yeah, right now, it does look like Hammer's Velocity is slowing down a little bit, but they're just trying to make sure they have vision control, make sure they clear out the vision of Phoenix Reborn, and if they can control this gold mine a little bit longer, they are easily going to get a little bit more of an advantage for themselves.
All right, well, I mean, we'll see what they want to do. They do have Force Accord ready to throw out, but Vane's hanging around Dienzio, just bodyguarding, making sure that Dienzio stays as safe as possible.
Yeah, right now, we still see Starting All Over is getting a pretty sizable minion lead. 87 to Dienzio 69. He's doing fantastically for himself.
Yeah, he really is. And, you know, these guys, they praised him a lot. They said this guy is an incredible player. He can play multiple heroes to a high level, but really, when he gets one of these comfort picks, he can get a lot of work done.
Yeah, and right now it looks like Hammer's Velocity might be going for a little bit of a siege game right here. This could be dangerous, though, with the Finn on with that Force Accord.
All right, well, they're moving in aggressively. Hammer's Velocity have to know that swing and a miss. Skojin wishes he could have that one back, but he'll just have to wait about 50 more seconds at this time. It's going to be Hammer's Velocity hanging out in the bush. They move forward quite aggressively, and you see Skojin just getting chunked down. Now, that is the power of the Scarf right there.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting to see, because one of the tricks on Finn is to actually just throw out your Force Accord, expecting that to be blocked, expecting it to miss. And then before this reflex block comes back up, just engage with, you know, you have Cruel, you have Celeste, you have so many other options of engagement, especially when Finn reaches those higher levels and has more cooldown.
Yeah, well, we'll see as he gets those levels, gets that reduction in cooldown, if he's able to land some of those. But that was an unfortunate Force Accord there. At least, you know, they don't lose too much off of that. Now 3-5 in favor of Hammer's Velocity as far as kills go. But we're starting to get into this early mid-game portion. 10 minutes, 30 seconds into the game. It's going to be a gold mine secured for Hammer's Velocity. A little bit more net worth for them.
Yeah, about 2,000 gold is the lead. It's not huge, but 10 minutes, 11 minutes in, it's pretty sizable. And Hammer's Velocity is very good at running away with the lead.
Man, it seems like the moment that fight happened where Big Dog threw that long from Hell's Heart, everything just started to go the way of Hammer's Velocity the moment Dienzio found that kill.
Yeah, one mistake can be absolutely detrimental against a team such of the caliber of Hammer's Velocity. And right now, you see Phoenix Reborn, they are a little bit wary. They are playing fairly passively, and that's not exactly what they need to do to win this game.
Oh, force the chords up. It's going to swing and a miss again. It was just an unfortunate prediction there out of Skojin, and that means another minute they're going to have to wait before they even have an option to throw that force the chord out, and Hammer's Velocity have to be happy about that one.
Yeah, and DNZO, he didn't even burn the reflex block. He knew it was missing. Like, that's so good. I can't even explain to you how good your reflexes have to be able to do that.
I mean, yes, you have to throw it. I mean, you have to activate it incredibly quickly. But DNZO just doesn't care. It's all calculated for this guy. And he's up in the lane. Both level 9, Celeste and our Scarf right here. But yeah, DNZO is a little bit behind still in farm, but it's not too much.
Yeah, and right now, Phoenix Reborn, they are still farming fairly well. They're probably a little bit more and more behind, but it's not too much of a concern as long as Cruel gets that late game, as long as Celeste gets that late game, because they still have a lot of damage. They just need one very, very good force to chord, and they can completely turn this around. Oh, this might be, oh, nope, never mind. Gets the recall off.
Easy recall right there. Starting all over knows what he's doing. He has ultimate ready. We have force to chord ready from Skojin as well. Let's see how these fights develop. Vanes finds the stun onto Big Dog, but no one really to follow. Spitfire's coming out of DNZO from range, just poking, doing what he can to get some stacks up on that broken myth. And if things look good, I'm sure they will go for the engage, but at this point, they're happy to just poke.
Yeah, it's actually a very intelligent play coming out from the side of Hammers. They are just slowly playing the game, making sure that they're biding time, making sure they're getting more gold than the side of Phoenix Reborn. And when they hit their power specs, when the Kraken spawns, when they're able to pick up those infusions, it's going to be so hard for Phoenix Reborn to do anything against them.
Oh my goodness, and you know, we talk about infusions right now. I would expect in the next minute for some to come out. Starting all over, reflex blocks out, but he is just caught out there. Did not know where Hammer's Velocity were coming from, and an easy kill going over to Hammers.
Yeah, that was a really good presence of mind of Vanes. He knew that starting all over had that reflex block. You saw Aloha, he went for the afterburn, he got blocked. And then Vanes was just like, I'm going to wait a second with my Merciless Pursuit on, and then stun you, and it was guaranteed kill.
Yeah, just way too easy at that point. He was very far forward. Aloha is going to use that afterburn to reposition himself. Doesn't like the turret punching him in the face there. And it looks like Phoenix Reborn are going to keep this turret up for just another minute longer. We're 13 minutes, 30 seconds into this game, and right now, as Hammers move towards the shop, you gotta imagine they might be picking up some infusion soon.
Yeah, they have a pretty sizable amount of gold each of their members. DNZO sitting on about 600, we have Vane sitting on about 1,000, and Aloha also on 1,000, so they can easily go for a double infusion on almost all of their members.
Yeah, they definitely can. And Aloha is actually pretty scary right now with the Sorrow Blade, the Bone Saw. You know, he can get a lot of work done, and you have to respect the glaive, and you cannot forget about the scarf at the same time. It's a very dangerous position to be in.
Yeah, DNZO, as long as he's able to stay at that far range and just poke, he'll be completely fine. It'll be very difficult for Phoenix to engage on him, especially unless they can land that Force Accord. It's so key that Skojin is able to land one on the key members of Hammer's Velocity. They can't land on Aloha, they can't land on Vanes. They have to get DNZO.
Yeah, they really do, and that's the hardest part, honestly, for Big Dog, and he found that out a few minutes ago when things started to go in the favor of Hammer's Velocity. Phoenix Reborn had the advantage at that point. It's just so tough to get that from Hell's Hard in. Well, Vane's doing an incredible job body blocking for his team, and Aloha will do the same if needed. You see the flares come out, getting a little vision down, and the chase is on. Do they want to start the fight? Skojin, a very aggressive, oh, another swing and a miss. DNZO, he's in the back line, but Big Dog, he's searching for him. Vanes is there to protect his ally. Boots activated from DNZO to get in position. Big Dog stunning up Vanes, starting all over. He needs to get back, but he can't do it. He goes down. Now the Dragon's Breath going to come out right here, just melting Phoenix Reborn, and it looks like with Skojin going down, that's going to be the ace for Hammer's Velocity at, may we say, 15 minutes into the game, exactly when the Kraken comes out.
Yeah, fantastically played by Hammer's Velocity once again. They're so good at these team fights. And let's take a quick look at our replay of that fight. It was just very well played by Velocity.
Oh yeah, it really was. And you know, once you see that force to chord missed and everybody's in a good position, it's so easy to chase right there. Aloha just locked right onto Celeste, starting all over, couldn't do much. And you see DNZO did a phenomenal job to just dance around Big Dog there. Vanes, he was just right on point protecting DNZO, and a great job out of Velocity there.
Yeah, and with that fight comes the Kraken, just Hammer's Velocity, making sure they take every single objective on the map and giving nothing over to Phoenix.
Take everything, give nothing. Hammers Velocity getting it done here. We're 16 minutes into this game. And how much would you expect they get out of this? Are they going? Will Phoenix Reborn still have a Crystal Vein at the end of this push?
Honestly, I think this could very well be game unless they go for a very good engagement right now. Once again, Force Accord misses.
Yeah, Force Accord's going to pull in Veins. That's not really the target you want. Dienzio winds up that ult from range, starting all over as the target, and he goes down. It looks like this could be the end of the series here as Hammers Velocity get another ace, march down, and they will claim the base of Phoenix Reborn for their own. Hammers Velocity 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say this is a little bit unexpected because Hammers Velocity coming in extremely strong from the past 2 qualifiers. They've been doing so well for themselves, and you can see they're just incredibly happy to take this win.
Yeah, everybody really happy. Dienzio, take a drink of water, buddy. You earned it. And there you go. Crystal Vein destroyed. The Veins is going to hang around happily on that Catherine. And yeah, look at these guys. I mean, we expected Velocity to come out strong in this tournament, but that was quite impressive.
Yeah, however, that does put Phoenix Reborn down into the loser side of the bracket, and they were honestly very solid. Their early game was very, very good. They were able to get leads multiple times, but they just weren't able to close it out. They weren't able to clutch it out. And I would like to see how they do it next time.
Yeah, definitely. I think a phenomenal team. I'd like to see what Phoenix Reborn can get done in that bracket. And if anyone goes to sleep on that team, they will take the win away from them. But, you know, when we look at that game, was there anything really that stood out as surprising to you?
Honestly, it was played very well by both sides until, you know, that one engagement. Cruel threw out the sword. He went in for a long-range engage, and it just didn't quite work out. If that went a little bit better, this could have been a completely different game.
I honestly was so surprised when Big Dog went down after that long-range stun. I thought he completely had secured the fight for his team. But as you see, items are up on the board right now. It was all Velocity here.
Yeah, Velocity doing extremely well for themselves with multiple tier 3 items. I really like the Shiver still coming out from Veins. Able to slow that Cruel, able to slow Finn even more than he normally is, and being able to make sure that they are able to stay locked on to starting all over so easily.
Slower than you already are feels bad, man. Sorry, Finn. All right, well, with that, I think we have some more analysis from Playoff Beard and the analysts at the desk, so we'll go ahead and throw it back over to those guys.
All right, thank you very much, Humanist. So another day at the office for Hammers Velocity. They just got the job done. They had to be patient in that match, Rome, but eventually took control.
Yeah, no, they were struggling a little bit in that early game, but eventually everything just started falling into place. They knew exactly when their power specs were going to hit. And just looking at Veins playing like those last couple team fights, he knew exactly what to do, making sure that he maneuvered himself around, always staying around Dienzio.
Yeah, so Xingyi, Big Dog came in, was playing with confidence, that kind of some signs of life there, but couldn't quite pull it all together.
They started off really well, but Catherine in the early stages, she's really vulnerable. So I think that's why they were able to take advantage of that. But I think when it comes down to those very coordinated team fights, I think Hammers Velocity just come out on top. And I think their synergy and experience together just kind of trumps that of Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, so Phoenix Reborn, they're not out of the tournament. They go down into the elimination bracket. They will not be able to lose again if they want to remain alive. But looking ahead now for Hammers Velocity, anything that you notice that they can carry on into the future games?
No, so far, like, they're playing really strong. I do feel like the team is very coordinated. They know exactly what to do during the team fights, and that's what's really going to count for the next 2 days.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Xingyi, let's find out who is your MVP for this series.
It's Aloha.
Yeah.
You know, we had Dienzio as our player to watch, but Aloha, so they were focusing so much on trying to take Dienzio down. They just did not respect the damage output that was coming out from Aloha, who was doing a fantastic job of peeling for them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And just overall, this team really with superior positioning throughout both matches. Now, as we look ahead here, there's a lot of action to come. Rome, I would say what happened in this first one is kind of what we expected. I mean, it was the #1 seed against the #8, and especially when we get into the second half of the day, I think we're going to see some fireworks and some very, very close games.
No, I think the fireworks are going to actually start right now. With the next match coming up, it's actually going to be very close and very intense.
You really think so? So, I mean,
Of
there are
course
two
I
different
think so.
camps. There are two different camps. Some that think that Phoenix Rain might have a dominant performance, and others that say if you sleep on Xenotech El Riesgo in Uni, you're going to pay for it. So I want to mention, if you're not on Twitter right now, if you're not using hashtag Vainglory Live as a second screen while you're watching these matches, you're missing out on a chance to win an iPad and just participating in that conversation. So make sure that you are going on Twitter using hashtag Vainglory Live. So we have so much more action to come today. We're going to take a very short break, and when we come back, it is the 4 seed Phoenix Rain, formerly known as Excrucio, against the number 5 seed Noble Esports. Xenotech finally with that moment on the big stage. It's going to be a lot of fun. Don't go anywhere. were up 2-0 against the Velocity team we just saw dominate, and they had everything going for them. One unlucky moment, extremely unlucky moment, it all turned. They lost the match, then they got reverse swept, and now find themselves in the number 4 seed instead of the number 1, but so many positives to build on from the qualifier.
I mean, they were so close to that. I mean, we're all at the edge of our seat when we're like, oh my gosh, can they do it? Can they win? And, you know, it just got taken away from just in the tensest of moments. But I think that what Phoenix Rain need to do is to build on that, to emphasize the importance of being composed, maintaining a really good mentality throughout the game, even if you are losing, because that is how you should approach games like this.
And these 3 players, Rome, they can do things that simply other people can't, that we certainly can't do. And the people watching at home, talk to us a little bit about I Love Joseph, Old School, and crew.
Like, I do feel like with Phoenix Rain, this is a team that has the highest mechanics in probably all of North America, perhaps all of the world. From like laner to jungle, even to the roamer, everybody is very specific on exactly how far they can reach that limit of like the mechanics on per hero. And I feel like as long as they're able to play together, as long as they're able to communicate, that they have a chance to win and come home with first place.
Yeah, they have a chance to win this whole thing for sure. But the team that they're up against, Noble Esports, so many storylines here. Xenotech, obviously a fan favorite, a streamer with a huge following, all the ghouls and ghoulettes watching at home, and a player who has really kind of migrated from home to home to home, looking for that perfect fit, looking for the competitive team that was going to work for him, and he's really found something here with El Riesgo and Uni.
Yeah, and I think the reason why he was moving about is that if you ever watch his streams, you will realize that he is probably one of the best solo queuers around. And to play in solo queue and to play in a team there's lots of different approaches you have to take. And I think he was struggling to find a perfect fit. And I think with Uni and El Riesgo, he has found his niche.
Yeah, this is a super solid team all around. Very workman-like team. They just don't make many mistakes, kind of like how Phoenix Reborn, their mistakes were exploited. Yeah. It's going to be a lot harder to expose mistakes with this Noble Esports team.
Yeah, just looking through the second qualifier when they were playing, I do feel like they have a lot of resemblance in terms of synergy, like how Von Menace was at their prime. And on top of that, like I feel like this team has the best hairstyles in the entire
they certainly do.
venue.
They look awesome and a very well-prepared team. They will have studied film. They'll know exactly what they want to do. And one quick thing, Rome, the itemizations coming out of Phoenix Rain, very different than all the other teams in that second qualifier. I'm sure Noble will be prepared for that.
Yeah, the thing about Phoenix Rain is they play to their strengths, and they know exactly that they can outplay their opponents. And by building that extra tankiness, by building that extra defense in that early game, they're able to make a lot more plays, trying to put aggression to that jungle.
All right, let's meet these 2 teams ahead of a very unpredictable series.
Edwin Liu, Easy Docs, take 1.
Noble Esports is a very well-rounded team. They have a very solid play style and like to go aggressive around the mid game.
One of the main players that I'm looking at is I Love Joseph and Ezadox in the jungle. I feel that they snowball most every game. I think Old School is phenomenal, but those 2 I'm really scared of.
I think our biggest strength against Noble is our mechanical advantage. We like to go aggressive when we can.
He's a really tough opponent to go up against.
Individually, we're like stronger than them.
I don't really have concerns per se. Our strengths lie in our synergy as a team. Our early game is really, really strong. We can match them toe to toe where they like to be aggressive in the early game as well.
I think we have to rotate up to lane, put a lot of pressure on lane and rotate as 3 and push through their jungle.
I'm not nervous if we get a decent draft against them. I feel like we'll outplay them.
The draft phase is probably the most essential part of the game. They always bounce Scarf out. They're always aiming to get Black Feather Glaive or Sky. We can counter that pretty easy.
I think the difference here will be the whole jungle duo. Me and Joseph versus Uni and Riesgo. In lane, they're both very mechanically skilled. They can see us well. They can have nice plays. But then in the jungle, I think we edge them more.
I'm really excited to be competing and getting on the stage. If we can take a game off Rain right away, we'll take the series, I'm pretty sure.
All right, cool to meet those teams and a lot of players who haven't been on this stage before. I Love Joseph, it's nice to see him finally on the stage, and Old School's really the only one. He's been in Korea, he's been in a lot of these tournaments, and he's going to be ready today.
Yeah, and the really cool thing here is I Love Joseph has actually qualified for every single tournament that we've had, from VGL to VIPL, and he's probably one of the best players, and I'm really excited to see him here playing live today.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, for the Phoenix Rain side, who's your player to watch?
For the Phoenix Rain side, I would have to choose I Love Joseph. I do feel like he has that jungle pressure. He knows exactly what to do in terms of limitations. And in terms of like a player to be compared to, I would say he's a lot like Koldamik.
Oh, all right, so that's high praise. Of course, this is a player that people know very, very well, extremely talented. Maybe more than anyone else, someone who can turret dive and get away with it, do things that you just don't think he should be able to do. And Xingyi, I guess your pick Xenotech?
Yeah, I'm gonna pick Xenotech. How did you know? Amazing. So Xenotech, he is very strong in the lane. I think I've only seen him play lane, and he is so strong on those mechanical heroes like Ringo, Vox, Black Feather. You can see them on the screen there. But the thing I really like about him is he's got such a strategic mind. He will sit through those VODs, and he is such a good strategy for every single game.
Yeah, and incredibly dedicated to the sport of Vainglory. So it's great to see him have this moment. They're going to try to make the most of it. The draft is going to be a major factor. Let's go to draft for match 1 in this best of 3 now. All right, so Phoenix Rain, they immediately take away the scarf.
Yeah, and that's exactly something that Noble was talking about, so I'm pretty sure that they prepare for this ahead of time.
All right, and a Black Feather off the board again.
Well, no, we've been seeing a lot of Black Feather, and that's due to his late game potential, and exactly, he can literally 1v3 as long as he's able to hit his power spikes.
Do you agree with that real quick, that taking away the Black Feather more important than taking away the Fortress?
Well, that's the thing is, if you take away Black Feather, you're already building a composition based to counter against Fortress, and as long as you're still able to grab something late game, I do feel like you have that advantage later on.
Yeah, and the obvious pick coming out of Ezidox, and he's got to be happy that he's going to play Fortress in this game.
He's been playing a lot of Fortress, so even though Old Skill has not got the Black Feather, he's been playing so much in the qualifiers. This Fortress is going to be playing a very important role in this team fight in the next game.
A young team that can be very aggressive, and they can certainly be aggressive with using that Fortress as the heart of the comp, and a Glaive and Adagio coming out.
Yeah, so, we have this Adagio pick here. We did see him banned in the first series. With this buff composition, they have to be very aggressive. They have to know exactly how to do those early jungle rotations, because if they don't, we know that Rain likes to be heavy in the jungle. With Joseph and Old School, they will just repetitively keep going and going again.
Buffing up that Glaive for sure, but it's a Taka and a Sky.
Taking out that Taka, I feel, was very smart on their end, because we know, I do feel like Uni is probably like one of the best Takas in North America, and by taking that away, they do get that advantage for themselves.
All right, so multiple layers to that. We're set for match 1, and with the call, it's Humanist and Zken.
Thank you, Playoff Beard, and with me here is Humanist. This is going to be a really interesting matchup. I wanted to see Uni play that Taka, but I guess it's just not to be.
Well, it's not meant to be, but we see Joseph on Ataka. This is going to be phenomenal. I love this guy. He's so aggressive. Right now, Rain, they come into this. They're just like a race car of a team. Like, they are so incredibly powerful. Noble Esports, I feel that they have all of the tools to win this game. They just have to put it together.
Yeah, Noble Esports is a very interesting one to watch because there are games where they just absolutely dominate, and then there's games where they absolutely dominate and then lose.
Well, sometimes you have to take risks, and sometimes those risks can backfire. But let's see, can Noble Esports put this together and take the win off Phoenix Rain, or will Phoenix Rain roll over this team? Only time will tell. Players have made their way out onto the map right now. And from a personal standpoint, Zken, which of these drafts do you like better?
Ooh, this is a little bit tricky because from both sides, they have very, very powerful picks. With the Sky, especially up against what Noble Esports has, with the Glaive, Arden, and Dajo, there's not really a good way to lock down that Sky. Sure, you can drop the Gauntlet, but Old School is really good with those reflex blocks. And Uni on that Glaive is not going to be able to close the gap too easily.
Yeah, definitely won't be able to. Early aggression move up here into the lane. I Love Joseph with Ezidox looking for Zeno, but he's pretty close to turret. They don't want to go for it. But they've found some more Noble Esports members in the jungle. How's this going to play out? Uni, he's frontlining for his team, eating a lot of that forward barrage damage. He'll go down first. That's going to be your first blood. Old School to the backside of the fight. And Rain just picking Noble Esports apart. 2 kills before the 2-minute mark on this map. And right now, that is the power of Rain. These guys come out swinging.
Yeah, that play from Uni was a little bit suspect. Xenotech gets dived by Joseph and gets taken down. Wow, Phoenix Rain coming out really, really strong in the first few minutes here.
You know, like, I've talked to Rome a lot about I Love Joseph as a player. He is so incredibly aggressive, but at the same time knows the limits of how far he can push this hero. But I would expect that he is not going to dial back the aggression one bit on this Taka.
Yeah, and one thing that we do see coming out from Taka is that there are a lot of Taka players who are very, very confident going up against almost any other jungler in the game. He's incredibly good against that Glade. He's able to dodge around so many things, and a Dodjo is not going to be able to touch him.
Yeah, no, he won't. He won't at all. And you see also the power of diving with this Taka. Xeno, if he's low on health, it doesn't matter if you're around the turret. There's going to be a chitin in. And honestly, once Joseph gets that level 6, it just becomes a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how Phoenix Rain does play, is because they have so much assassination potential with that Fortress plus the Taka, and with Sky just helping from the back line.
Right, well, right now, pretty even in net worth, although a 3-0 kill lead. Fight breaks out in the lane. Ezidox eating the majority of that damage as Xenotech ate some damage for Noble Esports. That forward barrage, though, right on as Xeno instantly canceled off as Old School sees that that's not the perfect positioning for him. Phoenix Rain just looking for that tiny opportunity where they can find that target and dive in together. But at this point, both teams just poking back and forth. I Love Joseph's going to Kaku forward. A little damage out onto Uni. Uni backs up under the safety of his turret. And it's just this back and forth right now, Zekin.
Yeah, and this is a matchup where we can expect a lot of engagement. Just very small skirmishes happening all over the map. Both these teams playing extremely aggressively. And right now, I Love Joseph might be able to take this down, but he doesn't get it.
Oh no, it's the afterburn. Joseph, it's the chitin into Kaku, and he's just a happy little Taka. With that, he'll go ahead and teleport back out.
That's pretty cheeky right there.
Yep, well, he gets it done. This is Phoenix Rain here. And moving forward, do you think that Phoenix Rain, they're gonna have any like large power spikes through the next couple? You know, you hit the level 6s. Is it later on when you get to that early mid game? Where do you see it come alive?
I think this is going to be very interesting because both Old School and I Love Joseph seem to be going for weapon builds, which means that it'll be very easy for Noble Esports to counter build against them. However, that does also mean that they're both very likely to pick up some bone saws to cut through that armor.
Yeah, which can be terrifying, honestly, if the timings are proper on those. El Riesgo frontlining for his team, but they found Xeno right into the back lines. Joseph finding another kill, now 3-0-1 on this Taka.
And these two are just so incredible. This entire team of Phoenix Rain are just on the exact same page. You saw on that engagement on Xenotech, they walked past El Riesgo, who was fairly low, but he might be getting down right here.
Oh my goodness, El Riesgo, I am so sorry, friend. Joseph takes him down. Another kill, 4-0-1. He's been involved in every single kill. I cannot believe this right now, but this is just a nightmare to play against a Taka that starts snowballing like this.
Yeah, it does seem like Taka is going to be a priority pick in this matchup between these two teams. And you can see, Phoenix Rain, they're always on the same page. They saw El Riesgo. He was very low. He was at, what, 300, 400 HP? They walked right past him, went for the full HP Xenotech, and took him down anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very smart play. They know what they can get done, and it doesn't matter that he wasn't the low health target right there. They know the priority in these fights.
Yeah, as long as you take out Xenotech, it completely shuts down the composition of Noble Esports. They are relying on him to be that backline support, making sure he's giving the damage to Uni or just giving it from himself. And when you take the heals down, it just makes it very difficult for Noble Esports to do anything.
Yeah, it definitely does. And Noble Esports, they're going to have to, tighten things up here in the next couple minutes moving forward. They're not really too far behind as far as net worth, but the damage, I mean, Xeno, once he starts eating a little bit of forward barrage, Joseph's there. Xeno has to be so incredibly careful.
And there's just absolutely no mercy coming out from the side of Phoenix Rain. Every opportunity they get, they're going to go for dive after dive. And you can see, they're playing them so well. They take a little bit of damage, but they always get out alive.
Yeah, they do. That's the kind of poke I was talking about. They're just juggling that damage, juggling their opponents until they see that opportunity and they strike like a viper. Right now, 5-0, 6 minutes into this game. We now have Old School getting pretty close to getting that level 6, the death from above. Joseph does have that X-Retsu available, so things are starting to get very dangerous.
Yeah, Uni might get caught a little bit right here. It doesn't take too much damage. He is able to get out, no problem.
Yeah, he's happy to get out of there as well. Now, would you expect that Rain to dial off this aggression at all, or is it just full throttle?
I think it has to be full throttle. Noble Esports does have a very good composition come into late game. If they are able to get Uni to any sort of power, and along with Xenotech's buffs, he's going to be an absolute menace on the field. And even though Old School will be able to carry around very well, the damage output from a Weapon Sky is not quite as substantial as a Crystal Sky.
Yeah, it's a little bit different and very interesting.
At the same time, I have a hard time on the weapon Sky myself. You don't see it as much, but it can do a lot of work here. So I'm curious to see how it plays out for Old School. Now, El Riesgo is just going to hang around the lane, trying to protect Xenotech as much as possible. That means that Uni's going to be alone in the jungle, and there's really not much that they can do right now as Phoenix Rain move in to start securing up this gold mine.
Yeah, his gold mine is also hanging down. Uni might be coming in for the steal. He does not quite get it, and he will just back off.
All right, well, with that, Noble Esports just down another 1,000 in net worth, and things are starting to pile on here. And looks like we're going to have a little bit of a pause, maybe some technical issues up on stage. We'll get that fixed pretty quickly here.
Yep, so a little bit of pause right there, but looking at these two team compositions, there's so much dive coming out from the side of Phoenix, and they are putting it to very, very good use. They're able to just constantly aggress onto the side of Noble, and as long as they are able to take out Xenotech enough, even with the boss, even if it comes to late game, he's not going to be a threat.
No, he won't be. You know, it's power, the power of Fortress combined with these other heroes. And people talk about, oh, well, you know, Fortress, he's not going to be able to peel anyone off for you, right? He's not going to be able to help you out when you have someone already on top of you. But you pick Fortress to run at people, right? And that's what they're doing right now, and it's incredibly effective for them.
Yeah, I mean, Fortress's motto is basically, you know, I don't really need to CC you if you're dead. I mean, death is the best CC.
Is that the official motto?
Basically.
Just right there. Yeah, and also, I mean, with this Weapon Sky, what are your thoughts on it?
Weapon Sky, honestly, with this matchup, I would have preferred to see a Crystal Sky just because we already have the Taka going for the weapon. But because they went for weapon, it makes it very difficult for them to catch that Sky because she'll be able to dance around the Arden, dance around basically the Glaive and the Adagio, and it's going to be very hard to shut them down.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard. I mean, you're going to have Fortress running at you. If you manage to get away from Old School, he's just going to Surrey Strike right back into position, X-Retsu from massive range. It's a very tough situation to be in. I hate to just be so one-sided here, but right now Rain have come out to such a dominant start that honestly Noble Esports are on a back foot, and it's going to take a crazy, crazy good fight for them to get back in this.
Yeah, I'm very interested in hearing what our analysts have to say about what they're going to have to do to make it back into this. So let's throw it back over to Playoff Beard and the crew.
All right, thank you, Z-Kent. So we'll get back into that action very soon. It looked like it was Uni who was not happy with something going on with his device, so we'll get that sorted out. And this was an absolute nightmare start for Noble. We were kind of worried. We didn't know, would it be super close, or would we see this? It's not what they wanted.
Well, they are applying unrelenting pressure right now. They are just not giving up. Joseph, I love Joseph, is just constantly keeping his Kai stacks up. And because they're going double weapon, it's so much single focus. And their focus is Adagio. Because once you take Adagio out of the equation, Glaive, you know, they can take him down quite easily after that.
Oh, a fed Taka, not fun to deal with.
Yeah, especially one played by Joseph because he plays with no fear. Like, the guy likes to jump deep into team fights, and he uses Kaitan, making sure that he's able to evade properly, making sure that he's able to get away safely.
Yeah, and updates past, doing it with the Kashka, now doing it with the Taka. Real quickly, the double weapon blade start was an interesting choice.
Well, the thing here is like we have seen a lot of double weapon compositions being ran in both North America and in Europe. And the fact that you're able to grab those bone saws very early, it does shred away that armor that their opponent team will be building defense against.
All right, so something we're seeing on this Glaive with Noble that we didn't see as much of with Phoenix Reborn is saving that afterburn to peel and try to keep Xenotech alive. It hasn't been wholly successful, but you can see the priority there out of the Glaive.
Yeah, most Glaives we see them being quite offensive in the lane, going up early to gank, and he's been quite defensive because I think they can all recognize that they are targeting Xenotech. Xenotech doesn't have any armor at the moment, so whereas Glaive already has a coat of plates, so he can withstand the pressure that they're adding.
All right, while we have an extra minute here, we do have a chance to mention it's interesting that the Phoenix Rain players, they normally play on their stomach with a pillow in front of them, so playing at the desk is different for them. I think we have one of those pillows.
Voila.
Oh, look at that. You have it right there, two-sided pillow, the little Vanna White treatment for that. All right, it sounds like we're ready to get back into the action, so we're going to go back to our casters. It's Humanist and Z-Kent.
All right, thank you, Playoff Beard. We're going to go back into the action in just a moment, and I'm interested in seeing, I mean, right now, Phoenix, they're doing fantastically, but Noble, they're just not really falling too far behind in gold, so do you think they can make it back into this one?
I think they can make it back into this one. It's not crazy out of control, but it's definitely starting to get that way. There's going to engage on the I Love Joseph. He jumps back onto Xenotech. The death from above isolates him. Burst canceled off as he does go down. And now it's Noble Esports starting to fall apart. El Riesgo chopped down as it looks like Kill's going to be going over to a Fortress there. And Uni, last man standing here for Noble Esports, you know, and I was just trying to say that Noble are not out of this, but fight after fight, that's how it seems to go. Uni trying to bait a little bit of damage out here. He'll afterburn himself away, but I love Joseph in from the backside. That's not right.
Yeah, Noble Esports is getting absolutely picked apart by Phoenix Rain right now. They're just constantly in the middle of these fights. I mean, Phoenix Rain, they got engaged on. Joseph was technically caught out, but they just immediately collapsed as 3 and just completely shut down Noble.
Yeah, they did, and you know what? I said when people talk about Taka players, for me, there's a couple that come to mind, but Joseph being one of these Taka players that it's just like I never would want to face this guy on Taka.
Yeah, he's an absolute menace right now. 5-0-3 on that Taka, the 6 sins, the heavy steel, the reflex block coming out. He's going to be impossible to shut down.
Oh, this is so tough. And, you know, Xenotech, he feels the pressure. He knows that he has to get work done on this Adagio, but it's so tough when he's constantly the focus in these fights. And I'm so worried for him right now. But as long as they can protect Adagio, let him get some damage in these fights, he'll get some work done.
Yeah, and right now, Old School 1-0-5 on that Sky, doing a little bit of damage right now, trading back and forth. But one of the great things about that Adagio is the heal. He's able to keep his teammates sustained. He's able to keep everyone fairly topped off. And as long as they can survive the first engagement, they'll be okay.
Oh, Gauntlet's down. Xenotech eating a lot of damage. Joseph finding the kill there to start things off. Now El Riesgo on the run once again. Joseph pushing things to the edge as he's known to do. Now 10-0, 9 minutes in this game. And Deja Vu as Uni's the last man left standing.
Yeah, and this is not too surprising. Phoenix Rain is definitely one of the strongest teams coming into this tournament, and they are definitely showing it right here. The double reflex boss coming out on their side, they're able to just easily dance around that Arden. And Uni, even though he goes for the afterburn, there's nothing left to do damage when Xenotech is taken down instantly.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, for all intents and purposes, they're just ignoring Glaive through these fights, and it feels kind of like a non-factor.
Yeah, it's very interesting because, yes, Noble is trying to peel for Xenotech, but with the afterburn, if it gets reflex blocked every single time, you can't really peel as Glaive, and Arden just doesn't do quite enough yet to protect him.
Yeah, I mean, when we talked about what Noble can do to, you know, start to climb their way back into this game, I think it's going to be, honestly, a lot of this has to come down to just crazy good gauntlets coming out of El Riesgo.
Yeah, and honestly, even with crazy good gauntlets, you see the indicator on the ground, and I'm pretty sure Phoenix Rain will be able to block almost every single one of those.
Yeah, well, you speak truth, Zekent. We have a bit of an engage here. Xenotech's getting damaged by Joseph on the backside, but his Uni will go down first for first time in these fights here that they actually focus Glaive down, but he was just completely frontlining, so they choose that target instead, and with that, they move to Goldmine.
Yeah, and you can see Phoenix Rain is just coming out with very methodical play. They're just overall just out-rotating, out-damaging, out-diving Noble Esports, and right now, Noble Esports is in a very, very tough position.
Yeah, it definitely is. You know, Noble, this is one of the teams, though, I have such a hard time predicting what they will accomplish match to match, because I feel that they can come out and they can beat any team in the scene, and at the same time, they can come out and perform like this occasionally.
Yeah, honestly, they're not performing badly. It's just Phoenix Rain is just absolutely on a tear right now. And you can see, Noble Esports, they are sticking to a fairly good game plan. They want to use the Adagio to buff the Glaive and keep him alive with the Arden. That's pretty solid. But Phoenix Rain is just like, well, we know you're just trying to make sure your Glaive is very powerful, but if we shut down the Adagio, your Glaive is not that strong.
No, not at all. I mean, this is a tripod here. You kick one of the legs out, they're all going to fall. And it's just such a tough situation to be in right now. It's like a 4+ K net worth lead going the way of Phoenix Rain as we approach in close to the 12-minute mark of this game. Xenotech's got to be feeling a lot of pressure. Zekan, do you see any item, power spikes, anything that could come to light in the next few minutes?
Honestly, it's just a little bit more armor. Even getting like metal jackets on the side of Noble Esports could be incredibly good. The Atlas Pauldron's probably not going to come out quite as often just because of how easy it is for Phoenix Rain to dodge them out.
Right.
But if they get a lot more defense, it will be very tough to take them down, and they can out-sustain Phoenix Rain.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can get that done, guys. Build up some of that armor and potentially live through these fights. But right now, 11-0, nothing going their way.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult, especially with how good Phoenix Rain is at controlling the map. They need to get some farm onto their members. Xenotech, he's farming fairly well. He's at 95. But look at Old School. 129 CS to his name. He is just dominating in this matchup.
All right, now, I mean, Phoenix Rain, they're playing like sheepdogs, just herding Noble Esports into this area. Noble Esports have to just hug this turret. They've been here almost the entire game, and Phoenix Rain continues to take whatever they want across the map and then just move right back into that lane and apply pressure.
Yeah, and right now you see Joseph just cleaning out his own jungle, not going to be too worried about anything in particular, and right now Uni does have a chance to take some jungle camps for himself. However, look at Joseph's level. He's already 12.
That's, I mean, I already said it before, but that is not right. Joseph, he's such an incredible player, but right now he's having, on top of, you know, just being your incredible player and a phenomenal game. So this is just a tough uphill battle for Noble Esports, and I'm not really sure what they can do to put this together. It's just going to have to be, honestly, I feel like Phoenix Rain need to make some mistakes in the next couple minutes for Noble to start pulling their way back into this game, or just some crazy action happening. Uni has moved forward. Looks like they want to contest Goldmine. They're feeling pressure, but Attack of the Pack is let loose. It's Xenotech they want. The verse is going to come out right here. Oh, I love Joseph dipping around the fight. He finds Xenotech. Verse the fall. Now they're looking for more. Old School with the death from above. Down. It's Uni out to the right. El Riesco, he gets the Goldmine. Able to get that Goldmine. Good job, El Riesco, but I love Joseph's here to seal the deal.
All right, showing a little bit of signs of life. They still went down 0 for 3, but that was fairly well played by the side of Noble Esports. Let's take a look at that replay.
Well, walk us through this replay here, Zekan.
All right, so we see the Gauntlet come down, gets the stun onto Old School, but Xenotech in the backline gets taken down by I Love Joseph, and that is so key. The moment he drops, Uni just does not have damage or the sustain to survive. El Riesgo finishes off the Goldmine right here, goes down, and right there, I Love Joseph just chases down Uni and finishes them off.
Well, he almost got out of there, but unfortunately, Joseph, no mercy out of this guy. Not happy about having that gold mine taken away. And yeah, I mean, just another good fight going the way of Phoenix Rain. But you see, with what Noble did there, they're obviously feeling pressure.
Yeah, and right now, Noble Esports really needs to get some kills because the bounty that they will get out of killing any member of Phoenix Rain will be absolutely immense at this point. The Broken Myth, the alternating current coming out in Xenotech, it's a good amount of damage, but it's just not enough right now.
Yeah, it is definitely not enough right now. And do you feel that this is enough armor for them? I mean, because it feels like you have already the Bonesaw Old School. You have I Love Joseph building into his own. They're going to just completely melt through that armor.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough to say because the Metal Jacket will be a very important pickup for this side. And the Kraken is on the field, and it's going to be tough for Noble to defend this because if they take an engagement near the Kraken, unless Phoenix Rain is just completely caught off guard, I don't think they're going to win one.
Oh, let's see. You know, if they start to take this Kraken, El Riesco already showed he took that gold mine away. Maybe he can steal a Kraken and pull Noble back into this game just a little bit here. Phoenix Rain positioning themselves towards the item shop here in the jungle. Flares are out, just getting vision, making sure they have control of this area, which they do at this moment. Noble Esports, they're sensing something's up. The flare is down. They do have vision of what's going on right now, but how's it going to go down? That's the gauntlet right now. El Riesco starts the fight. Old School taking a lot of damage. Xenotech with the verse comes out, but Old School finding the kill, dipping backwards. Old School dancing around the fight. Uni last man standing. He'll go down as well. Too easy of an ace right there for Phoenix Rain. They'll take Kraken, they'll push the lane, and happy to do it.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolutely free Kraken for the side of Phoenix Rain. They got the 3 kills, they got every single thing on their side. They were able to pick up double infusions for 2 of their members before that fight, and Noble Esports just walked into that blind.
Yeah, they definitely did. And Phoenix Rain, this is the team. They are playing exactly how people fear them. Just they come out at you swinging. They don't stop. They never look back. 17-0. We're not 17 minutes into this game yet.
Yeah, and well over 1 kill a minute. Just absolutely fantastic play coming out from them. The Kraken is on the board, and that does mean it's going to be very easy for them to walk in, just push down these turrets, and there's only 2 left for us at Noble Esports. I don't think they can defend this.
All right, well, I mean, this is a tall order here for Noble Esports. Can they become absolute legends and defend this base, or do Phoenix Rain close this out? It feels like Phoenix Rain are going to close it. They start to do a little bit of poking, bit of dancing, the war horn forward. One turret will go down. Uni, he's on to Old School, but that means Xenotech a bit isolated on the backside. Death from above down to zone as Kraken continues to munch away on that last turret. Uni, he's only on a sliver of health. He's down. I Love Joseph finding the kill. Xenotech dips back to that platform, healing up, almost going down actually. The last turret down now. Crystal Vein is exposed. Xenotech completely isolated. They say stay in your base. You shall not pass. Easy Crystal Vein here for Phoenix Rain. An incredible, incredible first game coming out of this Phoenix squad.
An absolutely flawless game coming out from Phoenix Rain. They died after the Crystal exploded. It doesn't count on the scoreboard, but that was just so good. You can see it. Like, these guys, they're stone cold killers.
They are. Do you like what is the emotion on their face? They're like, we just absolutely destroyed this team. All right, go next.
Yep.
That when we talked to this team and they talked about strategy and what do you guys do to prepare to come into this, and they're like, well, we're just gonna play some Vainglory.
Yep.
You know, we're gonna do what we do.
Just everything, any other day.
No big deal for these guys. Honestly, incredible players.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see them just come out so strong. There's so much expectation on them joining the Phoenix team, and they have definitely delivered.
Yeah, they definitely have. And was there anything that stood out to you in that game in as regards to, we talked about the double weapon builds, Sky getting on that weapon, they had the bone saws come out. Anything that really stood out to you other than that?
Yeah, honestly, the bone saws were absolutely fantastic coming out from this squad, and it's just so important, especially if you are running double weapon. Having that bone saw on both your members is just gonna help you just do as much damage as possible. As Joseph, he didn't quite finish his off because he was picking up infusions, but just having that on the board, if your opponents choose to go for a little bit more armor, you can just shred right through it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's okay to stop your item build for an infusion at that point, and they put it to very good use right there. So incredible job out of Phoenix Rain, and let's see what they can do in Game 2. Noble Esports, can they push this to Game 3? Only time will tell. But for a little bit more analysis on that, we have Playoff Beard and the guys at the desk.
Right, thank you very much, Humanist and Z-Kent. So, Xingyi, we were worried it might go like this. Noble Esports is a team that can be night and day. The next match could be very different, but sometimes this is the nature of day one, and foreshadowing potentially when you see a team as strong as Velocity, potentially against a team as strong as Phoenix Rain, that's going to be a lot of fun to watch. But first off, they got another match, they got another chance here. What does Noble Esports have to focus on changing?
I think what the problem was in that last game was the mobility that we saw in Phoenix Rain. So Taka, Fortress Sky, those are heroes with incredible movement. And you had Adagio who was quite slow, and they were just targeting him, and they were diving so much that he was just being starved out in the farm, and that was causing his item build to suffer. And what we saw was that we saw LRSGO and Hung just putting all their efforts into trying to protect him, but it just still wasn't working. So I think for the next game, they have to maybe anticipate that Taka, perhaps banning that Taka. I Love Joseph has been playing a lot of Taka in the qualifiers, and well, we saw today.
So other than kind of the early lead, what really made the difference in those fights?
It was how they initiated those fights. Like, Noble never had a team fight that was on their own terms. It was always, every time they saw I Love Joseph, he was jumping onto them, regardless under turret, regardless if it was a 1v3 scenario. Joseph was always going in as Taka, and that disrupted the entire flow of their team.
All right, so we are into the draft in match 2 of this best of 3. Noble Esports denies the Black Feather.
And we saw this again in that first game, and they have a plan in place already just to make sure that they run a composition that they get.
All right, they're coming in fast and furious. Rome, break it down.
What we see here is, I do feel like it's going to be a reverse composition, with Phoenix Rain being able to play the composition that Noble was playing last game. And we might see Uni being able to pick up this Taka for himself.
All right, we'll have to see if that happens. Hashtag Rome is right, maybe? You like that, Xingyi?
Well, that's bold, but Taka is really good against Glaive, especially if you are a high-tier Taka player, but he's quite difficult to master. And I think there needs to be a lot of emphasis on vision for Phoenix Rain to try and catch him out.
All right, so Noble Esports, they have to like what they have so far.
Yeah, they have a composition that they're most comfortable with. Like, this is something they've been running the entire second qualifier of this season. However, this last pick with the Vox, I do feel like it will hold them back a little bit in that early game. So it will be very dependent on Taka to make those big plays for them.
All right, at least we know Xenotech more comfortable perhaps on Vox than any other hero. Maybe you want some comfort in this scenario with your backs against the wall. We'll find out how it goes. Can it be night and day for Noble Esports with the call? It's Humanist and Z-Ken.
All right, thank you, Playoff Feared. I'm Zeke, and with me here is Humanist, and this composition coming out from Phoenix Rain looks a little bit familiar.
A little bit familiar. I think we've seen this before, and we'll see what they're able to get accomplished with this build. I mean, honestly, when you have this composition, you can completely obliterate your opponents, but really, it didn't work out in the previous game. But I think Phoenix Rain will have a little more success with it here.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see because Noel Esports, they do have Uni on that Taka, and he has been talked up as a very, very solid Taka player. And as Blackbeard said, the box coming out from Xenotech is going to be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and we know Xenotech, a phenomenal Vox player. So on comfort picks here, can Noble Esports take this game, push it into blind pick in this best of 3 series? Let's find out. How do you like this laning situation here?
This laning situation is going to be very difficult for Xenotech. Adagio is just a complete lane bully against almost every single laner in the game, and we're going to see it. I mean, Xenotech, he'll probably fall a little behind in farm, but in those team fights, it'll be absolutely pivotal to see how much damage he can do.
You guys couldn't see it, but you know, we had Zeke and he winced when he said that Adagio is a bully in the lane, because it is the truth. He really is, and it can absolutely hurt incredibly bad. Phoenix Rain, the movement up into lane. I Love Joseph's there. He finds the afterburn. Xenotech repositioned, but they can't close it out there. A little bit of a telegraphed gank, but Xenotech's going to be low on health, and it's going to be that much more difficult to stay in this lane.
Yeah, it's very difficult for Xenotech. However, that was very well played by him. Immediately as I Love Joseph showed himself outside the bush, he was able to walk backwards. If he was just a moment later, he definitely would have gone down.
Yeah, very scary position. And look at Noble Esports, a little aggression of their own. Uni here with El Riesgo looking to take a little bit of the jungle away from Phoenix Rain, and this is exactly what they need to do. But across the other side of the map, we see Phoenix Rain attempting to do the same thing.
Yeah, this is actually very smart coming out from Phoenix Rain, because they're saying Old School and Ezidox. Old School, who was the laner, they're just saying, oh, you know, I Love Joseph can lane too. He'll just be sitting there with the glaive and picking up the farm for himself.
Yeah, no problem right there, and happy to take that. So we come into the 2-minute mark of this game. In the last game, there were already 4 kills out on the board, so definitely a different tempo. We see a bit of an engagement right here. Uni, he's found Old School. A lot of damage coming out. The Vanguard to get Old School out. Buying the whole time. He's still alive. Old School will go down. First blood going the way of Noble. El Riesgo out to the west. Vox finds that kill onto Glaive, and now Ezidox on the run. Noble Esports, this is what I'm talking about. Noble Esports picking up 3 kills right off the bat. And are you kidding me? This was just an incredible job, completely turning around last game.
Yeah, and you were saying, this is a team that you don't really know what you're going to see from game to game, because last game, absolutely dominated. Like, what, 16-0, 17-0?
Yeah.
This game coming out swinging 3-0 off match start, 2 minutes, 30 seconds in the game. They are doing very, very well for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible fight. Things just completely fell apart for Phoenix Rain there. But we talked about Noble. They're on these comfort picks. They're going to get a lot more work done. I Love Joseph afterburns up towards lane. Yeah, buying himself a little bit more time. He's going to be okay. But it's Uni just poking around, getting a lot of damage done. And he's Uni almost single-handedly getting 2 heroes down to 50% health.
Yeah, it's very interesting seeing Uni playing this Taka, because he's actually going for the double light armor, which is a very smart build up against that Glaive in the jungle, because there's absolutely no way Glaive will be able to do much damage to him. He's just going to be too tanky, and it's kind of strange saying that for a Taka, but with the double light armor coming out, it is definitely going to help.
Well, it's pretty predictable damage that's going to be coming out there, and as long as he can survive through these kind of poke engages, he's going to get someone low enough to the point where he'll be able to finish them off.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how well Phoenix Rain can play this competition, because on the other side, Noble Esports, when they fell behind, they really fell behind. But Phoenix Rain, let's see if they're going to be able to stop the bleeding.
Well, I mean, we know this team actually, you know, in the qualifiers, after losing 1 game, got reverse swept. So we know they're an emotional team, and they like to ride that wave. So can Noble, you know, continue on this path? And actually, Uni finding Ezidox here. Ezidox quite low. Uni wants him. Uni finds him. I Love Joseph will afterburn him back towards that turret, but it looks like this Taka's going to be out of it. What is going on? Uni, a monster on this Taka. Oh, El Riesgo finding the kill. 5-0, Noble Esports blowing this game open.
All right, so fantastic stuff coming out from the side of Noble Esports, just absolutely dominating Taka from Uni. just able to dodge around everything, standing between those turrets, taking down kills, taking down names, just doing so well.
Yeah, a phenomenal job, and just a completely different story here in game number 2. Phoenix Rain on the back foot, and Noble Esports taking everything.
Yeah, I wonder, oh, there's an engagement.
El Riesgo eating a lot of damage, but so is Old School. El Riesgo's gonna go down. First kill for Phoenix Rain. Now Zeno, he's isolated, moving back towards the lane. He's gonna Sonic Zoom to buy himself a little bit of space, and it looks like Zeno should be able to get out of this one.
All right, so not a complete sweep this time around. Phoenix Rain putting themselves on the board. Still down quite a bit of gold. 1.6 thousand at this 5-minute mark is pretty rough.
Yeah, and I mean, the only actually hero that went down was El Riesgo. So, you know, at the end of the day, they're happy to keep that Taka and Vox alive.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how well Phoenix Rain can stop this bleeding, because right now they are hurting.
Let's see, do they keep this aggression going? Yes, they do! Old School chunk down Uni! Absolute monster of a Taka, and you know, this is why everyone wants to deny this hero away from him.
Yeah, I'm gonna wonder, Taka is such an important pick coming into this matchup. Are we gonna, if we do see a blind pick, is it gonna be a double Taka game?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised at all, but you know, these teams do have all of these compositions and ideas prepared, but you know, you get into blind pick situations, you sometimes out-mind game yourself.
That is very true, and right now we see Old School picking up the alternating current. It's going to be a decent power spike for himself, and Uni's not quite at the Star Blade yet, but he is still very tough to take down, very slippery, and once again, we do see the double weapon composition coming out.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, actually. I feel, you know, Vox in this patch with weapon can get a lot done, and it's more, of course, your single target kind of focus, but that means they're going to get in and delete that Adagio out immediately.
Yeah, one of the things that is very telling about this game is look at the CS. I Love Joseph, 13 on that glaive. On the other side, Uni, 43 on Taka.
There's a big difference. El Riesgo, he's gonna found to keep himself alive, even though he was in a bad state there. I Love Joseph doing what he can to poke on Uni as Uni X-Retsu back over the wall. Uni, monster. What a play right there. Cannot believe he's getting this kind of work done.
Yeah, just absolutely fantastic coming out from the side of Noble. But they do have to watch out because, as they have said themselves, they're very strong in the other game, but they sometimes get a little bit too overconfident, so they're going to need to make sure they rein themselves back a little bit.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Zeno's trying to stay in communication with the team. He provides a lot of that leadership role to these guys. He's been around the scene. He knows what he's doing. Adagio actually going to seal the deal on that gold mine, so going over to Phoenix Rain.
Really? Oh, Uni.
Really?
That's pretty cheeky.
Oh, Uni with the plays there. I love it. He's obviously feeling himself right now.
All right, El Riesgo just taking down those. So another kill going over to the side of Phoenix Rain. Just takes a lot of damage from the wait for it of Xenotech, but it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, it's not enough. And you could, I can feel the way Old School is playing. Like he feels that he needs to get more things done, but it's so incredibly tough. Once he's engaged onto, he's almost immediately down to 30% health.
Yeah, and Uni just does so much damage right now. It's really up to Old School to potentially build a little bit of defense, probably more than he would like, especially when you have a buff composition for the glaive.
Definitely. And Zekan, do you see any big power spikes coming up in the next couple minutes that could change the pace of this game?
I think when Noble Esports manages to get their bone saws, it's going to be incredibly tough for Phoenix Rain to do anything. But right now, they do have the opportunity to build a little bit of armor and potentially take some fight just because they'll be significantly more tanky than Noble expects.
Okay, we'll see if they can do it and get these items up right now. It's just the continual progression, accumulating as much gold as possible. A lot of posturing up in this lane at the moment. Who will find who? Ezidox has Gauntlet available if he sees an opportunity to isolate someone, find a kill here. Kind of poking around. Uni doing his best to just be that elusive Taka, an annoying threat that they really have such a hard time keeping track of.
Yeah, Noble's got to watch out a little bit. They can't let themselves take too much damage. Uni is potentially looking for another engagement on Old School, and here comes the Wolves.
Yeah, attack of the pack. Let loose the hounds. Ezidox drops that gauntlet. They turn it on Uni. Uni eating a lot of damage. Ezidox frontlining for his team. How are they still alive? But they turned it around. Ezidox munched down. Noble Esports hanging around through this. And it looks like they want more. Old School's the target. That's the wait for it. They're going to get him. Old School goes down as well. It is a 2-for-none at that point. Unbelievable job out of Noble Esports.
And Noble Esports just completely turning it around on Phoenix Rain. This is exactly what Phoenix was going for last game. And let's take a look at that replay real quick. All right. Maybe not. All right, no replay. So right now we do see Uni and El Riesgo just farming the side of Phoenix Rain, and Ezadoc's just doing what he can, chasing them out. They are fairly low, but it's going to be tough for Phoenix Rain to do too much right now.
I mean, this is just a completely different team here in game number 2. I don't know if it comes down to just comfort picks on their heroes, maybe them just kind of having a talk after game number 1, but they have tightened up all those loose ends and just really looking great.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic to see them coming out swinging in game 2. And right now, Phoenix Rain, they look like they're not doing too badly. They're about 1.6 thousand gold down, but up against this competition with a late game Vox, it's going to be very, very dangerous for them.
It will indeed. And, you know, we talked about what can they do against this Noble Esports team right now. You said armor you feel is the key. Is there anything else, specifically when it comes down to these fights, that they could do?
I really hope Ezzox picks up Shiver Steel, because as long as you're able to slow down Uni on that Taka, it actually gives your carries much more breathing room.
All right, El Riesgo engaged onto and will fall right there, actually activating Fountain just at the last minute. Doesn't do him any good, and that means Xenotech and Uni will be left to their own devices to defend this turret, or to defend against whatever Phoenix Rain choose to do. And it looks like Phoenix Rain want to move down and secure this gold mine.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit risky, because the amount of damage that can come out from the side of Noble Esports is absolutely immense. But Phoenix Rain playing it very safe, not going for the gold mine quite yet, but it looks like Uni might be running into them.
Uni, what's he doing? 3v1. Uni with the Chitin over. It looks like he may have put himself into a bad position and does fall as Old School's able to pick up that kill. And that's the kind of play that you have to be really careful about making.
Yeah, this is exactly what Noble Esports was talking about when we asked them about it. They said they can get ahead. They can be very, very far ahead. But as long as they lose, if they lose the focus just a little bit, they can easily go down.
Oh, Phoenix Rain, what is going on? Just kill after kill right now, and they are pulling right back in this game. Only 400 net worth behind at this point, and just a phenomenal last couple of minutes for this Phoenix squad.
Yeah, Noble Esports really needs to reset, because they were doing very well. They were able to go for those dives constantly. They were able to take out Old School so many times, but right now, they're just giving up kill after kill. They really need to calm down and just, you know, take a moment and reset their mindset.
Yeah, they really do. I feel also that Phoenix Rain have started to realize that El Riesgo is the easiest target for them to kill. When they find 2 targets, that's what they go for every single time the last couple of skirmishes, and I'm going to see if they can continue to do that. But Uni really needs to continue to play, you know, aggressively, but not do those crazy 3v1 situations like he did just previously.
Yeah, I do want to mention I Love Joseph, Ezdox, and Old School all picking up a good amount of armor, and this is before Noel has their bone saws. So this is actually technically a power spike for Phoenix Rain, as I was talking about earlier.
Alright, well, let's see if they can take advantage of it. You know, all players are up in this lane right now. It's just going to take one engage to start the fireworks here. Who will it be? Gauntlet is available if he wants to use it. Ezadoc's doing a little bit of poking. Xenotech just continuing to farm within all of the chaos happening here in the lane. And at the end of the day, no one actually makes the engage. So it's Xenotech, Sonic Zoom back downwards, and Attack of the Pack comes out. A little bit surprised by that one, but that means Uni, he wants to move forward, and it looks like a wasted Attack of the Pack.
Yeah, that was a little bit decent coming out from Noble Esports. It looked like El Riesgo wanted to go for a engage as Ezdoc jumps in.
Oh, the Gauntlet's down. Uni's dropped in there, and the wait for it does come out. Xenotech, pretty good damage onto I Love Joseph, but Old School keeping everybody in fighting shape. Ezadoc's frontlining for his team. Nobody goes down at the end of that, but a lot of damage taken by everyone.
Yeah, El Riesgo getting so low. He was sitting at about 10 to 20 health, but he was able to manage to survive with the help of the fountain. But right there, Phoenix Rain just absolutely turning this game around.
Yeah, they really are, and they found Xenotech. Nice afterburn in. Xenotech's gonna get shot down. Now Uni's on the run. He'll go down as well. Another 2 kills. 9-7 now. Oh my goodness, Phoenix Rain, great job.
Yeah, and I Love Joseph just barely escaping. The last turret shot not quite able to finish him off. And that was just so well played. Catching Xenotech off guard, able to knock him into his team, and just getting completely destroyed.
Completely destroyed indeed, Zekent. And now, let's talk about net worth. Phoenix Rain have the lead.
Yeah, and Phoenix Rain just doing a very good job making a comeback. They were not falling too far behind. They were at most like about 2,000 gold down at any given point. But it was looking kind of grim, because with the amount of power that Noble Esports had with the Taka and the Fortress, the dive was just absolutely immense. And Xenotech was farming fairly well, but he wasn't really getting ahead.
Yeah.
But it's really interesting to see how Phoenix Rain is able to turn this around.
No, I totally agree with you. We do now have Bonesaw available on Xenotech, and when he's moved in there, he's a little bit late, not able to find that, and there's going to be the engage. When he's there, he's got to dip out towards the north, a lot of damage. Xenotech eating a lot of damage as well. Old School just dumping that damage onto them. Now Xenotech, can he make it out of here? The afterburn's there. Nope. Joseph able to take that kill, and they'll be happy to march backwards. Do they find Uni? Oh no, they're going to stop the teleport. He tried to get it. Not enough calculations there. Uni goes down as well. Al Riesco, last man standing for Noble Esports, and this is such a dangerous position to be in.
Yeah, Noble Esports cannot be happy about that one. Phoenix Rain is absolutely dominating this game now, and they take turret after turret. So 2 turrets down for the side of Noble Esports, and Phoenix Rain is still sitting on all the players.
That is absolutely crazy. This team, so much talent that they are able to just, take that early beating, hold it together, find the fights that they needed to, and now it's objective after objective.
Yeah, and one thing to watch out for right now is the double fusions that are probably going to come out on the side of Phoenix Rain. They're sitting on so much gold right now, but they actually opt to go for some items.
Well, that does make sense there. We do have Joseph double infused up. Kraken out on the map. These guys are going to start it up, and Noble Esports are in no position to contest this. So with this Kraken, unless it gets some miracle stolen, which is not going to, Phoenix Rain are going to march down this lane and do their best to close this game out. How many turrets do you think are remaining at the end of this push?
Honestly, they could take it all away, but I'm expecting Noble to probably lose 3 turrets, but not quite the game.
All right, well, the flare does come out. Noble Esports have been spotted by Phoenix Rain, and with that, they move back into the safety of their turret, into this choke point area. Attack the packs out. They want to get aggressive. Wait for it. Off the mark. It looks like Old School is the target that they want, but they can't get it. Now Uni, he has to reposition himself. Gauntlet down by Esadox. That means El Riesco strapped in there. Xenotech locked out from the backside. Now Kraken continues to march down the lane, and now it's a 2v3 fight situation. It's just not what Noble Esports needed. This is such a dire situation to be in right now. Booney doing his best to poke around, but Phoenix Rain just continue to move down this lane like a tsunami, an unstoppable force marching with this Kraken. Whoa! Old School damage is real right there, and Glaive able to find the kill. I love Joseph. No mercy. Phoenix Rain, an unstoppable force. Game 1, they blew wide open, never looked back. Game 2, they got it onto the back foot, but just completely turned things around.
Yeah, and Phoenix Rain just absolutely dominated this matchup against Noble Esports. It looked very, very rough for them at the beginning of that game too, but they were able to completely turn it around, turn it on its head, and just take the game away.
Yeah, really a phenomenal job out of them. You can see that, some smiles on Noble Esports' faces. They know, there were some small misplays that are happening. I'm sure they'll communicate about those things moving forward and look to correct those.
Yeah, it's not going to be too hard for them. They can easily, review their mistakes and change them for the next day.
Yeah, they definitely can. But Phoenix Rain, unbelievable. This team, and we knew coming into it that they have all the power to accomplish these things.
Right, and it's very interesting to see how these two teams will do tomorrow. I mean, Phoenix Rain moving up into the winners bracket, Noble moving down into the losers. But they're both very, very strong teams. I can see either team taking this next one.
Yeah, and as we look at the items here before we get out of this Xenotech, Xenotech Zekent, do you see anything standing out to you here?
Honestly, we see Noble Esports. They went with a very similar build to what Phoenix Rain had last game. It just didn't quite work out for them. They were able to get those early dives, but they weren't able to get the bone saws early enough to counteract that armor.
All right. Well, with that, I'm sure we have more to hear from Playoff Beard and our analysts back at the desk.
All right, thank you very much, Humanist. So it looked like we had a developing subplot there. Taka, not necessarily a ban priority in 117, but it was fun to watch.
Well, that was so entertaining at the start, when it was just like 9-0 and everyone was just screaming. You could hear the crowd. It was so loud. And I think what was happening was Noble Esports were really struggling to control the objectives. In the previous game, every time Phoenix Rain did something like that, they would push the tower down. At 10 minutes, the turret was still standing, even though they had a massive lead. And if you looked at I Love Joseph's and you looked at Uni's farm, Uni was 3 times ahead, at least. Yep. So I think they were just struggling to push together as a team.
Yeah, they kind of lost momentum, Rome.
Yeah, they were up ahead by a lot that last game, but things started to really fall apart when Uni tried to steal that gold miner.
Yeah.
And then one by one, they just came in and started dying, and that's exactly when the game started turning over.
Yeah, and It was interesting to watch how Noble Esports can be so Jekyll and Hyde. They came back and looked so strong, and their tournament is far from over. This is a team that can do a lot of damage in the lower half of the bracket as we move into day 2. But with that, it's a good day for Phoenix Rain, and who would you consider the MVP of this series?
Going to be I Love Joseph. Because, you know, the first game, the Taka he was dominating the jungle. His KDA was ridiculous, you know. And in that last game as Glaive, he was doing a really good job of peeling for Old School. They were trying to dive onto Old School like they did to Xenosec in the previous game, but he was being very effective, using his stun effectively to try and push them away.
All right, Phoenix Rain moves on. Any final thoughts on this series?
Yeah, well, I believe like after the first game, a lot of the opponents that are going to be playing up against Phoenix later on in the tournament, they were getting very nervous, seeing that Phoenix was playing so well. Second game, they might have eased up a bit, but seeing the strengths of Phoenix when they were playing from behind is something that's very new.
All right, make sure you're following the Vainglory channel on Twitter and using hashtag Vainglory Live for a chance to win an iPad and just have fun participating there on social media. With that, we're going to take a very quick break, but when we come back, it is the match that the community thinks will be the upset of the day. It's definitely going to be close. The number 2 seed Team Solomid, the number 7 seed Nemesis Hydra. Don't be fooled by those seeds. It's going to be really close, and don't go away. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the 2016 North America Spring Championships, live from the Avalon in Hollywood. I am Playoff Beard, here with Rome and Xingyi. And okay, so now the series that many people think might be the main event of the day. It is the number 2 seed TSM against the number 7 seed Nemesis Hydra. The community voted, thousands of votes came in, 42% of the community by overwhelming margin compared to the others thought that Nemesis Hydra could score the upset against TSM, but Team Solomid Rome, they are the reigning North American champions. They are the VIPL champions, at least for a few more days. They are the champion of champions after beating Team Secret at that fun event that we had recently. So why does the community think that Nemesis Hydra has such a good chance?
Because pretty much like Nemesis has been around since the competitive inception of Vainglory itself within the community. And I feel like the thing here is everybody knows how well they play consistently. Especially, you're looking at Lost Boy Top, one of the best roamers in the world. You have Hardek, whose experience like outmasses almost everybody else here. And then, this is the key point here, Von C. I believe Von C is the big player here that is going to make that pivotal role in terms of determining how they're going to actually come out with the win on top of TSM.
All right, I want to talk about that a lot more. But first, Team Solomid, the number 2 seed coming in, so much talent on this team. Mixi, an incredible playmaker. Koldamik, easily one of the best junglers in the world. And Flash X kind of ties it all together with incredible communication and shot calling.
Yeah, so in almost every single way, I would say TSM is completely the polar opposite of Nemesis Hydra. Nemesis Hydra, they're wild and unpredictable. TSM, they're calculated, they have so much strategy, and they're a very cerebral team. They put a lot of thought into the drafting phase and into their gameplay, and they're very good at objective control. So I would say call them the comeback kings, because you know, a lot of the time you'd be like, oh, they're not going to win that, and then somehow they're like just stomping ahead. We saw in VIPL, we saw in the last championships. There is so much potential in this game.
Yeah, so much discipline, so much practice. You know, this really is the quintessential professional Vainglory team, practicing 8 hours or more a day. And TSM, they just come in, not just with a game plan, but make very, very few mistakes.
Yeah, but you know, looking at through previous qualifiers to the last championship itself, they do tend to hide stuff towards that last day. And this might cost them early on, especially, you're looking at Nemesis Hydra. They are the 7th seed. However, they are by far not deserving of that 7th seed. They're way higher than that, in my opinion.
All right, so with Nemesis Hydra, their motto, no fear, just fight.
Yeah, Von C's motto. I think I got a picture of them holding up a sign for that, so I'll try and get that on later. But you can certainly see that in the gameplay. You know, sometimes I think it's a little bit concerning because when you do see a team fight breaking out, you kind of just see Von C going in, and you're kind of like seeing Lost Boy Tough and Hardek going, oh my God, should we go in? Okay, we're going to have to commit to this. And it actually works out all right for them in the end. But I think their biggest challenge is to try and rein him in a little bit, because sometimes I think in these tournament settings against organized teams, it's a little bit too much sometimes.
Yeah, it's important to not be too fearless. That said, this Nemesis Hydra team is on fire right now, coming off of 4 straight wins in the VIS in a smaller community-run tournament structure. But they're just playing so well, and really it's a team took a while to gel when they formed this kind of super trio, but they're starting to put it all together.
Yeah, like what I've been noticing coming out of Hydra lately was the fact that they're synergizing a lot better than previous games. But the thing here, like, today the matches between TSM and Hydra is going to be solely dependent on that jungle, and whoever wins that jungle, I feel will carry on to win the game.
And one of the key factors to that jungle is going to be that Nemesis Hydra, they will pull out all sorts of comps that you are not expecting. We'll keep an eye on that. But first, let's meet these teams.
Our biggest concerns for the first match will really come down to the draft. Nemesis Hydra is known for innovating a lot and using some more off-meta strategies, and hopefully whatever they do throw at us, we'll be very prepared.
I'm concerned about first match against TSM. I'm just worried about they've been playing 1.17 with screaming with private match, and we haven't. They pretty much know every single hero strategy comps, so we just have to do our best.
Nemesis Hydra is definitely going to be a really strong opponent. We've played against them quite a bit in the past. We've studied their draft strategy pretty adequately, and hopefully we will be well prepared when going against them.
Our strength against TSM is the synergy. We're going to be focusing on the jungle and make Von C really strong, and it will help us get ahead in the mid-game to late games.
The way that we're going to win the game is we're going to be out-rotating them, being more conservative and more passive in jungle, and then just winning it out in the late game.
Von C and Cole Meek are both very aggressive junglers. Styles differ a little bit in terms of their hero pools and hero preferences. Von C typically likes to go with maybe a Taka or an Alpha who can stick to someone a lot more, whereas Cole Meek's known for his glaive and sky play.
We're gonna try to be really aggressive in the early game, but TSM's rotation gonna be much better than us, but our playstyle is no fear, just fight.
Von C tends to be extremely aggressive. I'm an aggressive jungler myself, but he tends to like to contest every camp. With me, I'm more conservative and I like to go for a safer farming route. I think against him, I'll just be able to telegraph his aggression.
And I'm really confident that Von C can take out Cole Mix. Just have to be like playing safe in lane so it won't put us in a bad position.
I think that Lost Boy Toph and myself are both comfortable on all of the various roam heroes. In terms of differences, I think that he might have a little bit more of a preference for Catherine, whereas I have played a fair amount of roam glaive.
If playing against TSM, the most important person is Lost by Toph. He gonna carry us. I think he can do better than Flash, and yeah, everyone's saying Toph is better than Flash.
In terms of who's going to have the advantage, it's just going to come down to hero compositions and whoever executes accordingly.
All right, it was fun to see those two teams for a minute, and it's hard to pick players to watch with these matchups. Mixi, such a playmaker, playing really on instinct, making a huge amount of plays. We saw Meek in that jungle battle, so important, a menacing jungler, especially on those melee junglers. Flash X, his role will be pivotal. Who's your player to watch?
Well, looking at this match, I do think that I have to pick Meek, because I do know Mixi will win that lane. I have a feeling that he can make those big plays that is needed for the side of TSM. But it all comes down to the jungle, like I just mentioned, and Meek is the person to be paying attention to.
All right, and in that jungle for Nemesis Hydra, yes, it's going to be very important how Von C plays, how Hardik plays, but Lost Boy Toffee is a highlight machine. It's so much fun for the casters. So some great people to choose from there. Xingyi, who do you like?
It's going to be Von C. So we kind of first saw him like way back as part of Von Menace, and we were impressed from the very start, and he's been continuing to impress us as Nemesis Hydra. He, like FlashX said, he is innovative, he is fearless, you can just tell, and I think that's a really exciting dynamic to the team that they've really needed over the past few seasons.
Yeah, and as you heard in that video, one of the critical things is going to be, does he play a little too fearless? Does he put the team in tough positions, or do they play it just right? We're into the draft for match 1 of this best of 3. And it's no surprise, Rome, to see the Fortress come off the board, but the Hydra ban of Scarf, interesting.
And yeah, that's actually very difficult due to the fact that we both know that Mixi does play a lot of Scarf. However, I do feel like Hardik has a really strong Scarf.
Wow, so off the bat, it's a Finn and a Kestrel.
So Team Secret have actually said publicly that Kestrel is their counter for Blackfeather, so I think Nemesis Hydra probably realized that this does work, so I think it's a very effective draft so far.
Okay, and if you're watching VIPL over in Korea, Kestrel certainly having a field day over there. So Mixi on the Adagio, Meek takes the Adagio, Meek takes the Arden. Thoughts?
Well, I do feel like the composition coming out TSM here is more early and late game oriented, whereas Nemesis Hydra, they have a lot of things they can do.
Whoa, I'm cutting you off. I'm cutting you off. It's Akashka. This is not update 111. Hardik, thank you, sir. We'll have to see if they can make it work, though. In ranked, they have been playing kind of these old school early game aggression comps, even using a Kashka, a Ringo, a Fortress. We'll have to see what they can do with this Kashka. I can't wait to see this. You know I love it with the call. It's Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I am Tasty Bacon. To my right is none other than the one and only four-court jester, and we are so excited to be casting this match. The reigning North American champions against arguably one of the hottest teams in Vainglory right now in Nemesis Hydra.
One of the only teams, or actually the only team to be in...
Actually, we're going to have some early action right off the bat as Hardek wasting no time, going aggressive with this Kashka right onto Cole the Meek, and they end up in actually a pretty even trade. But why don't we take a moment to talk about this Kashka?
All right, so Kashka by Hardek, who has now been to 3 championships here with the team of Liberation X. So when you say hot, these guys know what's up. They have been through all the patches, and they are here. Hardek could be in some trouble, though.
Yeah, and not only with the 3 consecutive championships for them, but actually gonna have a fight here as it's Mixi, the one taking a lot of damage. Hardek, though, goes in so aggressively and is taken so low. This is that aggression that we talked about, that we heard from the analyst desk. This is what both teams love to do, and I expect nothing but constant fighting.
All right, so we talked to these teams yesterday. Liberation X, we talked to Hardek, and he said if we can ban out Scarf, and they don't really take something that can that is not dealable, he's bringing back a Kashka. In first game, he does it. It's amazing. And it's a lane Kashka as well. You might say, all right, he's in the jungle. He's going to be looking to build up that burst and, own that. But no, he's here in lane.
Yeah, well, for now, it's Lost Boy Toph in lane, just trying to hold those minions there so that they don't get into the turret, so Hardek won't lose any of that farm. Doing a great job, and it also allows Von C on this Kestrel. This is a pick that we've seen Von C play a lot to immense amounts of success. It's a pick that you kind of associate with being more passive and more defensive, trying to siege up or, looking to bait someone into an active camo. But Von C is still hyper aggressive even with this Kestrel pick. And we can see all 6 members up in the lane. There's going to be a polite company pulling them all in a bit. Cole the Meek seems to be the target, but he's gotten himself out of there. And instead it will be Hardek on that Kashka. But a kill is answered. Will Lost Boy Toph go down on the spin? Uses that polite company to get himself a little bit of extra help. But Von C is cleaning house on this Kestrel.
No fear, just fight.
No fear, just fight. That is, he said it in his intro video. That is his motto. It's how he plays this game, and it just worked out to perfection.
This is going to be one of those heroes that just suits him because he also, just keep an eye on his items. I don't know if he's going to pull it out here, but in previous qualifiers, he has run Kestrel. He's been doing it on stream, and he has been actually rocking double Sorrow Blades. And now with so many kills under his belt already, he is sitting 3-0, 100% of those earnings into his pocket. If he does get that early Sorrow, and he continues this pain train, I can only imagine he's going to pick up a second.
Yeah, 3 minutes, and he has a heavy steal in his inventory already. No one else even is close to the amount of gold that Von C has picked up. We can now see the, TSM, they're going to be looking to stick together because they know they have to against this Nemesis Hydra squad. Is this going to be another fight? That's going to be a lot of damage onto Flash X, but Von C is putting all of his attention onto the 2 carries with those glimmer shots.
All right, but still aggression. Hardek is going to be more or less the initiator here. He's also going to be the target focus. Look for him to actually build up a little bit more tankier than you might think. So it's going to be a bit more of a tank Kashka. So that will leave us the opportunity of Finn to do the peels, to do the fortified health, get those anchors going, and then it's just going to come down to Von C to just lay down the pain.
Yep, well, speaking of laying down the pain, that's a very risky move to walk straight into that brush. I see a lot of players do it, and thankfully for Hydra, it didn't cost them there. But, I mean, this Kashka building pure tank along with a Finn, that means it's going to be really difficult for the side of Team Solo Mid to actually burst down either of those 2 targets, while, again, Kestrel is just going to be sitting in the back, the 1-shot, 1 kill, just being used essentially for harassment at this point, as it does hit the Adagio for a decent chunk of damage, but he'll be able to heal that up before any important action happens.
Yeah, but still, I mean, 60-second cooldown, it's not the worst in the world. It's not like 100 seconds or anything. And in the middle of a fight, Von C, he's going to want to stay mobile. He's going to want to stay on his auto attacks. And is just using it here could actually result very nicely.
Yeah, that's going to be another fight breaking out. Look at the health of Mixi. He's just being dwindled down. There goes Hardek jumping onto him. Not quite enough damage, and Mixi will answer it. Meanwhile, Von C was not quite able to pick up Cole the Meek either. So a couple of near falls there for Nemesis.
Yeah, Nemesis perhaps jumping the gun a little bit there, but Vonzi using that ult early. I mean, as you said, you saw how low Mixi already was. If they can use that to an advantage to then wind up for a fight, 10, 15 seconds later, then yeah, there's absolutely no reason not to use that ult. But Hardek dropping here, he's not going to get this farm. No, he's definitely not going to get this farm, not with the whole team. And if he tries to jump in, okay, Mixi's going to let him go.
Yeah, he almost got one of them, but they both did go over to Team Solo Mid. Now it's a 2-on-1. They're going to just focus down Hardek. Even though he's building tank, there's not really a whole lot he can do. It is still just a Kashka after all against 2 members of Team Solo Mid. So another kill, but meanwhile, Vainglory goes and takes out the camp of Team Solo Mid. So at least they're keeping the gold relatively even.
Well, the other thing is that Hardek was, tying them up. They knew exactly where they were. They didn't actually have an eye on Mixi, so they were able to get a little bit of lane farming. But they've also been able to keep Kestrel safe because they knew exactly where TSM is. Now with this rotation, Vainglory might have to do a little bit of guesswork, but he can probably assume at this point that it's not safe to go to the right.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe assumption to make. However, he's still hanging around here. It looks like Nemesis may be rotating down, or it looks like they're actually going to go for the turret instead. Just using Vainglory as a scout, as they do now see the team coming in, and now they're going to come in and look for the fight. That's a lot of damage onto Kolomik, and he is going to fall, but they do pick up Vainglory as well, a 1-for-1 trade once again.
Yeah, but with Vainglory out, I mean, that's it for the aggression. Nemesis Hydra won't really be able to take on Mixi and Flash, I don't feel, especially with Toph on Finn. He just does not have the mobility. He doesn't have the level 6 for the anchor, so they can't pull him into the turret. And Hardek, I mean, at this point, sure, he has a little bit of crystal and that chronograph, but it's just not going to punch through Mixi.
Yeah, I mean, once the Aftershock is done, they'll have a lot more damage. Just giving that % health and the extra burst off of those basic attacks. But until the Aftershock is completed for Hardek, the damage just really isn't going to be there. They're really relying heavily on Vainglory at the moment. So as long as they can keep Vainglory healthy and alive, then they have a good shot of winning these fights, and that's why they've been pretty even trades thus far.
Some minion candies coming out here from Hardek, as well as, again, that Aftershock we were looking for. It will actually hit Mixi there as the minion mine goes their way as well, but Vainglory's also opted to go into health, and we had picked up a little bit more there from Hardek as well, so, Mixi.
Nice forced accord. Does
gonna run it.
Mixi, but he's just going to run the same direction because it was actually a little bit too aggressive from Vainglory, but there's going to be a nice yummy catnip frenzy locking up Mixi, but he's still hanging on and gets the kill onto Hardek instead. What a great job by Mixi, having the courage to stand there and fight despite being at low health the entire time.
You had no choice. I mean, that was the better move to do it. Yeah, you're going to be dangerous low. Even if you went down, it still at worst would have been a trade, or even at better a 2-for-1. But again, you just can't really aggress right now, I don't think, from Nemesis Hydra. Not with Hardek as kind of squishy as he is. He's 0-4 because he's jumping into these 3v1 situations.
Yep, and with Kolomik on this Black Feather, they are able to go aggressive underneath the turret, so he can just use that Rose offensive to get himself out of there.
One shot, one
kill. It does hit Flash X, but doesn't secure the kill.
They can chase.
Does not live up to the name, but this is going to be at least 1 kill. I love the fact that Team Solo Mid split up.
Right, yeah, no, you see that. You're going to see that a lot here over this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. As Flash, as long as he can keep these guys split as well, just kind of keep them running as long as they can. Kestrel pays that one, but Mixi, I don't know if Toph is going to have this. The jukes, can Mixi juke it?
It's going to be difficult, but with the forced accord, he misses the quibble. However, the Polite Company does finish him off. So a great job by Lost Boy Toph to make sure that they get something out of that.
Well, Mixi is going to be like, well, my boots are up in 3 seconds. Just unfortunate timing on him, but a great pickup there from Toph, making those plays that we do know, the highlight factory. And Cole, he's going to try to do some defense. Turret will stand, and it will not go the way of Nemesis, so that gold still being denied. Gold overall, though, it's not really a huge deal between the teams. It hovers between about 500 or so.
Yeah, it's a very, very close matchup. This is what we expected, too. There's been a lot of fighting. We have 13 kills in just 9 minutes, but the gold is still very, very even. And it's both of these teams' play styles. Their play styles clash directly head on because they are very similar, and it's showing in these fights. Loyal, they go for a forced accord. Nope, doesn't look like they want it.
Oh, that
another hits. I don't think he has missed a 1-shot 1 kill yet.
No, it might not be the intended target, but it still hits somebody. And now, oh man, I don't know about TSM
here. There's going to be the gauntlet thrown down. Yummy Catnip Frenzy does lock up Cole the Meek, but he's still alive and rather healthy as they take out Vainglory. Team Solo Mid are just focusing their target so well. Hardek is the next target. Koldamik gonna go diving underneath the turret to try and get that one. Doesn't quite have the damage, gets pulled back in, and the quibble, but it's not enough. Oh, it's just so close always. And Team Solo Mid now gonna try and pick up one of these 2 kills at least.
The reflex,
Hardek
the
still
reflex.
managing to stay alive. Oh man, these teams, like, how can you get that close to falling so consistently?
They're on the edge of their seats, but I mean, they only did lose out to Kestro, and Kestro at this point does actually pick up that reflex block, realizes that they need a little bit more defense. Cole's even not going to drop here. Vonsi's going to be in pursuit, but 3v1, he is not going to be supported by his team. Can he actually pick up anything?
Yeah, he's looking for it. He puts down the active camo. He gets Mixi. He's getting dropped very low by this Ardent. Puts down another active camo. Gets the stun, and now Lost Boy is here. The gold mine is in, though, and gold mine actually helps Flash X secure that kill. I think the gold mine
killed Vonsi.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it did. It definitely helped him to secure that kill.
Flash X just sunglasses and walks away.
Lost Boy Tough, he has to be wondering where it all went wrong, because the gold mine used to be his best friend in securing kills.
Well, I'm impressed that he actually was able to pick up the Arden, but the Adagio, but the Arden taking him home is definitely not part of that plan. It does open up space here for this turret. It is going to drop stun into Cole.
Yeah, Cole the Meek is going to get dropped. Great job by Mixi, stepping in front of that one-shot, one-kill to protect his teammate. And now Lost by Toph is trying to get the hell out of there.
That's the surrender
He
flag.
just took a lot of damage from that. He's getting a lot of damage off. Great force the cord, pulls 2 in along with Yummy Cat and Frenzy. Finally, a kill going the way of Hardek. Again, he had one early on, and it's just been
we have no flare for Flash?
Will Flash be able to get out of this one? It's just the Finn chasing him, but here comes Von C. But also here comes Cole the Meek. It looks like they are going to let this one go, though. Yeah,
it's just going to tie up way too many resources to try to chase down Arden at this point. Toph, for example, just won't be able to keep pace. And if we do actually get Cole the Meek into position, Cole the Meek will just be the Vanguard target. So they smartly do give it up. They do a little bit of shopping and pick up their backs. Mixi's going to be back in lane, so not really too much of an issue there. But I'm looking at Von C, and I'm really considering if he is actually picking up that second Sora Blade next.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. It definitely looks like that's what he's doing. He has the components.
He surprised me before, but it's Von C. Like, this is just what he does. Every time I've seen him watch Kestro in a tournament game, this is what he's done. That was a gauntlet.
I think they thought that the rest of the rest of Nemesis were in that brush. So a aggressive gauntlet not quite paying off. That's going to be a force cord. It pulls in 2. Cole the Meek is on the wrong side of the team, but here comes Mixi as well. Cole the Meek does go down. Yummy Cat and Frenzy gets the stun on Mixi, and then followed up with a quibble. That is the combination that they want to land over and over.
Time to run. You do not want to be standing out here. But at 2-0, I mean, that's going to be fantastic for Nemesis, because now they can actually take control a little bit more of the map. You might not be able to pick up the gold mine here because it's at half. You might want to let it do up, but there's nothing to contest them here. Flash is just not going to have the damage.
Yeah, Flash is doing what he can, but it's just not enough. That turret does go down, and Nemesis Hydra, just like that, all of a sudden, they're the ones with the gold lead.
1,000 gold, yeah, in their pocket. Now they can pick up that gold mine if they really want. Now there's a trap, so TSM will not actually be in the blind. In fact, this is sort of strange for me. Flash X has put down scout traps. All right.
Yeah, it's
a new day, Bacon. It's
a rare sight to see, but it does happen every once in a while. That's another one shot.
That does hit.
It did hit Cole the Meek, so
100%.
I don't believe he has missed a single one. That is incredibly impressive.
This. They're looking for
it. They're fighting over the gold mine. Cole the Meek is the target, and Cole the Meek is down. Flash X gets stunned, gets pulled back in. I don't know if he's going to get away from this one. Hardek trying to chase onto this Koshka will be able to get that extra movement speed, and we're just going to...
It's a Crystal Koshka. Every auto attack is not really the nail in the coffin. Von C's not going to get Mixi, but he will take some damage.
I mean, he wanted it. He wanted that kill on Mixi, but it's just a little bit too deep. Meanwhile, the chase is still happening.
He gets a potion! Flash X
oh my god, Flash X just stopped to grab the potion! Von C gets in a 1v1 with Mixi, and they both go down. This game is insane.
That burn. So Flash will live out of that one. Nemesis not able to... What do you mean somehow? It's Arden.
He was being chased by 2 members.
He just took them around the block, picked up a potion, chugged it, and went home.
They literally just played Ring Around the Rosie around the entire map with Flash X.
Now, again, like not popping out of that scout trap. They know where Hardek is right now. Lost Boy is not exactly the most immobile, so if they can't see him and he's not on their side of the map, they're not really too worried about it. But when it comes to that gold, remember, that 1,000 gold lead we were just touting is now gone because they weren't able to pick up Flash. There was no real objectives because they were chasing kills, and our laners did just trade out for each other. They didn't farm up. They just kind of murdered. So that big advantage that Nemesis just kind of had is now gone, and we're about to see our first Kraken.
Yeah, and Cole the Meek looks like he's going to be getting himself a reflex block as well. So it will be very difficult for them to lock anyone else.
Crystal infusions.
15 minutes. The infusions are picked up immediately. Only one infusion for everyone, which despite the fact that that is the case on live, there's a second infusion actually now coming up for Von C. We are on 1.17 once again, so you can still buy 2 infusions. That was one of the major changes in 1.18. But
kind of
right
a split
now,
reception on it.
definitely an advantage in terms of the infusion game for Nemesis, and that's why they're looking for a fight right here. Here comes the Finn, a one-shot, one-kill, 715 damage.
Yep, Mixture's just going to go home. He's like, no, screw that noise. I'm out. So if he does that, yeah, they actually 2 of them head home. This is only Black further on map. We have no vision. We've already popped it. The flares are down, and now Nemesis Hydra, they do have the double sword blade ready. Lost Boy Tops in fantastic form, and Hardek, I think he's tanky enough to kind of lead them if they need to. This is going to be the first Kraken of the Team Solo Mid series, and it's not even for them. She's turncoat.
Yeah, this is, that's a beautiful Rose offensive from Cole the Meek. It drags Hardek deep into the team, and he's getting focused down. Von C is in the middle, doing so much damage, trying to get Mixi. A Burst of Judgment does come out, but it gets blocked, and that is going to be a kill onto Mixi. Von C does fall because Cole the Meek is still alive. Koshka manages to pick one up, and now we have the Rome versus Rome battle.
Top's not going to win that.
Versus Flash. I don't think Top wants to win that. He just wants to take this turret.
Right. But so Flash is going to take a while to take him down, or maybe he's just going to ignore him and go for the Kraken. Either way, you got 2 giant targets here that are pushing your turrets. There we go. Flash will eventually get him down. But how much damage can this Kraken get? Can that Kraken get another turret? Because at this point, I think it very well could.
Yeah, it definitely could, but we are going to just be continuing to see the Kraken shove into the space. All 3 members from Team Solo Mid are now up, so they should be able to take down this Kraken before it gets this turret.
So what, half? About half.
Yeah, about half or so. But
not bad.
That was an incredible Rose offensive from Cole the Meek.
Yeah, it's hardly... yeah, that Rose offensive, as soon as he saw that with Cat in Frenzy, and he was just gunning it. It was like, that was kind of the big point right there. Nemesis Hydra went from just winning that fight straight out to struggling with it and eventually losing and not being able to end the game on that Kraken. So this is still anybody's game, because look at the gold. Again, 200 between the teams here at the 17-minute mark. Next Kraken's going to be even a little bit more stronger, and the only thing that we have really for Nemesis to go forward is that they still have all 5 turrets standing.
Yeah, and look at the infusions now. The infusions from Nemesis are all wearing off just as Team Solo Mid is getting double infusions on their carries. So this is...
big advantage, big swing here for Team Solo Mid.
Yep, there are a couple of infusions now just being picked up by Nemesis, but they don't have those doubles. That could be absolutely crucial in this fight as they are looking for it. They're going to find each other, or at least they find Lost Boy Top. Von C able to put out a good amount of damage. Another hit on 1-shot, 1-kill. That is unbelievable, the accuracy.
Cole still has that reflex there as well. He didn't use it to shield it up. He knew it's not going to take him down, and I'm not entirely too sure who's the better positioning here.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out because everyone is clumped up. A Gauntlet does lock him up. A beautiful Yummy Cat in Frenzy, but it got stunned by the Gauntlet, and that is a kill onto Hardek, and Von C is down now as well. This is Team Solo Mid chasing down Lost Boy Top. He is just a big river troll. He can't get away from that. That is an ace for Team Solo Mid.
They put so much emphasis on taking down Cole the Meek, but the reflex, perfect. The heals from Mixshape, perfect. By the time all the stuns had cleared, he was sitting there full health, and then all of a sudden, just you couldn't sustain through that. So here's the beginning of their ending a push. I don't think they can take game right here, not with those timers as they are, but this is a really good comeback swing again from TSM. A lot of gold, a lot of ace buff. That might even bring down their turrets down to half. But 16-14 for kills, that's not really the story. The story right now is the big swing of momentum Team Solo Mid has. And it still hits!
It still gets the hit. These are completely blind shots. There is no vision of that part of the map for Von C.
Well, Flash at this point, he can just shrug it off. Look at him, he's already
back to full.
And they are going to find Hardek.
There's going to be another fight. Hardek is way too far forward, and he's taking a lot of damage. Team Solo Mid are still almost full health, but there's Von C's damage. The Yummy Cat in Frenzy does lock down Cole the Meek, but he's still so healthy. Hardek gets out. Von C is untouched on the back lines, and Hardek jumps back in. Cole the Meek and Von C are duking it out, but it is going to be Von C falling, Vainglory staying alive. It was Kolomik, the first miss from one shot, one kill, but Vainglory is doing everything he can. He gets flash, but he falls to Mixi, and that will be an ace for Team Solo Mid. Mixi, the last man standing.
You know, it would have been very impressive for 100% hit on that ult, but the Kestrel missing at the end was the big thing. If he had hit Mixi, he might have actually been able to take it, but Flash lived so long in that fight. Hardek just, you know, as tanky as he is, he really only has that Aftershock, a little bit of Crystal past that, and he was not able to take down Flash. So a big advantage to Mixi and crew, because TSM now are about to end the game.
Yeah, that was so smart from Mixi there, focusing on one turret first. Actually, will he be able to finish?
Just
That's the question.
on it.
The reflex block does come out on for Yummy Cat and Frenzy. They're doing what they can to take down Mixi. Mixi's just focusing on that turret, trying to keep himself alive. One shot, one kill doesn't connect, but the turret, or the crystal is down, and that is Team Solo Mid picking up the victory in an extremely exciting game number 1.
Big smile there on Flash. He's like, I wasn't even in the victory shot, but well done, Mixi. He pushed out on the back of an ace. He got that win, that game number 1 in the bag, and now up 1-0 over these guys. I mean, this is a very similar, very familiar situation for these guys because TSM is they're very momentum-based, it feels sometimes. If they take the first game, they almost always will take the second. And the Koshka was that the strongest card up the sleeve of Nemesis Hydra?
I have to assume it's not. I feel like, because everyone knows that Hardek is, if anyone was going to pull out the Koshka, it was going to be Hardek.
Right.
And I feel like they pulled it out to try and maybe catch Team Solo Mid off guard. They are still a team that plays very conventional meta picks as well as bringing out these big curveballs. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was like their only, like their big hope of winning. They're still a really strong team that has beaten Team Solo Mid before. We can take a look at these builds. That double Sorrow Blade from Vainglory was so close to securing the game for them.
All right, so, I mean, at the end of it, infusions was the big thing, but, you know, we're going to take a quick break here, get game number 2. Rowan, Bacon, I think we're going to throw it back to the analysts. I can't say, you know, like, Humanist and Roman anymore, but it's still Rowan, Playoff Beard, and Jinyi.
All right, thank you very much, Forecourt Jester. We were not kidding when we said this was going to be a good series. So much fun. Lost Boy Toph with those hooks. Hardik with the off-meta Koshka pick.
You loved it.
Of course I loved it, but Koshka falls off. Let's break it down a piece at a time. So first, TSM, they bend and don't break. They do this all the time. Yeah. They get down, they stay composed, they stay patient, they know what they have to do to come back and win.
And that's one of their biggest strengths because they were down for like a majority of that early game, mid-game, but they knew exactly when to start making those fights, trying to make those things turn around, and that was all done from Flash's Gauntlet. That moment when he threw down that gauntlet and it stunned automatically Vainglory and Hardek, that was when the entire thing turned around. They grabbed that ace, they grabbed 2 turrets, and then it was their game to win.
Yeah, and of course having the gauntlet plus Adagio's Verse of Judgment can be a dangerous combination zoning people in.
Yeah, but you know, let's look at Koshka for a second.
Yes, please.
Koshka is the thing that everyone is talking about. Like, a lot of people feel that she's been nerfed, especially with her primarily playing out of that jungle. However, throwing her up in that lane was an excellent choice done by Nemesis. They know exactly, going melee up against that Black Feather, they have a good advantage. Both very bruisey, both have those perks that they can get up, and they played very well. I feel like that composition for Nemesis Hydra was genius.
All right, so let's talk about some of the choices there, though. So more of a Tanksha. Didn't get a Broken Myth, I don't think, the entire game. Did you like that choice? Because it was successful early.
I feel like he could have done with a Broken Myth because we did see, I think, Kolomik and Mixi building an Aegis, and I think that was really beginning to show when the later stages of the game, he really wasn't making much meaningful damage onto them, which I think was a bit of a problem for Nemesis Hydra by that point.
One other thing, of course, with Koshka, all that mobility, sometimes you get too far out ahead of the team. Some of those Yummy Catnip Frenzy ultimates locking down, especially Mixi, where Vainglory wasn't in a position to fully take advantage of it.
Yeah, and that was the only thing. And this just comes down to communication and making sure that everybody on the Hydra team is coordinated. Before the match even started, Nemesis did say they didn't get as much practice time in as TSM did. And hopefully moving on, this is something that they can communicate through each other mid-match.
Vainglory, a nightmare on that Kestrel.
He's a nightmare on everybody
Yes,
that he plays.
He really is, he really is. Okay, so Kolomik, we know that he's an incredibly strong Black Feather. Can you afford to allow Kolomik to get that hero?
I think I was a little bit concerned at the start when I saw Kolomik going for that breaking point at first, because I was like, Breaking Point, really, you kind of need to have more base weapon damage before you can start building a Breaking Point, but then they were able to hold out into the late game. At that point, you can really see why Call the Meek is such a threat on that Black Feather.
And you can certainly see why Team Solo Mid are the North America champions, the VIPL champions, the champion of champions, beating EU in that North America versus Europe head-to-head matchup. They just are so opportunistic, finding a way to win and take advantage of every little mistake.
Well, the thing is, a lot of people break down the game into the early, mid, and late game. However, when TSM looks at it, Flash especially, they break down the game from every minute to minute to minute, and they know exactly what's going to go on. And even if they are behind, one of their biggest strengths is their ability to come back by making those very big plays, by pinpointing exactly which minute they're going to do it.
Yeah, and a lot of that pinpoint comes down to saving gold for certain moments for infusions.
And, you know, we're still 1.17, and the fact that they can all double infuse at the same time, it's TSM's game to win.
Yeah, so 118 can't do that anymore. Don't waste the 500 gold, but we are playing this tournament on 117. It was so interesting to watch. So many incredible, flashy plays. Real quick, while we're waiting for the draft to start, Lost Boy top with those hooks. No missed hooks there.
Oh my gosh, there was one time when you just pulled in, I think Flash and Colin left and Mixie, and you're like, oh my god, and you quibbled them immediately. Such a nice chain. He is on point with those forced accords.
All right, this is a best of 3. We are ready for the draft of match 2. It's Adagio off the board from Nemesis Hydra. What does TSM do now after what they just saw?
Well, the thing with that is TSM doesn't play too many compositions based on Adagio anymore. With this recent patch, they've been leaning more towards like that early mid-game where they don't have to depend on one hyper carry.
All right, we'll wait and see what Flash X chooses to do here. This is the hottest team in North America versus the champions of North America, and they understandably do not want to see Lost Boy on this Finn anymore.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an odd target ban because I don't think, you know, whilst Lost Boy Tough is very good at the Finn, he's also very good at the other roamers. I'm not sure if they're trying to force him onto a particular roamer, such as Arden or Catherine.
Well, we know Hardik has been so good on that scarf. We heard Flash X say in the video they wanted to take that scarf away, but clearly they wanted to set up the Fortress Black Feather.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to try and save Sky for the last pick. And the thing about TSM is, taking out that Finn, they know they have a better chance of making sure that Fortress is as effective as possible early game.
All right, it's the hack special, the double poke, Scarf and Kestrel. That's going to be a lot of fun with these two.
It's true, but you know they are playing against Fortress and Blackfeather who can dive straight in. And I think the biggest problem is Lost Boy Tough is going to have to peel for both Fonzie and Hardik, which is going to be a difficult task.
Oh, it's Lost Boy on the Arden, the ultimate highlight reel machine. Lost Boy! Where's Vedius when we need him?
Where's Vedius? Yeah, exactly. We just need him swinging.
I hope that's Koldamik on the glaive. Really, it could go either way here. That's going to be fun to watch. I cannot wait to see what happens in match 2. And with the call, it's Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon.
One of these days.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard. And we are back for game number 2 between Team Solo Mid and Nemesis Hydra. Lost Boy Tough on Arden. A glaive for Team Solo Mid. Does it get any better than this?
No, I was with Sky. Wow, I was with Rome.
Oh.
I wish I was with Sky.
Weren't you with Kraken last time too? I mean,
yeah.
You're all over the place.
I have my favorite picks, but I really thought it was going to be a Sky last pick instead of the glaive. But you know, with the Fortress Blackfeather's glaive, this could be opening up for a double weapon, and that is something that we did see already today here in the championships, but as well plentiful throughout the qualifiers.
Yep, and it is, in fact, Cull the Meek on the glaive. Cull the glaive is back. This is...
You don't glaive the Meek?
Glaive? No, it's Cull the glaive.
All right.
That's what it's always been, and it always will be, because Cull the Meek is one of the best, if not the best, glaive player in the world. He knows this hero inside and out, and every single time he's on it, something amazing happens. It's pretty great. I can't wait to see it.
Oh dear.
But we do see already immediately up in the lane onto Hardik.
Yep.
That's just going to happen over and over again with a glaive against a scarf. Like, just in general, that's going to happen constantly.
So now you kind of see a little bit of the logic here. It's just like, well, we could Sky and just put it on Mixie, or we could actually put Glaive on one of the best in the world and punish that Scarf. So Hardik, this was something we talked about. Hardik seems to have this really ridiculously high win rate with Scarf. The team itself might not be as high win rate, but every time there's a Scarf, Hardik is known and feared for it. So when he picks it up here, last picking into the Glaive, TSM definitely have a little bit more of an advantage here early game, because as soon as he pushes out, just Glaive has to come visit.
Yeah, and that's how you play against a Scarf. You need to really punish him as hard as you possibly can in the early game, because if it gets late game and Scarf you haven't made the game miserable for him, then he's just going to start carrying extremely hard. And I love what Nemesis is doing now. They're letting Scarf have the jungle farm so that he doesn't get completely punished in this lane.
Well, Vainglory, I want to say Vainglory can actually be a little bit more survivable, but I'm not entirely sure I can back that up. Not at level 3, not in this game, not with the weapon power that he has currently. And you can see Vainglory as well. I mean, he picks up that after his rotation, he had that weapon blade. Now he has a little bit of armor there as well.
Yeah, but here comes Cole the Meek looking to pay Vainglory a visit, but Vainglory sniffs that one out and backs off immediately. Very wisely done there. Got a good amount of damage onto Cole, or Mixi, but there's going to be the glaive coming in anyway. Gets the stun into the wall, but with Lost Boy Toph there to defend, it's not going to be enough. The Spitfire does connect, but everything just kind of just poking, sort of feeling each other out a bit.
So I'm pretty sure they're going to swap here again. Hardek, he's done his farm, he has those crystal bits, but he also has boots. So that's a very important thing to have, especially up against some of these gangsters to be kind of coming in. And Vainglory, of course, he doesn't. So now he's going to upgrade. He gets that steel, a few more potions. No boots for him, curiously enough.
And also some flares picked up by Hardek as well, just to keep himself even more safe in the lane. You know, if he starts pushing up a bit, just throw a flare into the brush, see if your opponents are coming. It's how you have to play Scarf early is you have to be so defensive. If you can land some Spitfires, get a little bit of aggression onto your opposing laner, that's great, but you always have to be so wary of this glaive coming up from the jungle.
Hardek as well gets himself with that armor. I'm looking at Cole the Meek though. He has scout traps. Flash as well, scout traps. Again, a little bit confusing on that one. His MO is kind of just non-existent right now, but they are really trying to emphasize that they have vision.
Yeah, they're really wanting. I think it's that rotation and the fact that there is a Kestrel are two of the main reasons why they're doing this, because of the fact that Nemesis are a team that they can be super aggressive, and sometimes that aggression can be unpredictable. Like, you know, we've heard teams say if a team is too aggressive, they can be predictable in their aggression.
Right.
I think Nemesis even goes a step beyond that, and they become so aggressive that it's almost unpredictable where they're going to be.
And here comes Cole. That's a pretty predictable coming into that lane. Hardek pushing up as much as he did, but we split, and Toph, he's going to go one way, and they leave the little dragon to his own devices, so it's not going to be a successful kill.
Yep, a great job by Hardek and Lost Boy Toph.
Look at those traps, though.
Up.
Oh,
yeah,
no, they know exactly where they are.
But they find them all with that flare, or at least most of them. There was still one down next to the shop, but Team Solomid, they're going to be stealing away these back camps, doing what they can, and Vainglory is just doing what he can to try and take them back, and maybe even look for a kill. He gets one onto Cole. Flash Axe is now left alone. That's going to be a sad, sad puppy as Lost Boy Toph.
Is he giving it to Toph? Is he giving the kill to Toph?
They are going to give the kill to Toph.
Are they trying to stagger this, or are they just trying to drag it out? All right, well, the turret will put it to Toph. All right.
I think it was more that Vainglory was just like, you know what, the kill isn't worth that much gold early on. I want to go get into their jungle, so you finish this one off.
Okay. Well, I mean, hey, it worked. Definitely puts 2 points on the board there for Hydra. Vaughn did not get the farm though. He got 0 out of 3, but because of that, he just kind of shifted gears and took down Cole instead. So 2 kills to the farm, the little bit of the stagger. They're not going to get a huge amount out of it other than just the satisfactory kills that they were. But Vainglory, again, like, there's a lot of armor on the team here from Nemesis Hydra, and with that vision game, it looks like Cole's kind of just out of it for now. And Flash, no more scout traps, so I guess they're just going to revert back to regular ways.
Yep, that is going to be the minion mine taken very early on from both teams. Neither side wanting the others to have that advantage in lane harassment damage. Looks like Hardek still just playing rather defensively, doing a pretty good job of it thus far.
Oh, that's a bad start.
Man, after missing, that's 2 in a row that he's missed now. I think.
Whoops.
I think maybe there's something affecting him.
Here's the trademark Flash thing though. 5 minutes in, has a fountain.
Yep.
And this is something that they do. They do actually forego a lot of scout traps, which is, again, a little bit more surprising earlier. And he takes that gold and he puts it towards an earlier item. If you don't get it by 8 minutes, you're definitely behind. But he can pick it up before 6, which means that their support could have actually had a little bit of a window there for a fight. But now, of course, you're going to see Toph, he picks up his as well. He hasn't been plentifully mining either.
Yeah, both of these rumors putting heavy importance on that Fountain of Renewal, as they should. It's arguably the strongest item in the game, especially for teams that are aggressive and like to fight, like both of these two.
Like Vainglory,
so
yeah.
it's really important for both of them to get that Fountain of Renewal early. Looking at Vainglory, looks like his damage has definitely been a lot slower coming out this game than it was in game number 1. Does finish off that first Sorrow Blade though.
Yep,
So we'll have to see
645 is
if he goes
real
for
good.
a second one. Or if it just remains the one. Hardek, meanwhile, building towards that Broken Myth. And should actually, he's getting close to having enough gold for it. Not quite there yet, though.
Well, it's really going to come down to this next set of fights. We just had a lot of level 6s now accomplished. Hardek has his ready to go. We got the gauntlet there from Lost Boy. That's why we were kind of just waiting. That's still 0%.
3 in a row.
3 in a row. We should probably stop measuring it, make it feel a little bit better. But Flash, he's down low. He's not even level 6 right now, and with that current hit points, he's just not going to be able to fight. But if they stick around, he potions up a little bit, and then at the beginning he throws down the fountain or something. With those level 6, they could still take this.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Hardek, though, on the backline, just going to be looking to put out some harassment. It does force them to have to stay in the lane and clean up those minions, which allows Nemesis to rotate down and take these forward jungle camps. So
Not
denying gold away from Team Solo Mid. That's going to find one of those scout traps. There is still a second one there.
And a third.
Yep. And I feel like it's almost one of those cases of they buy scout traps so infrequently that you don't even think to go looking for them.
It's like, oh, it's TSM. I don't need to go look. That's a great mind game from TSM. They took a whole season to
Plays
kind
a
of
long
implement
time.
that.
But that's going to be a bit of a skirmish here. The afterburn from Cold-Meek getting himself out of harm's way. Still much less fighting this time around than we had in game number 1. Another one-shot, one kill. It hit the turret.
I didn't see it.
It hit the turret, so I guess that counts.
There's the
hit, but that's going to be a big fight. There comes the gauntlet. It does split up the team. A huge Dragon's Breath is melting through Team Solo Mid. Vainglory picking up 2 of those kills. But that was a beautiful fight for Nemesis.
MVP Gauntlet. That Gauntlet right in front of Hardek. He winds up the deep breath, and he just takes him to town.
Yeah, that was a great team fight for Nemesis.
Hey, that's where we're at.
Beautiful look at the Spring Championship banner.
I love the double rainbow.
And that is that was a beautiful, beautiful Gauntlet and Dragon's Breath combo.
Oh, call.
Are they going to get this turret? Cold-Meek, the afterburn is
Burn
used.
it, burn
He's
it,
only
burn
going to be
it.
able to knock Hardek towards his own turret, though. But at least he saved the turret.
Make sure she sees it, though.
Keeping that 3
Yep,
gold, and there's
there it
another
is.
afterburn. Yeah, just going to easily be able to go underneath the turret. But now Vainglory says, you know what? You kill my laner, I kill yours. That's a kill answered. And now in the side of the Nemesis jungle, Vainglory, look at the damage he has. He's going to take the minion
quiver.
and should be able to finish off Cold-Meek. The scout trap spots him out, and that's
Well done.
another great kill picked up by Vainglory.
I was really expecting Cole to go over the wall because he just didn't have the energy.
Yep,
There's the turret.
One of the signature Cold-Meek plays is using that afterburn to go over the wall to safety. But right now, Nemesis, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, the space was created. Lost Boy Toph is able to finish off the push that Scarf did sacrifice himself for. Vainglory picks up a double, and he does actually get into a little bit of armor. He has another heavy steel, so he still actually could be a double Sorrow. And really, I just don't really see him do anything else. He does have armor and the reflex. I feel a lot earlier this round. I don't even think I saw a shred of armor on him last time that we did do this. But you know, Cold-Meek, if he can't punch through and he can't take down Vainglory as quick as they were in the first set of games, then that double damage comp is just not going to be working.
Yeah, the armor's coming out earlier because it is that double weapon power.
2 metal jackets and that Atlas already.
Yep, that's going to be a tough task for Team Solo Mid, especially because a lot of their jungle is now getting stolen away by Nemesis as well. So the gold just isn't there. And look at this damage onto Mixi. He's going to go down on the goop, and this is Vainglory now looking for a kill onto Cole or Flash. They got them both. Gauntlet between 2 turrets, and this should be a 3rd kill picked up. Flash will fall. That is an ace secured by Nemesis. Lost by Toph, tanking up those turrets and getting out alive. That was such a big play.
Vainglory is just like, I don't even need my one shot. Yeah, it's just going to sit here. I don't need it. I want to say, like, this is the point of the game where you turn around and get crack and you go for the win, but it's just not there yet. 11 minutes in, we're not even to the magic number of 12. But still, look at the kills. You said it was a bit of an earlier, slower game, but it's really ramped up. 12 kills now in 11 minutes, and 10 of those going into the Nemesis Hydra pocket.
In the last couple minutes, things have gotten much more aggressive. It
totally wrong.
Definitely looks like Nemesis, the one's actually pulling out all that aggression. Yeah, a breaking point picked up this time.
He's saying, all right, I'm going to tank bank up, you're not going to do damage, and I'll just take my time killing it.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, they have the opportunity to do that this time because of the fact that with all the armor being built, the damage isn't going to quite be there from Team Solo Mid to get those burst kills.
Ooh, there we go.
Does hit.
671 at 11 minutes.
He gets the hit.
I like it. No, that was definitely good. Another problem for TSM right now is...
Oh, okay. They don't quite get the stun from the active camo, but this is still a big fight happening. Kolvamik having to leave to the backside of the fight. Mixi is right in the thick of things, but he's so low. He's going to fall to that turret. Von C is getting the kill, or trying to get the kill. It does go over to Hardek, and now Flash X. I don't quite think he's going to be able to lead them on a merry chase and get away from this one.
Lost Boy can't get an ace here, I don't think.
Yeah, no, the ace isn't going to come out because of the fact that Von and...
Gonna come close. Gonna come close. He's gonna go
2,
1.
Will he get it? No, Blood for Blood's not going to be there.
And now Flash can just suicide him.
Or no,
no,
it
was a done
Flash
deal.
saw Arden walk away and was like, hey, maybe I can stay alive. But
something I gotta say from Von is now that he's surviving a lot longer, like that fight, he was a big focus of Glaive, but at the very beginning of that fight, my sentence was the problem for TSM, and well, as you can see from the team fight, there's no bone saws. They can't puncture this armor, and that is leaving us a hell of a lot more life left in Nemesis Hydra by the end of it, and Von C has been stunning people left, right, and center with active camo repeatedly these 2 games.
Yeah, it does look like Mixi is building towards one right now. Kolvamik is just very far behind in terms of items.
He's pretty starved.
There's no tier 3 items in his inventory right now.
Just look at the farm. 47 to 90, 6 kills to 5 deaths. Cole is just not going to be on the same level as Von C right now.
Yeah, it's rather disappointing to see because Kolvamik, as I said, he is such a good Clave player. But it doesn't matter how good you are at a hero. If your jungle is being taken constantly, you're just not going to be able to get that farm, get those
shot
items.
And a miss.
Yep, it did not connect. So it's that
Player will find Flash.
Only one technical hit. Does look like this is going to be a fight coming in. Will the gauntlet come out?
Fire.
That's going to be a lot of damage onto Flash X to start things off. Another gauntlet does land onto multiple targets, but Hardek is the target. He is getting taken down. He's not going to get that ult off, but he did get so much damage in the meantime. It's just Mixi left alive.
No infinite escape there.
That's going to be another kill. That ridiculous, I think, is a great word to sum up what Von C is on this Kestrel.
It absolutely is. And Von C, Kestrel, you don't need double Sword Blade on this one. But again, like, look at Hardek. He was a big focus. He has the Eve. He has that armor. And again, we just now finally have Mixi on that Bonesaw. Is this too little, too late? 14 minutes in, we've passed the magic number of 12, and so many infusions like came out from Nemesis Hydra. I think they had at least 3 for that fight. We only had 1 on Cole, and it was a crystal. And it's just like, usually in the 11 to 12 minute transition, that's where Team Solo Mid looks to bank up, get those doubles, because those will cover all the way to the 15 to 16 minute mark where you will hopefully be able to get yourself a Kraken. They are being denied that opportunity very heavily here.
Yeah, and again, it all comes back to this jungle. Both teams put a lot of focus onto controlling the jungle. You know, we heard in their intro videos, Team Solo Mid was acknowledging that Von C will fight for every single jungle camp.
It's actually pretty true so far this series.
It absolutely is. That's how Von C plays.
You take my farm, I take your life.
Wants to starve you out on your farm, and it's worked wonders in Game 2 here against Team Solo Mid. Now Kraken has joined the fold, and immediately Nemesis go right to work on it.
A few more scout traps from Flash X, but I mean, with no vision here, they have no real way to enter. And even if they do, Von C is at that point with the weapon power where he could probably just use the camo, stun up anybody that comes into that bush, and then they just take him down. So it's a free Kraken. Here comes the infusions across the board, a whole lot of them. The cash is finally settled in, but 16 kills to 3. Hardek is even going to try to push this as fast as he can using that Dragon's Breath.
Yeah, uses the Dragon's Breath knowing that the side from Team Solo Mid, they've been trying to focus him, which means he doesn't have an opportunity to use it in the fights, so might as well use it to get the push started. But however, there's going to be a gauntlet. It does get multiple stuns, and now the fight is on. You can see on the backside, Mixi is just getting burned down so quickly. He's going to fall. Kolvamik just not able to get into this fight until it's much, much too late. And Nemesis Hydra are going to get an ace and are going to push us to our first Game 3 of the Spring Championships.
What a turnaround. Game 1, Team Solo Mid took it almost from the beginning, just simply because it was fight, 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 pressure, pressure, pressure. They were able to capitalize better than Nemesis, but this time, Von C, he picks himself up a 10-0-8 score. He's going to go immortal and that will actually still not even hit anything as the crystal does go down before it, and it's a massive turnaround.
Yeah,
massive.
you can see just how happy Nemesis looked there on your screen.
Is that
after
the face of
picking up
happy?
the victory.
I think that's the happiest I've ever seen Vonsi.
Yeah, he doesn't. I mean, Hardek too. I mean, Hardek usually when he's on stage doesn't show a whole lot of emotion on his face, but that was definitely. They look very happy now after picking up that win. They know that they can get the win now. And Team Solo Mid, they're a team that historically has had some issues in blind pick.
Yes, blind pick has been a bit of a crutch for Team Solo Mid because, and we were talking to them, it's just like, well, we don't know what they're going to run, which is obvious. I mean, it's blind pick. But the bigger problem is if you know that they're going to go for a strat, and then you think, okay, I'm going to counter that, but then they think, I think that I'm going to counter it. They think, I think that they think that I'll think, and they just get too far into it. So this will be a very interesting Game 3. I know you were looking forward to the last series 4-3, but again, like, this series, 19-3, 4, and 10-0-8 on Vonsi. That Shiver Steel at the end of it as well. Like, if you can't kill me, I'm just going to take your life. No fear, no fight.
Yeah, Cole the Meek didn't even have a single Tier 3 item in his inventory at the end of the game.
That just too starved, man.
There's nothing you can really do when you fall that far behind, unfortunately. They did what they could. Team Solo Mid is a team that is known for being able to make comebacks and stall out games, but against Nemesis, they're not going to give you the chance to stall a game out because they're always looking for the next fight.
So we'll see if the unpredictability will pay off in game number 3 as we're going to head it back to the analysts so they get their take and see what we're going to do in game 3.
All right, thank you, Forecourt. Fun to watch that one there. And just so everyone understands, on days 1 and 2, the third decisive match is blind pick. On the final day, it will be draft when we're in the semifinals. So as the casters were talking about, TSM, they have struggled in this blind pick scenario, perhaps overthinking it. Rome, do they just need to pick kind of their best comp where they can feel like they can try to outplay Nemesis Hydra?
Yeah, no, just looking at that last game especially, they did know ahead of time that Vonsi will be most likely playing this Kestrel again. That's why they opted out, grabbed 2 gap closers, but it just didn't work out for them. They were missing that poke that they should have picked up that Sky from.
Yeah, break down the difference for me and why this worked out so much better for Hydra.
This is due to the fact that they have so much poke value. You have both Scarf and Kestrel on your team that is just landing out skill shots, whereas TSM had to commit all that distance. They had to make sure that they were going really deep, and should any of their skills have been reflex blocked, they were stuck in a very vulnerable position.
Yeah, and Vonsi started out 6-0. He's been on fire on that hero.
Yeah, he is terrifying when he's playing Kestrel. And I think so we saw him building the Bone Saw, and then we also saw Scarf building the Broken Myth, and I think that was giving TSM a problem about who to target, because whoever they targeted, the other person would be just building stacks. And also, I think Nemesis Hydra, they prioritized armor super early because they're playing against double weapon. And we didn't see TSM building an early bone saw like we've seen other teams do, like Phoenix Rain. And I think that was proving a big issue for them in the early to the late game.
Yeah, another big issue. Hardek on that Scarf. We know how good he is. It's basically his #1 lane pick if he can get it and they're not trying some off-meta craziness. Is that something they can afford to leave on the board?
Well, in the third game, this is going to be terrifying because we're going to probably quite confidently say that he is going to be playing that Scarf, to be honest. Why wouldn't you? And if Lost Boy Tough plays that Arden again, and plays some flawless gauntlets like he did in that last game, this could be looking very close for TSM.
Yeah, that is a very good point. There's no choice. No bans are going to happen now. So, Rome, if you're the coach in each corner, what comps would you tell him to run?
Well, the thing is, with Nemesis Hydra, they've been running so well. Especially you put Scarf on Hardek, who knows his positioning so well that he baits out a lot of team fights in their favor. And then Vonsi has been owning on that Kestrel. I have no way of telling him to play something else at the moment.
All right, so if you're TSM and so they have that choice, are they going to just play their own comp, or are they going to anticipate seeing the Scarf and Kestrel again? If they do, what do they run?
Well, with TSM, I do feel like they need a more balanced composition. Grabbing 1 range, 1 melee is the best for them. And specifically with Mixi, if he's able to grab somebody in that lane that's able to do those quick rotations down, they will win, because whoever wins the jungle is going to be winning this match.
All right, one other thing of note there, Nemesis Hydra much better job at objective control. One thing TSM does so well is even when they're behind, they find a way to get those gold mines, not in this match.
Yeah, and I think probably a big reason in the last game was Lost Boy Tough, actually. We saw some gauntlets. He was able to stun 1 or 2 each time. And we saw Nemesis Hydra taking advantage of that, and they were just quite effectively able to prevent any flaws in their gameplay. Like I said, it's flawless. TSM were unable to take advantage of any of their gameplay.
All right, we haven't really put you on the spot today, but I want to put you on the spot for this one. Who's going to win Game 3?
TSM.
Okay, so get ready with hashtag Rome is right, hashtag Rome is wrong. But tell me why.
I feel like they're going to be able to counter out Von C this one, grabbing somebody very tanky on Flash. He's not going to be able to grab a Fortress anymore. I think he's going to go either Ardent or most likely Finn. Just be able to counter out that Kestrel, making sure that she doesn't run away.
All right, we're ready for the decisive third game, and we're into the match. We'll find out the comps from our casters for Jester and Tasty Bacon.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. And yep, Game 3, the blind pick is underway. We can see Scarf versus Scarf, another Kestrel, but this time the Kestrel is not on who you think it is.
Yeah, that is Cole the Meek rocking that Kestrel, and that is Flash on Finn and Mixie on Scarf. Probably the comp that I would have expected on Nemesis Hydra.
Yeah, absolutely. The comp I definitely would have expected from Nemesis Hydra, but instead they put Von C on the Sky.
Yeah.
Not really a pick that Von C is known for. I mean, he's known for really playing anything, but it's usually, when you think Von C, you think Taka, you think Kestrel, but this is just something completely different. I'm most interested in this lane matchup, Scarf on Scarf. Who is going to be able to land those skill shots better? Right now, it's Mixie.
Oh, Mixie, he gets one, and he's going to get another here as well. That is a quick 2-0 for Team Solo Mid, as Lost Boy Toph, unfortunately, just heart in the right place, but the body in the wrong. And this is the only difference between these teams right now is going to be the Kestrel versus the Sky. And again, like I would have expected those on the other sides. Von C, as you say, may not be like that well-known Sky. Mixie, however, is. But at the same time, Von C, like Rome said it, this guy's just a monster on everything.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can continue that reputation and bring the fear of Sky to other teams as well going forward in this tournament. But for now, Team Solo Mid getting that early advantage thanks to Mixie able to outlane Hardek.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the beginning of the game. 2 minutes in, gold, not really, the biggest of deals. So Hardek, yeah, he has a little bit of a wake-up call. He's like, there's another, little dragon here. I got to be a little bit more careful, and we'll have to see if that will go through. Cole the Meek is who I'm going to be looking at, though, because will he go into the double sword? Will he play something a bit more standard? How aggressive will they be with a Finn on their team?
Yeah, that's going to be the question that they'll have to answer, as right now with both of these Finns, it looks like it is Team Solo Mid that's looking to be a bit more aggressive on the lane, just trying to keep the side of Nemesis backed off a bit.
All right, so 2-0, not the end of the world, but Von C, he's going to be, he's going to be looking for that Surrey strike. He gets to the other side, and well, now all of a sudden TSM, they're not looking so strong in this situation.
Yeah, Cole the Meek is getting dropped very, very low. Von C's walking around the side of the fight to get a better positioning, using that Surrey strike to take down Flash X, and now it's just Mixie on the Scarf. He's going to use that corner to his advantage to get himself out, and the damage is still coming through from Nemesis.
So there you go, 2-2. Just like that, they pay back the kills, they catch that, they catch the invade, and game will just move on. Von C, though, was doing an excellent job of dodging, and if you're about to take a character that has, won a game and lost a game, but clearly he knows it in and out, and you're going to try to put it against Von C, well, he's going to know how to play around that. So I'm going to be looking towards how Cole the Meek can affect these fights when this is a team from Nemesis Hydra that knows exactly what to do with this kind of comp.
Yeah, and both of these teams know these comps so well, which they know each other rather well, as well as it's a lot of wells in a row. But either way,
still get Lassie.
Either way, this lane matchup again, Hardek and Mixie, keep an eye on those CS numbers. They're very even right now. It is just those 2 kills that Mixie picked up earlier that was the big separating point. But now, oh my goodness, Lost Boy Toph is going to get taken down. It seems like whichever team, one team or the other is getting a 2-on-3 fight, and that's who's coming out on top.
Well, Von C comes into that with his level 6 with that death from above, but unfortunately you cannot stun up the big river troll. So Flash, he's going to be okay. Cole tried to do a little bit of damage, but he's ultimately just going to go back farming. Has the triple weapon blade, so his early game, it will hopefully pay off, especially if he's going to use them all a little bit later. But as he said, Mixie versus Hardek. Right now, Mixie is currently leading that in items, in gold, in CS. So Nemesis Hydra, they didn't drop that one. It came down very low. Lost Boy Toph with the fortified health at the end, keeping up Hardek, fine. But again, it's Hardek getting pushed up against repeatedly by Team Solo Mid. And this is a hero, again, he has a disproportionate win rate on. TSM said that, you know, if it's going to be up against Nemesis Hydra, we're going to ban that Scarf. And now he's not even winning the trades.
Yeah, and I feel like it's, I mean, Mixi is another one who's extremely comfortable on the Scarf. It's Scarf and Sky are the two that I feel like Mixi is most well known for.
That's Double Crystal.
That is Double Crystal.
Yes, it is.
That is not something we see terribly frequently, but it is what Nemesis is doing. Again, that this curveball that they throw in so frequently. Obviously, Team Solo Mid are going to be able to see that and should know how to build accordingly. It's one of their biggest strengths, is their ability to adapt to certain situations.
Look at Cole.
And so
he sees it.
Yep, absolutely. Cole the Meek spots the double crystal and immediately starts buying that shield. One shot, one kill does come out, and that's going to be Vaughn picking up a kill on a double kill. Both of them actually going over to Hardek, who is so incredibly low.
So a 2v3 situation. Cole, he's going to go for it. Did they see him? Yeah, they totally did. But Cole, he gets one. Now he can actually try to go one-on-one with the big guy, and there's just no Von C here. So he's going to be able to chase off top. He's going to save the push. It should be able to just freeze out in lane because here comes the rest of his teammates. So I was going to say, you know, Hardek, skin of his teeth, he lives through it, but Cole is able to punish. He's getting a bit punished himself, though, right now.
Yeah, he definitely is, but they should be able to stay alive. Mixi and Von C now the ones duking it out. Mixi getting dropped so low. The death from above forces him to have to walk the long way around, and that will be another kill picked up. Von C, I guess, you know, maybe he knows how to play Sky a little bit.
That's the walk of shame right there. You walked all the way out to lane, died, came back, and now he has to walk all the way back. This is also keeping TSM on the back foot. There's no pressure to be developed here. The only damage that got is Cole, and with Lost Boy top there, I don't think they can take down Von C.
Yeah, definitely not. He's just going to be able to block everything. Lost Boy top, you can see him just standing directly in front of Von C.
Big breath.
The Dragon's Breath is going to come out at the same time as Force the Cord, but Cole the Meek just barely staying alive long enough to get enough damage down to answer at least one kill, but it is a 2-for-1 when the dust settles.
Both of our dragons. Oh, wow, the hook.
Never mind. That's not going to be a 2-for-1. That will be a 3-for-1 as a beautiful Force to Cord comes through from Flash X.
So both of our little dragons took big, deep breaths with those dragon breaths, and that's how Mixi came back in. Picks up, I think, all 3 of those kills, and at this rate, they're going to get themselves a turret. Now, we're about to run out of minions, but I don't think it matters. Mixi should have the damage in the bag, and yes, that is going to be a little bit more of a gold swing towards Team Solo Mid. So much for all that earlier nonsense about being on the back foot. They are taking control now.
Yeah, Flash X on this Finn is doing incredibly well. It's something that we haven't really seen from Flash X. He's typically, when you see him in a tournament, it's Arden or Fortress are like the only 2 he plays for the most part.
He did some Catherine in the qualifiers.
Yeah, he does pull out them every so often, but it's predominantly Fortress and Arden. And now on this Finn, it's just another hero added to the list that you have to be wary of against Team Solo Mid, because he has landed some great Forced Accords and Quibbles thus far. And now we may have another fight. That's Von C trying to do a lot of damage, getting Flash X dropped down to about half. And the Forced Accord is, or not Forced Accord,
the fountain.
Just staying alive. That forward barrage not quite having enough. A long Surrey strike, but the Force Cord doesn't connect. That's going to be a lot more damage coming through, but Cole the Meek and Flash X both still staying alive. One shot, one kill. Hits Lost Boy, who's just tanking up this damage. He doesn't even care. There is so much damage being blocked by Lost Boy top, and the rest of Nemesis Hydra are able to walk around that and get the kills.
I don't even know what to say about any of that, but you know, sure, let's just take another look at it, because I'm definitely down for that. How did all this start? Well, Von C was off to the side. Mixi comes in with that breath. Toph moves forward. He blocks that hit from the Kestrel. Hardek lives through it. Von C gets the dive. They already took out the dragon, and just again, like the Hardek and crew, they have such trust with each other.
Yeah, and it's Lost Boy Toph having that trust too, to be able to know that he can stand in front of all of that damage. An immense gold payout gets stolen by Mixi, but he is going to pay for it. No, he won't! He gets the kill onto Von C, and now Team Solo Mid, they want more. Lost Boy Toph, he's way too low. The Forced Accord isn't going to be able to hit Hardek, but he should be able to get out of here alive.
Yeah, no problem.
He's going to just take some of these back cams, get at least a little bit of gold for their troubles, because that was a big loss for Nemesis, but now has Flash X found him. Yeah, the pull is not there, just out of range, but he is going to be able to steal away that healing camp.
Yeah, Hardek's not actually going to take that to the bank, but with that anchor going out at the very last end of the tail fight there from Flash, it was not going to be able to pick up Hardek. He took a chance. He said, okay, maybe he went this way, but he was wrong. So something from Von C that actually caught my eye is the Frostburn. That is not something we see on CP carries anymore.
Yeah, and definitely not on...
it's always been Broken Myths. All qualifiers, there's like Broken Myth, Broken Myth, Broken Myth.
Yeah, it's I expect him to get a Broken Myth. I mean, obviously he has the components for it. But the Frostburn is just it's to try and keep them inside of his abilities for longer. Plus you have the Scarf there as well. It'll help to keep in a Scarf ultimate or make the skill shots easier for Hardek to land. I like the Frostburn pickup, but we'll see if it works out. Oh, another nice force board pulls Hardek in. He is going to get out, but it's not going to be long enough as Cole the Meek is chasing him down, picks up the kill. Von C is solo, one shot, one kill. Finally gets an actual kill, and that is going to be an ace picked up by Team Solo Mid.
Was that a hat trick right there for Cole? He at least took home 2 of them. That last one shot, one kill was absolutely astounding. But Hardek, he was the one that got caught there. He got pulled in. We're going to see it here. He just gets pulled right in, and now he has nowhere to go. He gets a little bit of fortified health. He has the fountain ticking, but Cole, he's out for blood. He gets it. He sees Monsi's exiting, and there's only one way to go there, and he nails it. And that's just going to leave Toph, and Toph, unfortunately, is just not going to be mobile enough to really escape that whatsoever.
Yeah, it was all 3 kills going over to Cole the Meek on this Kestrel. Maybe a little bit of anything you can do, I can do better coming out from Cole the Meek here.
That is a brave attitude for a Game 3 blind pick.
Well, I mean, when you're not facing elimination, maybe that's the time to pull out that kind of...
Is this the TSM unpredictability unfolding in front of us?
It very well could be. Team Solo Mid, a team that's known for their very methodical gameplay. Like they're one of the teams that you feel like you know what they're going to do. And I think this blind pick may have switched it up just enough to now be the ones to catch Nemesis off guard.
Let's not think about what they're going. Let's think about what they think they will never go. And like when I saw all the heroes loading, I was just like, oh, that's totally Nemesis on the side. And it's well, it's totally not. Either way, decent gold payout. We have not actually had a gold mine go over to Nemesis Hydra. Their one attempt was actually stolen out from them. But we are now past the magic 12-minute mark, and this is where traditionally we are going to see more and more cash build up. You can already look at TSM 600, 500, 800. They're looking for those double infusions because in the next 2 minutes, it's going to be that Kraken, and they need to make sure that they're at their best right now because one fight can win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. We're starting to get closer and closer to that 15-minute mark where if Kraken gets unleashed, Team Solo Mid especially, they're known for kind of getting that Kraken 4 turrets and win.
Yep.
Both teams have the option to get the Kraken and then just end the game off that push in about a minute and a half. So this is where the infusions are going to become incredibly important.
There's
the
that broken
positioning
myth.
and the vision are also going to be just as important. Look at the shield in Cole the Meek's inventory.
3 shields for Cole, 2 for Mixi. We got that fountain. We got a Crucible from Flash X there as well, plus all that hit points. I mean, this is, again, the double crystal. You just don't see it that often, but you might be wondering, like, why not? We see a lot of weapon, even though there's more armor counters to it, you just see a lot more weapon because double crystal is just, you get the shields and like your auto attacks are negligible.
Yeah, your basic attacks do almost nothing. It's all just on the abilities, and so yeah, you can spam the abilities, but it's if you don't have that double broken myth, which takes a while to get built. It's one of the most expensive items in the game. And then has to build up the stacks as well. It can be difficult to actually get that damage out there. With the broken myth now being built on by Hardek, they'll be able to finish it before the fight. There's all the infusions.
And items. That was an Aegis actually picked up for Mixi.
And there was I believe a Warhorn was built somewhere in there as well by Flash X. So this next fight is going to be, it very well could be the one that decides the game.
As I said, cash build up, you're not looking for a fight, but now into the 15-minute mark, you get the infusions, you get your money, and you spend it. This is the best that TSM can be here at this mark, and they pick up another decent gold payout. That's going to go a long way into their piggy banks, but here comes the Kraken. 15 minutes in, she's ready to there. Now, she does have a scout trap on her. That's fine, but the big question is, what will Nemesis respond with? Will they go for the kill? Will they go for the fight? It looks like
we're about to find out because everyone is here.
Flash!
That's everyone going into the middle. Flash X is getting taken down. so low. There's the Dragon's Breath, and it does melt through one.
No.
That's going to be 2 taken out by Team
Vainglory.
Solomid. Vainglory, the only one left. Can he make the miracle play? One shot, one kill. Doesn't connect, but Kraken is getting involved, and that's going to be an ace
Wow.
for Team Solomid. They get the healing, which means they're going to take this Kraken, and with only 3 turrets left, it's not quite the full TSM special, but they definitely have the potential to end this game. There will be respawns before it finishes, but if Team Solomid can get themselves another victory, it will be the end of the game and the end of the series.
Mixi himself has that Eva Harvest. We just got it for Hardik. A big difference in that fight, especially when both the little dragons have to just, sit there and wind up. And this is actually very smart. Look at this. Minion mine down. Finally, the Kraken down. Flash is actually just dancing with it like they're at a recital. And 15 kills to 9. They had the gold advantage going in. They had the infusion advantage and arguably the item advantage. Now they have the Kraken advantage, and this is do or die time.
Ooh, that was very, very close.
Even if that hit, I'm not agreeing with that shot because he could just easily go back to Fountain. By the time the Kraken gets up here, they're going to fight at the turret anyways.
I would have actually liked to see wait until the Kraken gets to the turret, drops the shield buff off the turret, and then just use it and try and hit the turret instead. That would have been a great use of it, but instead there is going to be a forced accord pulling Team Solomid in. A lot of blocks coming out, but there's a Dragon's Breath. The Team Solomid are low. The Dragon's Breath gets answered by Mixi. The health bars are so low, but that's going to be the kill onto Vainglory, and Team Solomid are cleaning house and are going to take the game and the series.
Huge props to Flash X. He is in the way of everything. He just takes an exit left, and now you're left with no cooldowns. All you did was bring down Finn low, and now you're in a vulnerable position. Team Solomid is going to take it with the comp that you never would have expected them to take, and they might have actually broken their blind pick curse.
Yeah, they have finally figured it out, but that was a great matchup between these two teams. Team Solomid going to be staying in the winners bracket. Nemesis, you can see they don't look too distraught. They know that they still are alive in the championship.
They give them a run for their money.
Yeah, that was a very, very strong showing from Nemesis despite the loss. I mean, forcing it to Game 3, the first Game 3 that we've had thus far. And whoever faces them in the elimination matchup tomorrow, I do not envy them.
Unpredictability is like the underlined word. If you got to think about Nemesis Hydras, it's like they could really pull out anything at this point. You can't really prepare for that. But, they gave him a good shot. We had our first Game 3, super exciting. Good to see Vainglory, no fear, only fight kind of mentality. And, his aggression, the double Sora Blades. It wasn't exactly here. In fact, we only had the one there from Cole, but that's because he just went straight into the breaking point, and then just lots and lots of armor, which is why, again, kids, you don't really do double CP that often.
Yeah, look at the amount of shield. There's 3 of the light shields picked up by Cole the Meek, an Aegis and a heavy shield for Mixi. And then, of course, like you said, the Fountain and the Crucible being picked up for Flash X. There's just so many defensive items, and all they really needed was those 2 stackable offensive items and then, just one other offensive item for both of those carries. And it was enough to get those kills and get them the victory.
I gotta say though, Mixi on that scarf, we talk a lot about Hardik and his scarf, but Mixi made me a believer right there. Not only is he like a world-class Sky, but now he's just taking names here with the scarf as well against one of the top greats about that.
Both of those carries for TSM also 8 and 3 for both of them. They both had the 8 kills. And Flash X had the last 2.
Oh, okay, yeah, just absolutely phenomenal stuff from TSM. They're going to take a break. We have one more game series to go through, but not before we hit up our analysts once more. So it's going to be Playoff Beard, Rome, and Jinyu.
All right, thank you very much. Reigning North America champions, Team Solomid, find a way to pull it through. It was an interesting blind pick. It seemed like TSM was anticipating the same comp out of Nemesis Hydra, decided we'll play a mirror and outplay them. It was similar, but just talk to me about how the comps ultimately worked out and who that favored.
Yeah, like initially we did say that TSM does have a little bit of bad luck going to the blind pick games, and they did so again today. However, they just outplayed the side of Nemesis Hydra. We did see them pick up that Finn and the Kestrel just to make sure that they can counter up against Vainglory playing Kestrel in the first and second game, and to make sure that he's not able to freely rotate around like he should.
So it was the Sky that had the advantage going into a Finn as opposed to a Kestrel into a Finn.
Yeah, with Nemesis picking up Sky, I did give the comp advantage over to their side. However, TSM, they played really well. They knew exactly how to rotate, And Mixi on Scarf just made that big difference. Him going up one-on-one up against Hardek was like the defining factor of that last game.
Yeah, talk to me a little bit about that matchup, Scarf versus Scarf, what you saw there that kind of distinguished Mixi.
Well, I think he started off I think the problem was that he was just drawing slowly ahead as the game progressed. So he already had an Eve, and we could just see Hardek so just sitting on that energy battery, not being able to do much. And whereas they both had the Broken Myth, in those Dragon's Breaths, Mixi was was sustaining a lot better.
Couple things that were really key in this match: body blocks early on, and then gold later on. When you have a near mirror, the gold advantage so huge.
Yeah, and then just talking about body blocks for one, if people are going to be going back to watch that previous game, and they'll notice Lost Boy Toph did an excellent job of just blocking everything that was coming, from Spitfires to just Kestrel ultimates.
Yeah, and on the other side, Flash X with some really clutch fountains.
Yeah, and that actually won them one of those major game-changing fights in that last match, especially.
Yeah, it's so interesting how things can turn. At 11 minutes, it was identical. It was 9-9 in kills, same gold, and then TSM they find a way.
Yeah, well, there were team fights everywhere, and it was just swinging from side to side. But I think what really changed it in the end was that TSM were winning the fights that mattered the most, especially in the late game. They were, like we said, we've said this so many times, they're so much better at the objective control. And Flash X, he is just on top with those strategies, just doing the shot calls. We can see him, we can hear him, just yelling out what to do. And I think that is the control that TSM need.
All right, with that in mind, who would you say is your MVP of this series?
It's Flash X.
Yeah, all right.
Just raved about him. So we saw that I really liked in the last game, he was playing the Finn. He got the Warhorn first. He was able to pick the fights. And like I said, the clutch fountains were so vital in those team fights for just keeping them alive for the next team fight.
All right, so with that, we still have another huge series to go. It's been quite a day so far. I'd love it if we could take a look at kind of where we are at this point, understanding that this is a 3-day tournament. Put the bracket on the screen. Okay, so Hammer's Velocity, they advance. That is a typo there, so it is Phoenix Rain that advances, and boy, that sets up an incredible encounter. And Team Solomid moves on. Our last match of the day, Hammer's Kinetic against Liberation X. Can't wait to get into that, but it is the newish super team with Gabe Bizzle now on jungle against Liberation X, with, of course, Status Bake, that incredible player, and a couple of ensemble players alongside him that are going to be very important. As we talk about that, I do want to remind everyone that you can use hashtag Vainglory Live on Twitter. Follow along in the conversation with the Vainglory official Twitter account. You might have a chance to win an iPad, so definitely take advantage of that. To the 2016 North America Spring Championships live from the Avalon in Hollywood. We are down to our final series of day 1 of 3 days, and it is the number 3 seed Hammer's Kinetic against the number 6 seed Liberation X. Let's talk about Hammer's Kinetic first. Their story. So this super team comes together. Gabe Bizzle leaves his longtime home with Gangstars, moves to jungle. T-Tigers comes over from Liberation X. They form this super team. A lot of people thought, myself included, that Hammer's Kinetic, they might need all of spring season to really figure out what they have, figure out what's going to work, see what are going to be Gabe Bizzle's strongest heroes in a new position on jungle, but they surprised us all, came straight out of the gate, won the first qualifier outright, and really made a statement, and Gabe Bizzle certainly made a statement with his play.
Yeah, just looking back through the previous, this season, and trying to get some statistics, trying to research a little bit more on Gabe, he has played almost every single hero, and he's never played them twice, which makes it really hard to really predict coming to this match today, what he's going to use as a comfort pick.
Yeah, and T-Tigers, of course, he is a farming machine, an incredible laner, and when you look at him with Gabe Bizzle, that is intense.
Yeah, I think he's Rome's favorite laner. You know, every time he comes on, you can just hear Rome going, yay, T-Tigers! T-Tigers, yeah, he's got so much potential, and he's got such a wide hero pool as well that's very difficult to take anything away from him. And he's also very versatile in the way he plays. And I think that is probably one of the most important things a really strong player can have.
Yeah, rounding out that team, Suijay, really the glue, calling shots, tremendous player in his own right. But I want to talk for a second about the second qualifier. So there, Hammers Kinetic, they did experiment a little bit more, to kind of seeing what heroes might work. And they lost earlier than I think they would have liked. Gabe Bizzle didn't seem very happy about that loss. But you told me it's the best thing that could have happened to them. Why?
Because the thing is, you know, they're a freshly new formed team. They came in, won the first qualifiers. They are standing on a pedestal. And the fact is, you have to knock them down to be able to make them realize their own faults, make them realize their weaknesses, because everybody has those weaknesses. And for them to, you know, realize what they need to work on, it's way better for them moving forward.
Yeah, very, very important. Let's talk about Liberation X now. If you go all the way back to Autumn, they were the champions, and they are a team that consistently plays well on the big stage, a little bit under the radar right now. But the big change here upon the original, unable to attend their starting laner. In comes Selena Gomez. The funny Twitter, that is not what we thought Selena Gomez would look like. But yeah, but what's very interesting here, I might be a little bit out on a limb, but I will say that I think Liberation X might be better off with Selena Gomez in the lineup than Pawn in the lineup. The reason why, Status Baked, already a very aggressive player, Pawn the original, much like Von C or I Love Joseph, an extremely aggressive, a fearless player. And what we saw in the qualifiers was a lot of times when Status Baked and E36 or Marteau were pulling out, Pawn the original, he went in, forcing the team to take fights they didn't want. It became a situation where Status Baked a lot of the time looked conflicted with shot calls that weren't coming out of the Rome position. Selena Gomez, if he can do no harm, if he can try to stay as close to even as possible in lane, there's a chance they can set up Status Baked to be the superstar that he is.
Yeah, that's totally true. Like, I have played with Selena before. I do feel like he makes those very smart plays, making sure that he's not overextending, he's not over-pushing too much, but he does know when he has that advantage.
Now, this is a team that has a history of making lots of roster swaps in and out of matches, either for comps or for momentum. It looks like they're going E36 instead of Marteau, at least in game one. E36 has grown so much as a player, really, over these seasons, but what difference does that make?
Well, they both cover a bunch of different heroes in that roaming, where I do feel like E36 has been playing a lot more with that Fortress, with that Catherine, and then you give over to Marteau, who actually plays Arden really well.
All right, so, and of course, with Liberation X, they don't have T-Tigers anymore. They're playing against T-Tigers. A little bit of a grudge match there. Even though the organization itself has been very classy, we saw in the qualifiers they had a Smurf on their roster named T-Trash, kind of a shot out to T-Tigers. I'm sure they would like to knock him down a peg here and get a win today. With that, let's meet these two teams.
I think the strength of our team is our resilience.
We're really good at early aggression, being able to dominate jungle, and then through jungle, dominate the rest of the game.
We do have better synergy, in my opinion.
I'm pretty confident going into this match. If we can get Status on a jungle pick that counters theirs, I think we should have no problem just snowballing jungle and taking the game from there.
Tigers have given us a lot of information, their aggressive play style, who their playmakers are, how does E36 set up plays, and also Status Baked as well. Coming in with that knowledge and that wealth of experience that Tigers has with his former team is going to give us a leg up.
I don't think T-Tigers can use his current knowledge to their team's benefit. We've changed our play style a lot. We've become a lot more rotate-oriented. It's not completely jungle-focused. We're going to rotate up to lane, we're going to pressure him. Definitely not how we used to play when we played with him.
Let's hope that they don't know how he plays as much.
No offense to Gabe, I think he's a great player, but jungle is my territory.
The unknown is out there. They're not starting with their starting roster, which we're comfortable, and we have draft strategies already for that. They're playing with Selena Gomez. He does have a specific hero pool, so the unknown there, it might throw us off a little bit.
Our biggest concern is the fact that we don't have our starting laner. So now that we don't have the Saw pick, we either ban the Saw and waste our ban, or we play against it, and it's going to be a bit tougher.
Originally, we did have a draft plan for if Pawn was going to be here, but now it's a whole different draft
strategy. If we capitalize on our opponent's mistakes, especially in the early game, on some key rotations, some early fights, then we can pretty much snowball from there.
We're both fairly new teams. With our new roster, we haven't had too much time to practice. It's pretty close.
T-Tiger adds a lot of value to our team. He played a lot of his Vainglory career with Liberation.
I wouldn't say there's any fear. We know how he plays, but I also know how to shut him down. If we just prioritize ganking in lane, setting him far behind, then he won't be able to do much.
All right, great to meet those two teams. And if you were doing a double take there, yes, in fact, it is a family affair for Liberation X. E36 and Status Baked are cousins, a very, very tight-knit team that practices together and spends a lot of time together.
Yeah, they actually started playing the game together, both of them at the same time pretty much. And they excelled into the competitive scene, and they're doing very well over in Liberation.
One thing that was briefly mentioned in that video upon the original, someone who can play Saw extremely well kind of creates another wrinkle that people have to worry about. Yeah. That's off the board now. And with that, Rome, who would you say is your Hammers esports player to watch in this pivotal series?
I think this game is going to be very dependent on that jungle, and I do have to choose Gabe Vizzle. I feel like he has brought so much to the table in terms of knowing everything within that hero pool, everything he's able to pull off. And having all that experience as a roamer, he plays really smart. Every single move, every single call he makes is really effective.
All right, and on the Liberation X side, Xingyi, who's your eye on?
It's going to be the opposing jungler, Status Baked. And I think the reason for this update particularly is his time to shine. You know, it's got Glaive, it's got Sky. These are the hero he absolutely excels at, and I think he could, you know, potentially outplay Gabe Vizzle. This is going to be like the clash of like the giants here.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be an intense clash between these two teams. We're getting close to the draft for match 1 in this series. So we take a look there. You see T-Tigers in the front of the frame. Gabe Vizzle on the far side with Suijay in the middle. He'll be calling all the shots. Very, very important player for this Hammers Kinetic team. We're ready for the draft in this best of 3. It is match 1 of the 3rd seed, Hammers Kinetic, the 6th seed, Liberation X, and Adagio off the board immediately.
Yeah, we've been seeing Adagio banned off the board all day long today, and that just closes one of the optional strategies and comps that can come out of it.
All right, we're seeing this too, a Scarf prioritized ban, which opens up the Fortress.
So with this Fortress here, like, it does give Kinetic a little bit of an advantage, especially given that they like to finish their games very early. Their average throughout the entire second qualifier was just about 14 minutes per match.
Wow, all right, so we know how good Status Bake can be on this Black Feather. Selena can play it as well, and Status Bake, amazing Glaive, and we'll have to see what's happening there, what they plan to do to fill out that comp. But on the Hammers Kinetic side, how would you like to see them round out with this Fortress?
With this one is, you can throw anything that you want up in lane, but you need somebody that's able to sustain late game. So T-Tigers has to choose somebody. I feel like a Cruel would work out really well for them here.
All right, so we do see a developing storyline as it's Kestrels all day long. They must have been watching VIPL. We are playing on 117. Hammers Kinetic, how will they choose to round out their comps? Is T-Tigers just teasing us here, or might he try to take something away? It will be the Sky, Xingyi.
Yeah, so I think this is an interesting composition that Hammers Kinetic are going for right now. So Gabe Vizzle on that Kestrel, I'm not sure I'm entirely a big fan of that against that Glaive, because Sweet Generous can't really peel them away. It's going to be very difficult for him to keep Gabe safe. 2 soft fake outs. It rounds out with a Finn. Seeing a lot of Finn today. Excited for this matchup. And with the call, it's Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. Tasty Bacon alongside Forecourt Jester. And we are just about to get underway for our final matchup of the day.
Yes.
It is Hammers Kinetic taking on Liberation X. A little bit of animosity
Rivalry
between them with that T-Tiger situation. We'll see which one of them will get the upper hand here early on. So an interesting draft.
Yeah, it kind of went a little bit different than I expected. I saw the Black Feather, but well, at the same time, it's like Glaive. All right, so they're going to Glaive. Probably not going to Black Feather, or we're going to throw one of them on the Roam. And then, of course, they went into the Finn. So it's going to be the double weapon, very likely, from Liberation X. And remember, double weapon seems to work a heck of a lot more than double Crystal. Crystal, we just saw with TSM. It's pretty easily defeated just by picking up a little bit of armor.
Yeah, the other thing we'll have to keep an eye on is with the Kestrel being picked up here by Gabe Vizzle. Another pick that, we're not terribly used to seeing from that particular individual. Right now, oh my goodness,
Selena.
look at how much damage.
All right.
Wow.
So we have a little bit
That was a little quick.
Little bit of a problem here in lane because with no Pawn the original here from Liberation X, they got Selena Gomez up in that lane. And these guys are saying, you know, he's definitely not a Pawn. Pawn is super aggressive, just like this from Status Baked.
Yeah, Status Baked going to be looking to get the kill onto T-Tigers. He is going to do what he can with that forward barrage, but just not having enough. So at least they answer the kill now. Not going to be too much gained off of that first blood picked up by Kinetic.
See, the problem now, though, is that with Selena Gomez in lane, they don't really have, you know, a good case to do super big aggression in lane, in jungle rotations, whatever. So Selena Gomez, one of his favorites is actually the Black Feather because it's, you know, the infinite escape, the survivability, the tank while still doing the damage. And if he's going to be dropping kills this early, this is not going to be, you know, boding well for Liberation X.
Yeah, it may have just been a little bit of, you know, just being too passive or, you know, not really respecting the damage that was going to come out of T-Tigers. Right off the bat. I don't feel like that's going to be something we're not going to be seeing getting killed over and over and over again early on. But for now, it's 1-to-1 on those kills. We do see now Status Baked with this glaive. This is another one where, you know, we talked about Cole the Meek being a phenomenal glaive.
Right.
Status Baked is right up there with him for skills on that particular hero. So I'm really excited to see some more glaive coming through. And yeah, like you said, against Gabe Vizzle's Kestrel here, Status Baked had some strong words to say, claiming that the jungle was his territory.
Now T-Tigers, he's going to actually go right through them all, looking for the kill on top of Selena Gomez, but the Status Baked was ready and waiting right there. And this is where T-Tigers needs to really kind of commit to a build. Picking up Weapon Blades early is fine. He picks up another, has that Scout Trap, curiously enough, but he's also now going into that Crystal Bit. So if I had to guess, it would have actually been, until I saw that Crystal Bit, the double weapon, because if you do want to look for those picks on Status Baked, for example, you need to not deal with the whole problem of forward barrage getting body blocked by the big and the slow E36 or Selena Gomez, who can just kind of keep blocking it out with his infinite escape. But now with that Crystal Bit, I'm a little more curious if T-Tigers will actually go into the Crystal.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to keep our eye on that over the next minute or two. Like when he does go down for another shop visit, that's going to be really telling as for what he wants to build. I'd be incredibly surprised if it ended up being an actual hybrid build. I don't think I've ever seen a hybrid build be terribly successful in a competitive match.
It's not out of the realm of possibilities today, though.
It's not out of the realm of possibilities, but like I've yet to see it work in a competitive game of Vainglory. But right now, all 6 members are up here in the lane. Looks like they're trying to make something happen. So much damage being put down on to Selena Gomez right away, thanks to Glimmer Shots and Forward Barrage. And it looks like they may be looking for a fight on Kinetic, but they're doing a good job of keeping it passive, not going too aggressive, not diving underneath this turret for an early kill.
Here's the problem with early game triple melee comps. You have no poke.
Yep.
The only poke we got is on point, and even then, Selena Gomez could still actually lose it out there. Forward barrages, auto attacks, Gabe Vizzle, and that quiver and the Glimmer Shots. Like, there is so much possibility here just to keep Liberation X at bay, and this early on, there's not really any kind of keys to defeating that. They're just going to have to just take their licks, and now that they've bought enough time, they need to kind of split up, and that's what Status Baked is doing. He's going off into the jungle. It doesn't look like there's actually any idea that he's doing this, because they're not racing. Hammer's Kinetic is not racing for the other side.
Yeah, and they're not really racing back either. They just kind of walked around.
Now I think they know.
They took their forward camps, and now, yeah, now they're going into their the backs of Liberation, and Gabe Vizzle's just going to take those away. Obviously, going to secure them very quickly thanks to those Glimmer Shots. Meanwhile, back up in the lane, it looks like both the T-Tigers and Sui Generous are just going to be looking for a target. I think they're trying to find Status Baked in the jungle, and they are going to find him thanks to that Scout Trap, but now they're not going to have a position to chase him down. A great flare to check that brush before anyone goes walking headlong into it.
I think Liberation X is putting a little bit too much emphasis on that lane. Like right now, E36 is babysitting Selena Gomez. Gabe Vizzle has gone across the map. He picked up the backs, picked up the bigger guy, and now she also took that minion mine. What did Liberation X do all this time? They kind of clumped together in lane, and they didn't even get a push going.
Yeah, and now the timing of these rotations are really nice. You can see Gabe Vizzle going and clearing out his own backs right as they respawned from when Status Baked stole them away. And now they have pressure in the lane, but Kinetic is there to answer it. They have 2 members there to hold it off. Again, the lack of range makes it so they can't siege up this turret.
I love that positioning from Gabe Vilzer right there. It's like, if Status Baker's going to come through, this is the best spot I can see to get the jump on him. And, well, as you see, it's not going to be Bex. It's going to be Status Bake now having to go all the way trekking into his own. Now, at the same time, there is only 1 minion mine taken, and it was for Hammer's Kinetic. That will have to be dealt with here fairly soon. And T-Tigers, after he did do his own shopping, looks like he's going into that Broken Myth first. And this is something, again, that we saw a lot more in the qualifiers. It wasn't Frostburns from Skies. That was like the previous patch meta. This time, it's been all about up front, get that damage, get that pierce. Broken Myth at the 615 mark for T-Tigers.
Yeah, Broken Myth completed. Did sell off one of those weapon
Selena.
blades, so
He
it
doesn't have
is
level
looking
6.
for the crystal. That is Selena. Doesn't have the escape, but doesn't quite need it just yet. Able to dodge out a lot of that damage, but can't quite say the same for E36. Getting dropped to about half health off of those glimmer shots.
I don't think they can fight. I'm really curious if this is going to go their way.
Yeah, again, the amount of harassment damage that Kinetic can put out in these situations, they're able to siege up this turret so well. There's so much damage going down. Selena's getting taken very low. 1 shot, 1 kill, not going to pick up a kill. Tried to predict the movement. Well, I mean, Von C, we saw him miss, what, like 5 or 6 in a row?
Yeah, but he started off strong.
Looking almost
he
human.
Hit 6 in a row, then he missed 6 in a row.
Like I say, he looked almost human for a bit there on that Kestrel. But again, the range difference, and oh boy, that's not very good. The death from above is going to come out. Doesn't get a stun, but it does get that silence and slow onto Finn, and that will be a kill picked up by Hammer's Kinetic.
Selena Gomez does actually finally hit that level 6 mark, is actually doing the backs right now. So Status Baked is not going to be able to farm his jungle, has to just kind of take what he can in lane. At the same time, Kinetic, you know, if you get that kill, especially knowing exactly where Gabe is, at this point, there is absolutely no fear to take this immense gold payout. And 253 gold apiece is not so bad, putting them in the lead by about 200-300. It's still anybody's game, but it feels like Kinetic's rotations are just definitely a little bit better.
Not only the rotations, but their ability to pressure the side of Liberation has been really strong thus far. You know, Liberation, it feels like they're constantly stuck trying to defend underneath their turret. And again, this damage that comes out just while pushing them back to that turret, it makes it so Liberation can't look for that fight. The only way to fight when you are an all melee team is to get in your opponent's face, but if you're at half health before you even try and get in their face, you're not going to win.
All right.
You can see the harassment continuing to come.
And that harassment has actually now cost E36 his boots and his fountain. If there is to be a 3v3, not sitting at these health levels, will Liberation X even dent Hammer's Kinetic?
Yeah, Hammer's just going to continue to work on that turret. A Forced Accord pulls in 1, and will it be enough? They do take down Sui Generous, turning this into a 2-on-3 in their favor. And just like that, Liberation turn it around and get an ace.
All right, never mind. I'm totally wrong on that one.
To be fair, I didn't think they would be able to get it either, but that Forced Accord pulling in just 1.
Yeah,
allowing them to
man.
single out that target. They took out Sui Generous. The fountain wasn't available then, and a 3-on-2 situation, even if you're at half health, 3-on-2 is still in your favor.
Hammer's Kinetic getting just a little bit more. Yeah, they underestimated it. I underestimated it, you underestimated it, although you won't admit it. And Hammer's Kinetic, they unfortunately paid that price. So 5-2 for Liberation X. This is actually now a big swing for them because they take the gold lead. They now have a few kills, saying, yeah, we can do this. And you said a little bit earlier, you know, they're always fighting under their turret. They're okay with that. Because again, like, this is not Pawn. This is not a comp that they've been working, you know, for months and months and months. They just don't have that star aggressive player. So passively, you know, defending out that lane while still not losing too much is totally fine with them. That's actually the game plan.
Yeah, Status Bake does still like to go aggressive, but when you pair it with more passive play, you can survive these onslaughts as Selena Gomez continuing to do so thanks to the Forced Accord, pulling Kestrel in and throwing that 1-shot, 1-kill off target.
Wow.
That was absolutely beautiful. And just like that, another kill picked up for Liberation X. They're looking so good right now in the early goings.
Yeah, no, I'm totally reversing my opinion here. Status Bake could be a little bit too aggressive.
Beautiful, not Forced Accord, that was
an
afterburn
Good,
into
good
the wall
yeah.
to get that stun. And forced Sui Generous to have to back away from that fight, allowing Liberation to now go and try and take more jungle camps. But now Status Bake needs to be careful of going too aggressive.
He still has the cooldown. Even if he has to do it over the wall, he's going to be totally fine. He's also, again, scouting. They know exactly where Hammer's kinetic are. There's not going to be any surprises. Liberation X, I cannot imagine they're going to lose out this gold mine. Even if there's a one-shot, you just stand in front of it. You put Finn there. He's just going to tickle his backside in. Yeah, there it is, an immense gold payout. So 1-1 apiece. Liberation X, again, will hold on to their gold lead, but it's a very fragile one at this point. They might have 6 kills, but it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, the fact that Liberation's been able to play so defensively has actually really impressed me. A lot of times if you're getting pressured the way that they have been underneath the turret, it's very easy to just crumble and collapse underneath that pressure. But they have been able to stand strong, stay defensive, not give up the kills, and then just at the opportune moments, it's been a couple of forced accords that have really turned these fights around. Some great play from E36 to be able to get this advantage that Liberation has right now.
I remember in qualifier number 1, I was with Xinyi as she was joining me on the desk from Europe, and it's just like, you fin to win. Almost at one point in some of our weekends, if you fin, you win. That was it. Like it was pretty much a static just weekend like that. Nice pickup from Status Bake. They were able to actually steal at that farm. So seeing it here again, it just brings back those memories, and E36 is really making it work for his team.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to point out, you may be wondering, oh, why didn't they just take that minion mine? They could have gotten it for free.
Too much
you
effort.
don't want to. It's not that it's too much effort. It actually is a strategic decision because you want to deny your opponent as much gold as you can. You want to take away camps from their jungle, and if you capture your opponent's minion mine, it now becomes gold that they can pick up when they do, if they do get an opportunity to clear out their own jungle. So
that's totally what I meant by too much effort.
You actually you let your opponents hold on to their own minion mine until you really want your minions to be pushing into your opponent's base. Otherwise, you're just allowing them you're getting gold off of it, but if you're winning in gold, if you're able to steal away the objectives, and you're just letting your opponent have a way to get some gold back.
Well, Hammer's kinetic, I was kind of curious. It was a 12-minute mark. I was looking at their gold. They didn't exactly have, the mass of riches that you might expect at this point because they are getting a little bit starved out here. They have lost out farm. They're losing out in kills. They're definitely losing out in momentum right now. And they're about 2-ish thousand gold, 3-ish thousand gold behind. And I was kind of curious. They're all heading back. Are these going to be the infusions? Are we going to see a big fight? But they only actually just now completed a few of their items. So again, the state of this is now we're actually starting to finally pick up some of those infusions. It's actually, only the one for Gabe, and he's going to, all right, he's just going to pop it here. This is where I would really expect to see us go for that fight. Sometime in the next 60 seconds, use the gold, go down to the shot, and then get an ambush going.
Yeah, it's a possibility that they could still look to do here within the next little bit of time. But yeah, a lot of scout traps being put down
7 scout
from
traps.
Liberation X. They have full vision of the center of the map. So even if Hammers were to try and make a move, Liberation would know exactly where they are the entire time.
Yeah, you can't surprise these guys right now. And with 60 seconds coming in, you got to get those infusions now. Got to get those items because this is the time to fight. This is the time to actually assert that dominance.
Yeah, Status Bake picking one up. Here comes the attack of the pack. Really great job by Liberation to immediately back away, take care of those wolves, and then you can look for a re-engage if you want to. But Hammers, they recognized what was up as well. They know the strategy, and they immediately back off as soon as those wolves are down.
Fusion from Selena. We got one there on Status Baked as well. Now they're ready and amped and ready to go. But
there's an infusion
6-2.
on each carry from Kinetic as well. But
I feel like the window closed. Like they had the item shot positioning. Hammer's Kinetic was coming in and pretty hot at that point. We had enough gold, I think, actually to pick up a few, but they didn't.
They had the positioning, but you don't necessarily want to fight with that attack of the pack like as soon as it comes out. They would have been fighting with Fortress having that fortified health, the extra bleeding coming out from those wolves. The right decision was made, I think, by Liberation to actually back off.
Only if they can get something done here.
Well, they can continue to starve out Kinetic.
Ooh,
so
that's not a good start.
They don't connect with the Forced Accord. They could still look for a fight, but it'd be very risky to go diving underneath that turret. Instead, they will just back away. I feel like they can stay here and continue to try and starve out the jungle, but you can see Kinetic trying to chase them out, trying to get as much damage as they can, but will Liberation will go for this fight. The Death from Above comes out, and it doesn't really do a whole lot of anything as Liberation just continues to back away. Kraken has spawned and is on the map, but I don't think either team is really in a position to even start that one.
We're trying to alleviate, we're trying to leverage the poke that we have here from Hammers Conde. You see how many forward barrages, how many shots from Gabe Vizzle has just been continuously pushing them back. And, you know, they just can't really fight at this point. Now we have more infusions. The 15-minute mark is coming past, and that Kraken is the prize. Next team fight, whoever gets it has a very good shot of actually taking down that Kraken, and that vision has now all but just been, you know, run out. We've popped a lot of those scout traps in the middle. Liberation X no longer looks so, you know, comfy and cozy in that little nest of theirs.
Oh, well, maybe that's going to change that as Gabe Vizzle gets caught out on his own. A great play from Status Baked and Selena to secure that kill.
Really? Why? Okay, fine. 2v1. Good job.
Yeah, that's a surprisingly aggressive play from a very passive player, but I think it's mostly just to distract them from the fact that this Kraken is being started. It is only E36 working on it, so we'll see if Status Baked he's going to get here. He did use an Afterburn to escape, and yeah, they should actually be able to take this one. I don't think Kinetic really realizes that this is going on right now. They should at this point, but because Selena was up in the lane and they saw Status in their jungle, I think they didn't quite realize that E36 was already working on that objective. So Kraken unleashed here by Liberation, and the big infusions coming out. A lot of weapon infusions just picked up. Double infusions for Selena Gomez, and double infusions for... I just completely drew a blank on his name, even though it's right in front of me for T-Tigers.
Oh, I feel you, sir.
This is...
All right, so Kraken's coming down.
I was distracted by the Kraken and the infusions.
I know, she's so pretty. 7 kills to 2, though. 30,000 gold, still holding that gold lead. Liberation X, I think that they're actually in a bit of a stronger position here. Look at how little armor we have from Kinetic.
And you can see a lot of damage actually being put down onto Status Big, distracting them from the Kraken a little bit, but now Kraken is getting worked on. A beautiful death from above just to delay the side from Liberation going for a fight, but a 3-man forced accord, and the fight is on. Status Big trying to do what he can to T-Tigers, and they get that kill very quickly. Meanwhile, Gabe Vizzle stayed on the backside this entire time to work on Kraken. Swedegener is just going to try and stall out the members of Liberation X for a moment longer. Gabe Vizzle doing what he can to work on this Kraken. It is pretty low, so they shouldn't be able to finish this game. He actually may be able to.
I'm trying to decide.
Only one member left. It depends entirely
There's a good shot
if
here.
Gabe Vizzle can do this damage. Kraken is now going to go down. The last turret is down. Gabe Vizzle doing what he can. Some big AoE. Here comes T-Tigers, but do they have enough? I don't think so. This is going to be the Crystal getting destroyed, and Liberation X taking game number 1 against Hammers Kinetic.
They said it. They said Status Baked. They said, this is my jungle. This is my territory. And they say, you know, T-Tigers, yeah, we know how he works. Perhaps he doesn't know how we do it. You know, we've actually now changed up our fighting style, and that is just not going to be an advantage you can take home. And I got to say, early on, it looked really good for Kinetic, but as soon as it was like almost as soon as we hit level 6, Finn hit a switch, threw out an anchor, and just started winning the game.
Yeah,
just right then and there.
You know, like as you mentioned, how maybe T-Tigers, his information wasn't helpful enough to Kinetic because of the fact that Liberation, they definitely looked like a different team than what we've seen previously.
Yeah.
You know, they were a team that has been super aggressive. You know, Status Baked has always been a really aggressive player. Even with T-Tigers, they were fairly aggressive, especially upon the original. They were hyper aggressive.
Yeah, that's where they came.
They played so passively for the first 10 minutes of this game. I just feel like Kinetic maybe weren't ready for it.
Well, Kinetic, I said, you know, I felt like they were definitely slipping. As soon as they lost out in terms of some of those kills, yeah, the kills were fine, but still 3,000 gold. We've seen comebacks, but again, very little armor on this team. It's a double weapon comp. What did we just see from TSM? Double Crystal, they just armored up. All we have here is from T-Tigers picking up some of that armor. We got some health from Swedegener. Gabe Vizzle has that reflex, fine, but you're not really addressing the core issues. So Status Baked 702 goes immortal, gets an award from me, and I think that you know, Rome might actually have a few more things to say as well.
Yeah, it definitely could.
All right.
It's gonna be a weird situation.
It is, yeah.
Going forward, but like you said, for Rome, I want to hear what they have to say because Kinetic was definitely the favorite coming into this. So hopefully Rome will have some more words for us.
All right, fine. They only want to talk to Rome, but Rome, what I want to talk about here is we said don't sleep on Liberation X. Every time we have a major tournament, they show up and overperform, if not win the whole thing. Talk to me about how this one went down.
Well, it started out with like the drafting and the way that Liberation X was going second, so they got that last pick, which countered the entire composition coming out of Kinetic. You have Kestrel, and so much poke damage, especially coming out of Kestrel herself, that there was nothing that they can do about it. They weren't poking out in that early game. Sky wasn't having that pressure on them. And when it came down to it, Status Bake made all the right rotations in that early game where they had that lead, and they built up a lot of defense. They were able to sustain themselves so long that they could jump into any team fight and walk out with the win.
And this is exactly what we talked about. Selena Gomez 1-1-7, but Status Baked 7-0-2. Selena Gomez did no harm to this team, and then Status Baked was able to carry very impressive performance. And Xingyi, as we segue into the draft for match 2, Gabe Bizzle on a Kestrel, not a hero that translates from Rome the way that, say, a Glaive does. Had a little bit of trouble there.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And I also think in the last game, I think what we really needed Sui Generous was to have a Pauldrons to slow down the attack speed. And I think the itemization was a little bit wrong that time. So I think he is more comfortable in those heroes that he can play as a support.
All right, so Hammers Kinetic, they know what they're in store for now. Liberation X, they take away the Scarf.
Yeah, and something to look at about Kinetic is that last game, Kinetic was playing a lot like how they did throughout the second qualifier, where they got knocked out fairly early. There wasn't enough coordination within the team. You saw Gabe Bizzle always being in that back end, always playing a little bit safe, whereas Sui and T-Tigers was diving in head on.
All right, Fortress comes off the board. Liberation X, they prioritize in Adagio.
Yeah, so Adagio's really strong, and the problem with having him as a first pick is that he can be played in any role, and you can't predict how the draft is going to be going, so it's very easy to counter and adjust your draft.
And for anyone who might be joining us midway through, this is on update 117, so keep that in mind, and it's a Finn.
Well, with this Finn pick coming out, I do hope that Kinetic is able to find a more balanced composition, where if they put T-Tigers on a hyper carry and Gabe Bizzle on a melee bruiser, it would work out for them so much better.
All right, Black Feather on Gabe Bizzle, that's going to work.
Well, this Black Feather, it might go up into that lane, just due to the fact that they will sync up with the Finn later on, but with that early game, T-Tigers is one of those performers that does exceptionally well when he does get that farm.
All right, we'll have to see who Gabe Bizzle ultimately ends up on. Liberation X, they are very happy to get this buff comp. You go back to when they won the championship in autumn, it was all Adagios and Glaives together. That's Status Bake's favorite.
Well, especially seeing Status Bake on that Glaive is actually a very terrifying concept. We saw how much he did without the Adagio, and if just imagine a buffed Glaive, I think this is going to be a very difficult game for Hammer Kinetic now.
All right, Hammers Kinetic, seeing what's on the board, Rome, how do they finish this? Oh, it's a pedal! Wait, real quick on the pedal.
Well, with the pedal pick, they do have an opportunity to really kite back and make sure that they stay away from that Glaive, who is going to get buffed by Adagio.
All right, this is how we used to see countering the early game aggression with the pedal and off-meta pick. We'll have to see how it works out with our cast. It is Forkroyd Jester and Tasty Bacon.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard. A pedal pick for Gabe Bizzle. I am so excited to see this one. It's something that they said they may be pulling out for us, and we've seen it have success in the VIPL. You may be able to hear the crowd. They love the pedal pick just as much as I do. I am so happy for this one. And let's see, hopefully for Hammers Kinetic, it will be able to pull them out of victory.
So it's not just going to be a pedal in VIPL this week. It is totally going to be a pedal here for Hammers Kinetic. So Gabe Bizzle, what you're going to be looking for here for pedal is, what he told us is it's going to be an alternating current into even like a Shiver Steel a little bit later on. A Broken Myth and then a Shiver Steel.
Yeah, and it's really, really powerful. I'm a big fan of playing pedal when I'm playing the game myself. And the damage just catches people off guard, because when you think pedal, she's been rather weak and out of the meta for so long that you just don't expect the insane amount of damage that she can do.
Buff pedal,
coming out. You can see 2 crystal bits picked up there by Gabe Bizzle. Going to be very similar to a Sky build early on, just trying to get as much damage as you possibly can in the early game.
Yeah, you're going to need it, especially with those little minions trying to tank out for you. Try to get as best of a value that you can. But so the big thing here for Hammers Kinetic, at least how I see the team fights going, is that Gabe Bizzle himself is going to be a threat. But he also brings a heal to the table on top of the fortified health from Sweet Generous. And on top of that, T-Tigers on the Black Feather, is really well known as a survivable kind of guy, right? So not only do you have the survivability of a Black Feather plus the fortified health, but now plus a heal, and at the whole time you got to kind of dodge Gabe Bizzle and his exploding minions. it's going to be a little tough.
Yeah, though the one good thing for Liberation with regards to the Petal is that Adagio, though. Adagio is very strong against Petal. A single Verse of Judgment will kill all of her minions in one go. The Gift of Fire can affect the minions as well.
Right, burn them
so
down.
Adagio does do rather well against the Petal, but and Glaive, you know, a little bit as well with those, and the AoE cleaves come out with those crits. But we've seen Gabe Vizzle play heroes where he just kind of has to play safe and just stay on the back lines before, and he does rather well with them, but that's a lot of damage going down now. Oh my goodness, what a big Gwibble, and this is going to be the first kill getting picked up. It does go over to Sweet Generous on that Finn, but that was a very emphatic start.
So the first thing I'm questioning is Liberation X has actually been the aggressor. Selena Gomez comes down, they rotate, they're like, all right, he's big and slow, we can get him. And then they'll just funnel into it, and it's right back on top of them. Suijay just doing fantastic, able to pick up that first blood there for, well, himself actually. It didn't go over to Gabe as it might have. But you also saw the kind of the damage situation right there. We have so much control and health and survivability, I think, from Hammer's Kinetic that you can't do that again, Liberation X.
Yeah, you can't. You have to be really careful about going into choke points against a Finn, even a Black Feather. You know, using that on point can get it onto multiple members. I mean, Petal is still okay in open areas too, so it's not quite as important as a Finn who's going to be able to say, oh, all three of you are in one line. This is just an easy quibble that's going to do a huge chunk of all of your health. So we'll have to see if Liberation. I assume they're going to learn from that mistake very quickly.
Yeah.
That is a mistake that you really just don't make multiple times. No. That's going to be an afterburn. It doesn't quite connect the way that Status wanted onto T-Tigers, pushing him back into that turret. Meanwhile, Gabe Vizzle just roaming around the jungle looking for anything that he can start attacking.
Yeah, he's got that attack speed there built up. So him and Selena Gomez are very likely to be going into the same path, looking for that alternating current first on either side. And Selena Gomez, amongst his favorite too, Black Feather, which we saw last game, and now this time gets that Adagio because it was a Fortress ban, not an Adagio ban from Hammer's Kinetic. So he's actually very comfortable with this kind of setup. And the whole buff status baked couldn't actually be, I don't think you can get a better situation for his kind of fighting style. If he wants to go in, he has an Arden to follow him up, and he has a buff from Selena Gomez, plus that verse, plus all the AoE you talked about. So their strategy here as well, when executed, jumping on top of, I don't know, Petal, I guess. Petal or T-Tigers is not really a good target, but I think they could actually pull it off.
I think Petal's going to be your best target initially, because you can see right there the insane amount of damage that comes out of a Petal. That's just 2 crystal bits and some attack speed just destroyed the roamer, the tanky one in Arden.
Yeah, no, that is his name. So Arden out for the count. 0 and 2. Hammer's Kinetic looking, pretty good here in this early game. About 1,000 gold up, and Gabe Vizzle, that attack speed, the crystal, it's working out. Just imagine when he gets that alternating current. But even better, like the third item, the Shiver Steel. Now you can't run away from him.
Yeah, a lot of people like to look at the Frostburn for a Petal, but the Shiver Steel is actually more effective because it's a longer slow, which allows your minions to continuously catch up to your opponent.
He got his boots.
As you can see, the amount of damage, again, that Petal is doing, forcing people out of the jungle virtually by herself.
Has that level 6 on top of it as well. Hits the 6 about the same time their status baked. They're just not going to get T-Tigers, not this round. So, 0-2, as I said, as we keep going back and forth, the big eyes are going to be on this Petal because all of a sudden, 118, this is 117, guys. Don't try this at home. 118 is a very different beast.
Yeah, Gabe Vizzle going to be getting himself out alive using that trampoline, but now here comes Sweet Generous, pulling everyone back in. Status Baked is the target. Those minions just doing work, it will be actually the kill being picked up by Black Feather instead. Gabe Vizzle jumping over the wall, wanting to continue chasing this, but the movement speed is enough for E36 and Selena Gomez to get out. Gabe Vizzle says, okay, not going to get the kills. I'll go ahead and just take your jungle.
So, well, if you can get the kills and the farm, of course, obviously that's going to be the picture perfect. And E36 is just not going to be in position really for this. The other thing is that he doesn't have the levels. Like, that's a level 7 Gabe. That's a level 4 Arden. And Status Bake, sure, the Blood Song, he used it. It's already back up, but I'm just not entirely too sure they're going to be able to bring down Gabe.
Yeah, Sweet Generous is going to be in some trouble. Actually, a great job there by the rotating around, but it's still not quite enough. They do get 2 kills out of it. maybe they can get the ace, as that is going to be T-Tigers trying to get out of harm's way with that Rose offensive. So a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Liberation X. A beautiful job by Selena Gomez actually rotating around to collapse and sandwich in Gabe and Sweet Generous there.
I'm going to play a new game where I call everything wrong. So far, I'm winning. So far, I'm winning.
I don't know. From experience, it's not a very new game.
Well, I know. I'll go talk to Rome about some of the tips and tricks. But 4-2 for Hammers Kinetic. Gabe definitely did not expect that. But you're right. The sandwich actually worked out well again. And once more, you know, just underestimate Liberation X at your own peril. This is twice now in 2 games that they've done this. Could that have been the turning point? That I'm not entirely too sure about. But this is a team capable of making those plays.
Yeah, I mean, Liberation X is a team that every single championship they come in with almost no expectations. You don't really expect them to do amazing things. And, you know, in autumn, they ended up as the North American champions. In winter, they were top 4. Like, they're a team that always shows up for the live events, regardless of, you know, what the current momentum has been leading up to the championships. They always show up on the stage. And they're giving Hammers Kinetic a run for the money, but E36, that was definitely a big mistake there. He does go down. The damage is now coming out from those Munions as they take a long trip around that wall. A lot of them are going to disappear thanks to the turret, but another kill picked up by Kinetic. Let's see if they can get any solid pressure on this lane off of that.
Sweet J here does not have level 6, so Selena Gomez is going to be able to rest somewhat easy in terms of knowing that there's no hook coming for his face. Doesn't have the reflex block anyways, so definitely a little bit more better for him. So Status Bake level 9 though. He's just kind of tearing up that jungle, even taking over Gabe Vizzle in this race, but he will take that farm. Gabe Vizzle, however, I was kind of curious if there's going to be another sandwich here, but Selena Gomez is the one to come down, so he has a clear escape path. When it comes to the money, Hammers Kinetic is still actually winning this one. So a little bit of a resurgence from Libek. Still needs a long way to go here.
Yeah, they definitely are still behind the 8 ball, and this pedal is only going to get stronger and stronger. Black Feather is only going to get stronger and stronger and more difficult to kill. With that Fountain of Renewal and the Spontaneous Combustion, there is so much damage you have to do to the Kinetic side to secure yourself a kill. A beautiful forced accord pulls in just the one, the Selena Gomez getting caught on that. And now Status Bake looking to go aggressive through the gauntlet, but not going to be anywhere near enough. Another kill picked up, this one going over to Gabe on that pedal, and this turret is going to fall.
Status still has that afterburn, but he's not going to be able to save turret, or will he? Gets one. He's now going for Gabe. Somebody's taking this out. Afterburn will kick him away, but do we have the range? Do we have the range? They hit the slow!
Oh, the slow from the Quibble is enough to prevent the kill onto Gabe Vizzle, but it will end up taking down Sweet Generous, and you are getting really good at this game of yours.
I need to wipe my own slate here and just say Liberation X can make this happen and just call that, because that's apparently what they're just doing now. Status Baked is once again just doing a phenomenal job. 4-1-0, has had that Sword Blade for a while, and now on top of this, from kills, from a little bit of a revenge, and now into the back, he's getting that farm. He might be able to just kind of surpass Gabe Vizzle in this battle.
Yeah, and I mean, that's exactly what he said he was going to do before the event even started. This is, you know, Status Bake was saying, this is his jungle. The jungle is where it's his territory. He challenges really anyone to compete against him. And right now, he is just showing up so incredibly well. A lot of vision once again in the middle of the map. As one of those scout traps does get found. Looks like Kinetic, they want to fight. A beautiful forced cord pulls in all 3, and the fight is underway. It looks like it's going to be the first kill picked up by T-Tigers on this Black Feather, and Gabe Vizzle is doing such a good job of keeping himself safe. A great on point from over the wall to get the slow on the Status Bake, and now Sweet is going to hit that slow from the Quibble.
They're gonna let him?
They're going to get that afterburn over the wall. Status Bake able to survive, but a beautiful initiation thanks to that forced accord.
That's at least the second double man or triple man hook that we've seen. And once more, you fin to win, right? That's what I was saying. Back in the qualifier, you fin to win. They get a turret on top of that, the kills, the map positioning, and pressure. Status Bake, just go home, man. Gabe Vizzle is saying no dice. And look at the damage. Again, like, just that alternating current, deceptive.
Yeah, very deceptive. Along with those Munions, they do collect the immense gold payout in favor of Kinetic. And, Finn to win, everyone is banning Fortress. There's so much focus on Fortress and Adagio. I feel like Finn may have to start being considered by these teams because Finn has just been so dominant in every game that he's been in.
Well, again, like beginning of the qualifiers, that's kind of what happened, and then Fortress took over. Remember, Fortress was the ban here. We had a Finn ban in our last set of games of 3, but this round, Hammers Connect saying no Fortress. Okay, so fine, we just take the Finn, or well, you should have, but the Adagio was just too juicy to give up, right? So the Adagio, not very effective when he gets hooked into the line. He does have that reflex, uses it there.
Yeah, that is going to be a stun on the E36. Not quite enough damage. Status Big, though, is in the middle of the team. He's looking for Gabe, but Gabe is going to just get out of that gauntlet. And now he's on the back lines doing so much to Selena Gomez. Selena Gomez is going to go down. Gabe Bizzle gets one. He's looking for the second one. Status Big is going to fall, and Gabe Bizzle is still alive. That will be the third kill picked up by Hammers Kinetic. The ace buff, getting that regeneration to make sure those minions don't get the kill. And just like that, Hammers Kinetic are in control.
Liberation X split so hard right there. You saw how focused we were with Status Baked as he just kept going on and on up against that Black Feather. But still, right here, look at him. Status Baked, Gabe Bizzle. Gabe Bizzle gets away, that's fine. But now we're going to try to peel. And Status Baked and E36, they're on one side. Gabe Bizzle's on the other. Selena Gomez is just stuck in the middle, doesn't know where to go, gets hit by all sides. And Status Baked, with that last Rose offensive, is denied the kill on T-Tigers. And that leaves E36 in the middle, who again, they were just not focused. If all three of them are hitting the same target, might have been a different story. But living on the curtails of your health bar, Hammers Kinetic gets a 3-0.
Yeah, and another thing that was very difficult to see in that fight, Gabe Bizzle actually reflex blocked the afterburn and then jumped with that trampoline.
Oh, so it wasn't even
I feel like that may have actually been
the difference
for Status Baked, thinking that the afterburn had connected.
Yeah.
And that's why he ignored the pedal, because he figured it was going to be the stun with the gauntlet wall there too. But Gabe Bizzle was just able to avoid it thanks to that reflex block. And I feel like that was actually a very key turning point in that fight.
Well, T-Tigers lived through it. Gabe Bizzle definitely living through it there as well. Now, a little bit of a vision game here. We are past the magic 12-minute mark, and 14 in means that we're within seconds now of that Kraken. And what kind of gold situation do we have? Okay, we're going to take the gold mine, but we might see Gabe Bizzle and T-Tigers looking for some of our infusions at the same time. Yeah. Status Bake can definitely do it. He already has one in on him, and he has about 1,000 gold on top of that. Selena Gomez, though, with that alternating current and 0-4, okay, yeah, he's just going to pick that up. He also now has that broken mid. But despite looking so immense on this Adagio, he's 0-4 and just does not seem to be hitting the mark in these team fights.
Yeah, and a lot of that is the fact that there's so much dive potential from the side of Hammers Kinetic. Black Feather can get onto the Adagio in the back. We just saw in that last fight, once Gabe Bizzle got out of the initial skirmish, he was able to just come in and just melted Selena Gomez. So infusions are up. Kraken is about to spawn. This is the important part of the game. This is where we get to that point where one fight could potentially give us a winner.
I like the weapon infusion on Gabe. Alternating current, most of his damage is coming from those auto attacks.
He does have a crystal infusion in the
you're right,
inventory,
but I just like the fact that he has a weapon on top of it.
Well, double infusion. Yep. It's very powerful. And, Pedal does do a lot of again deceptive basic attack damage.
90%. Yeah.
Absolutely. So. This is
they're looking.
That's going to be very aggressive coming out of T-Tigers, going on to Selena Gomez. A lot of damage. The Burst of Judgment comes out. It doesn't do enough at all, though, as it gets blocked. The Gauntlet should be able to keep at least one member alive. Status Bake will knock Gabe Bizzle back with that afterburn. The Force Accord is down, but that is a very quick kill picked up by Hammers Kinetic. Really aggressive play from T-Tigers that we weren't really expecting. And now with this turret going down, there's going to be Gabe Bizzle jumping forward, just getting one attack, though. It looks like the call is to back off. Status Bake needs to be careful here.
Wait up, guys.
He is lumbering after them, and that's going to be immediately Hammers turning around onto Status Bake. Definitely a bit questionable
This was the no glaive club, and they had to enforce the ruling there. So 14 kills in 4. Really no words for that one. But 20 seconds down, status fake. There goes all the jungle. There goes the minion mine on top of it. Kraken is sitting there all pretty and waiting for someone to tango with. And I'm pretty sure Camera Connect can just take it at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Without glaive being there, they definitely have the option. Adagio and Arden, they can steal it, but Adagio's not really the best at it and can just be easily turned on. If they go for that steal and aren't successful, it's game over, hands down. So they are just going to back off. Looks like maybe they actually, they're starting to come forward. They might look to try and stop this, but it's nowhere near fast enough, as that is the Kraken being unleashed by Hammer's Kinetic. They aren't even able to take that minion mine, which they're looking for, but Status Baked is down there.
Got a gauntlet.
And now that's going to be a lot of damage onto E36. Meanwhile, there is a fight going down by those minions, and it is going to be T-Tigers getting the solo kill onto Status Baked down by the minion miner. We didn't get to see that one because there was 2 fights going on at the same time, but the Kraken is still making her way into the base, and Hammers are in prime position with that kill onto Glaive.
With T-Tigers, tanking up, getting that Bonesaw on top of everything as well. I just don't think there's a comparison right now for Status Big. So he's going to have to eat crow on this one. The jungle definitely did not belong to Status this round. He did a phenomenal showing at 4-1, but now he's sitting at 4-4 and hasn't really been part of like
this
that
is the
cohesive
last
unit.
ditch effort defense. Oh my goodness, the gauntlet got canceled in midair, and now the Kraken is still way too healthy. The crystal is going to go down, and this will be game 3 between Hammer's Kinetic and Liberation X.
I have no idea what to, I was really going to say Petal could actually be the blind pick game 3, but they bring it out so early. Could they go for it 2 in a row from Hammer's Kinetic?
They definitely could. I mean, it's a pick that you can really pull out almost anywhere. I don't know if you should do it in a blind pick, because there are so many things that can counter it really well.
Well, all right, so game 3, our second set of blind picks going to be coming your way, and to cover it all, guys, it's going to be Rome, Jinyi, and Playoff Beard.
Thank you very much, Forecourt Jester. So we will see a blind pick match 3. Very interesting, Rome. So clearly they let the glaive through, had the pedal in their pocket the whole time.
Yeah, and this is something that we were talking about previously. Gabe Vizzle can play every single hero, and he can play them very well. The thing is, with Kinetic, they have to find a composition that is very balanced. And I feel like if they don't, they're just going to miss out on a lot of great opportunities.
This was much more like the Kinetic team that we saw in the first qualifier.
Yeah, really like the left petal was the very last pick there. And I think it was a really good opportunity for them to show the kind of unsung potential of Petal. I think a lot of people just kind of discard her, like she's not going to be picked, but she is so strong right now. And I think they really showed how strong she could be in that last game.
All right, let's take a look at the items real quick since we didn't have a chance to talk about that yet. Rome, anything that stands out for you?
Well, it's pretty common build. Looking through Glaive with that weapon build, like something I do really want to highlight out here is the fact that T-Tigers went very tanky. And we saw it in the end where he was diving straight on all by himself. This opened the wave, and it made room for Gabe Vizzle to really jump in, make Sui to really jump in and initiate their abilities.
Talk a little bit more about the play of T-Tigers, finishing with an excellent KDA there and a real key component of this team.
Well, that's what I expect of him, which making sure that he does get that CS up and he makes those big plays, especially in that late game, because his role as that laner is to be that hyper carry, is to be able to carry on and makes life so much easier for everybody else.
Xingyi, talk to me for a minute about Gabe on the pedal, specifically in terms of use of the trampoline. It's one of the hardest abilities to use correctly in all of Vainglory, and the way he was getting out and going in was very effective.
Yeah, so there was one kind of fight in the middle where there's, we saw Arden throwing the gauntlet down. He used the trampoline before just to get out of the view, and he was out the gauntlet just kiting away, and Daja was just, his health was dropping so fast. And we've just seen him using his trampoline as a gap closer to finish up a kill or as an escape mechanism. It's a very versatile move, and he used it extremely effectively.
And like you said, they're also, on occasion, using it even laterally in order to get the self-buffs that he can get off of that ability. So for Liberation X now, Rome, they got a win. They got a lot of information off of this. What do you do if you're in their corner coaching them up?
I wouldn't expect the pedal pick to be coming out again, that blind pick match. I do feel like on the side of Liberation X, they have to find a composition that works very well in that early game. If they're able to snowball, put T-Tigers off of his groove, I feel like they have a lot more coming into that mid-late game.
All right, let's talk about those blind pick scenarios. Obviously, Status Baked, his signature hero, the hero that he won the Autumn Championship on, was Glaive. Do they just stick with their strength, or do they have to start thinking, oh no, if we go Glaive again, then they're going to go, maybe they go Petal again, anticipating that. Well, how does that all play out?
I feel that both sides will be running Blackfeather up in the lane. In the jungle, it's going to be probably Sky versus Glaive, and then with the Roamer, they can throw whatever they want.
All right, and we'll find out how it plays out. We are ready for the blind pick match 3. The comps are just there. All right, so everything is just now locked in, and with the call, it's going to be Forecourt Jester and Tasty Bacon.
All right, thank you, Playoff Beard. And once they get into the game, we are going to get to see what these teams are pulling out for the blind pick. It's going to be crazy. Both of these teams have plenty of pocket picks. We just saw the Petal.
I know what you're trying to lead up to.
Well, I don't want to say too much about it because if it doesn't happen, I'm going to be very disappointed.
Nope,
and
totally
didn't. I'm not as disappointed because there is still a Petal.
Yep.
There is another Petal for
Hammer's
Kinetic. And so it will be Petal, Fortress, and Blackfeather taking on a Blackfeather, Fortress, and Sky. So once again, in our blind pick, there's only one difference, and it is Petal and Sky.
Yeah, Crystal carries difference once more, but all right, fine. Hammer's Kinetic. Gabe Vizzo showed his card already. He said, all right, I can do this Petal, alternating current, no problem. What are they going to do about it? Now, if Liberation X didn't see it coming, because, I mean, we didn't, so they probably didn't, I don't see really, like, a huge difference, because bringing in Status Baked, who's not on a Glaive, by the way, he is on that Sky. Munions are great body blockers for forward barrages.
Munions are great body blockers for forward barrages, but forward barrages and Surrey Strikes are also great at taking out Munions. So it's a little bit of a two-way street there. So
but
we'll
still,
have to see.
If I'm a high-powered Crystal carry and my little Munions defended my life and I took no damage out of a forward barrage, I'd say they're a job well done.
Oh, absolutely. So we'll have to see how it does actually play out and which scenario takes effect. Because again, a Surrey Strike could easily clear out those Munions as well while still doing damage to the carry. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword. Death from Above also, again, very good at taking out Munions. But last game, Adagio, we talked about how Adagio was exceptional at taking out those Munions as well, and it didn't work for Liberation. So Hammer's Kinetic, they're going to find themselves a fight here onto Sky, and that's exactly what you were talking about, those Munions taking up about half of that forward barrage. And now it's going to be Sui Generous looking to secure this kill. They do seal away the camp. I don't know if they have enough to actually get the kill.
No,
that's a trampoline going to be used to get forward, and Status Baked will go down. It is First Blood going over to Gabe Vizzle.
Oh, we lost. Oh, no, we got a kill in the mid. It was actually Selena Gomez who could take down the mirror.
Yeah, in the lane, it was, like you said, Selena Gomez picking up the kill in that mirror matchup. So fights happening all over the fold. Unfortunately, we can only look at one place at a time. It's our eyes are not quite able to, split that far apart. So,
all right, let's not think about that thought for a minute here. But losing out the kill against Sky and then stealing out the jungle definitely feels a little bit more powerful from Hammer's Kinetic because losing out the Blackfeather and then some lane farm. It's lane farm. I mean, yeah, you take a little bit of damage here. They were able to freeze the lane a little bit. So he's not even, T-Tigers is not going to be that far behind. At the same time, though, if you can continuously get those kills and keep that Sky down, Gabe Vizzle is going to really excel at this match.
Yeah, we'll have to see a difference in builds if it comes out in the Blackfeathers. Right now, it's pretty much identical. The Book of Eulogies into some health. It's just that, Selena Gomez has a bit of an advantage by being able to pick up that Swift Shooter.
And I mean, Selena at this point, again, very likely both sides going to be picking up Shiver Steals. Well, all right, T-Tigers gets his. 3.5 minutes in. It's a pretty impressive mark. Now, Status Baked, he's playing a little scared, as he should be. He does not know where the opponents are. He does actually get his own farm, and he's not going to pick up that. But at the same time, again, Hammer's Kinetic and their invades and their timings just seem a little bit more impactful here early on.
Well, they're about to possibly find another one here as it's Selena and E36 stuck on the wrong side of this. But now, with the rotation down, Selena Gomez is taking so much damage. Status Baked just not able to put out enough damage to try and trade back. And that's going to be now half health for Status Baked as well. So Hammer's Kinetic once again looking pretty strong with their early aggression.
Like, that was the best time to get a forward barrage. They're all funneled in, they're all chasing. Yeah, great damage. And Status Bake might actually just die here.
Yeah, Status Baked is going to be taken very low. The forward barrage, again, hitting all those munions instead, as you called. And now, Sweet Generous, now that's going to be a very easy kill to be secured. It was either going to go to Gabe or Sweet Generous there, and it was Sweet Generous with the Fortress able to secure it. So,
and again, look at the rotation. They're going straight into the backs. They're going to pick up as much farm as they can, deny it from Status Bake to, level 5. Gabe is probably going to hit 6 much quicker at this rate. And it's just, again, earlier rotations that are more impactful.
Yeah, and item differences as well. 3 crystal bits for Status Baked, whereas Gabe has been able to pick up the heavy prism, a crystal bit, and a swift shooter already. So a much more in the inventory for the pedal because of all of these invades and how much of the jungle they've been able to steal away from Status Baked Sky.
500 gold difference between teams. It's not the end of the world. Minion Mine will actually get captured. Probably, okay, maybe not both sides, Gabe. Let's just keep on that pain train of wrong, Jester. Sure. So 3-1.
Well, he's going for it now. So
yeah, but
he wanted the healing first, so that the Minion Miner wouldn't do too much damage to him.
Yeah, just not quite there yet. We do got level 6 on both sides. Selena Gomez does not have that infinite escape. E36 with the body block.
Yeah, going to be body blocking quite a bit as he is going to be falling there. Another kill for Gabe Vizzle on this pedal. He is starting to get really far ahead.
And look at that.
Yep,
everything
immediately into the backs and taking these out. They have this scout trap here, so they actually know exactly when those backs respawn every single time, and that's part of why their timing is so impeccable on going in for these invasions.
Those clever heroes. So clever. So 4-1 for the kills, and again, like going back and forth, it's actually doing very well here for this blind pick for Hammers Connect. Their early game's doing well. Status Bake finally getting to get a little bit of farm into his pocket, but 6 minutes in, alternating currents ready to go, and Gabe Vizzle is about to run into Sky.
Yeah, this is going to be very bad for Status Bake. The death from above does come out, gets a stun, but it's a pedal. She's eventually going to get out of that stun and just hunt you down, and Gabe Vizzle picking up his 3rd kill of the game.
Problems again with forward barrage and munions. You keep throwing out those forward barrages and the munions just keep eating them all, and when you're done with that cooldown, the rest of the team there from Hammers Connect is just full health and ready to just take you down. It's becoming a problem.
It's definitely becoming a major problem for Status Bake. I think he's going to have to adjust to using that Suri Strike much earlier in fights, which then also has a problem of leaving him in a vulnerable position because he's going to have to Suri Strike through the pedal to be able to clear out those munions, or a Death from Above can clear out all of them in one go. That
use
works
Death
too.
From above, yeah,
but
your
Death from Above is now down.
Right. That's a problem. Now, we don't actually have the puppies here from E36 yet either. T-Tigers does have a 6, same here with Selena Gomez. And did we actually end up... Selena Gomez still sitting, looking to go a little bit more offensive, not finishing off the Shiver Steel. So again, T-Tigers, with his playstyle, I think is just slightly more ahead. 72 farm to 69 though. It's not as bad as it could be when it comes to the money.
Yeah, Selena Gomez is actually sitting on a ton of gold.
25.
Yeah. So when Selena Gomez does go down to the shop, it's going to be very lucrative. But right now is a very bad time to fight. Status is going to fall. T-Tiger securing that one, while Gabe Vizzle just continues to chase through onto the Fortress and Blackfeather. Another kill going over to the side of Hammers Kinetic, and they, thus far in the early goings, have been in the driver's seat.
Almost a kill a minute here for Hammers Kinetic. 6 kills in 8 minutes. Once more, Gabe, he's just going to be marching forward and picking up that farm, and Status Baked has still not finished a tier 3 item in 8 minutes.
Yeah, this is definitely not a good situation for them to be in. I mean, neither has Selena Gomez. There's no tier 3 items on anyone on the side of Liberation X at 8 minutes into the game, and that, like you said, it's a problem.
Goodbye, Selena Gomez.
Yep, that's going to be just it feels too easy almost at this point for Kinetic. You look up and the health is just gone.
There's the Shiver Steel coming up from, I want to say Selena. Yep, totally there. And, I mean, a little bit of attack speed, sure, fine, but T-Tigers has that Serpent Mask ready. Like, we haven't even gone down that road here from Liberation X. It's just, okay, well, maybe it's actually not as far as I thought. He does pick up the Barb Nita. We do now have that fountain, an 8-minute fountain. If you recall a little bit earlier, TSM Flash, he's able to get it in the 6-minute mark. This round, 8 for Liberation X, and that's a little bit of a difference between some of the styles of these roamers.
Yeah, they both do have that Fountain of Renewal now, so it's not too big of a difference in terms of the roamers. Again, that big itemization difference is in the jungle. As you can see, the damage being dealt onto E36 there. He does still have the Fountain available, so not in too much trouble just yet. But with Gabe Bizzle joining the party, it very well could be. Looks like he just wants to go down and look for some jungle farm instead. Saying, just almost daring Liberation X to chase them down.
They knew where Sky was. That scout trap back at the backs. They knew exactly where Sky is. They can probably guess that since Sky's not showing up, he's doing a little bit more farm, or he's doing the minion mine, although the minion mine is his, so that's an invalid one. Either way, they know exactly where he is, so they can do this aggression.
Yeah, and I really like this. The pedal can actually deter any sort of congestion onto that gold mine while they do secure it for themselves.
Puppies and minions.
There is finally a tier 3 item completed for Status Baked, as he did finish off the Broken Myth first thing, and Selena Gomez just gonna stay alive.
As a fountain.
Very, very close for Kinetic. They're slowly pulling ahead. It's not a massive gold lead just yet, but it's a consistent gold lead.
And they have held it for, they keep incrementally making it bigger.
Oh,
so
beautiful death from above does stun up too. This is Liberation X looking for a fight. They're diving onto Gabe Bizzle, but they don't have the damage. That's one kill picked up, going over to Sweet Generous. Gabe Bizzle underneath the turret, kiting as best he can. They do get the kill, but it is an ace in favor of Hammer's Kinetic.
A 3-1 trade, not exactly what the doctor ordered, but I mean, they went for it, and they didn't have a fountain that fight. Remember, like, they just used it previous to keep, not T-Tiger, to keep Selena Gomez alive, and now getting an ace and losing out a turret, that is not going to be boding well for them, because they still can't keep this farm.
Yeah, I think Status Baked has maybe taken his own backs maybe 3 times this entire game.
3 times in
It
11
has been
minutes.
Completely belonging to Hammer's Kinetic. Maybe Gabe Bizzle taking offense to hearing that the jungle was Status Baked's territory. And
they proved it in the first game.
He definitely did. The first game was very strong, but then Gabe Bizzle, the jungle is filled with bushes, so he's playing the plant, so he's becoming one with the jungle.
Right, no, I get it.
And
I think E36 is returning to the earth himself.
He's definitely going to be falling there as another kill for Gabe Bizzle. T-Tigers did get dropped very low, but it's just, again, not enough. The fountain comes out, keeps him healthy.
Whoa.
Oh, Status Big. Gabe Bizzle actually got the attack target. You could see his back go flying back towards the base, but just not quite fast enough to cancel out that recall. So instead, they'll just settle for another gold mine. It's gonna be a immense gold payout. The full payout, 300 gold per player, just extending this lead that they have even further.
Petal sounds like she's just smacking her opponents with fairy dust. That's what I'm always reminded about, that auto attack sound. And when he's stutter stepping like that, you just hear it so much.
Oh boy, but that's going to be a lot of damage onto Status Baked. He is going to fall in between the 2 turrets. And now Selena Gomez using that Rose Offensive just to try and get out alive. The attack of the pack just causing a little bit of trouble there. But this is going to be the 2nd turret now for Hammer's Kinetic. They are easily able to just throw their weight around.
13 kills in now 12 minutes. They've ramped up their killing sprees, and now again, like that scout mine right there has been invaluable. Anytime that Sky's into that back, they know. Anytime that it spawns, they know. They get the kill, they get the farm, and Gabe Bizzle is, I gotta say, he's probably amongst the richest right now, because he might have 87 minions, but a lot of those are backs and jungle. We have 122 there for T-Tigers, but they're mostly lane. I would still wager to bet that Gabe Bizzle is actually #1 earner right now.
Absolutely. There's almost no question in my mind that he would have the most gold on the team. One of the questions about this pedal, and with Hammer's Kinetic playing it here in the first round, you have to ask, did they show it too early? Because now other teams are going to know that this is something that they can pull out. But because they've now done it twice in a row and had extreme success with it, it's now something that teams have to worry about and not just keep in mind. The scout trap finally goes down.
Hero scout
that
trap.
Must have been there for at least 10 minutes. That was a really good scout trap. But
probably the oldest scout trap ever.
So now that everyone knows that this pedal is so strong, if they don't feel like they can deal with the pedal, that becomes something that they maybe have to ban, which leaves more power picks open for Hammer's Kinetic. So showing it early, if they had only played it the once, then yes, maybe they pulled it out a little bit too early. But because now they've done so well with it 2 games in a row, it becomes a legitimate threat.
14 minutes in, definitely prime time to pick up some of those infusions. We got the Kraken waiting in the wings here over the next 50 seconds. Liberation X not actually building really a lot of light shield. They have actually been going a lot of armor. Look at that, double quota plates and then light armor on top of Status Baked, which is interesting because Gabe Fizzle actually has the most kills tied with Sweet Generous, who again is doing mostly, you know, a lot of that crystal with the A and B. It's really T-Tigers at 3-1-5 that they fear the most.
Yeah, and the T-Tigers, I mean, you have to wonder if it's just sort of your natural reaction of saying, oh, Blackfeather, we need to build armor.
It's a bone saw anyways.
Yeah, but it's a bone saw and a serpent's mask. Like it's not all that much actual weapon damage other than from the abilities. So I definitely agree with you. And in fact, I feel like there should be more shield being built on the side of Liberation to try and deal with what Gabe was able to do. But now he has the Broken Myth and some infusions coming out as Kraken spawns. This could be the beginning of the end for Liberation X in this matchup.
5 scout traps right there. At least 5. Sounds like they're doing.
Oh, they are fighting indeed, and Status Baked is getting dropped so quickly. They are going to answer at least one onto the Blackfeather, but now Gabe Fizzle is still alive. He's just going to be working on E36, and just look at that damage, just taking him out, ignoring the attack of the pack until the very end, and that is 2 kills picked up for Hammer's Kinetic. I'm not sure if they're going to look to go for this Kraken here because of the fact that Selena Gomez is alive and could contest that with Gabe Fizzle being so low. But they're definitely going to go take those healing camps and get Gabe Fizzle some health back and possibly see if they can bait Selena Gomez into a bad position.
That's at least 10 scout traps in and around that area.
It's a lot of vision. And it's kind of surprising because usually you would think, oh, a whole bunch, there's a pedal. That's when you want to build a whole bunch of scout traps against the pedal just to try and get that extra damage onto those Munions. But it's the team that has the pedal that's putting down all of those traps.
It's also something to think about in terms of last time we saw a pedal in NA, there was a lot of talk about contraption countering it. If you look at E36, he's actually still sitting on that Stormguard banner. Will he not get a Warhorn? If we ever get to the point, I'm pretty sure he just will. But that wasn't ever anything that seemed to cross the mind here, Liberation X.
Yeah, I don't think it's not quite as powerful against those Munions anymore because they do have a little bit more health than they used to. So it's, a single scout trap will not one-shot those Munions. Plus, the amount of movement speed. Status Baked gonna get that death from above dropped. It does land pretty well, but it's just not well enough as that is a kill picked up. They're gonna continue this chase. Rose Offensive is not gonna get Selena far enough away. E36 will be able to get onto the fountain as the spontaneous combustion comes out, but that is going to be that 3rd turret taken down. We'll see if Hammers look to get even more off of this or not. They don't have any minions with them, so they do need to be careful. They didn't get that ace buff, but that's going to be the, that was a little interesting to see. But it is the ace now picked up as the respawns are coming through, as Kraken is making her way into the base. This very well should be the game for Hammer's Kinetic. Let's see if Status Baked can make one last miracle defense. A beautiful death from above does stun up too, but the damage just is not there, and they turn their attention onto Status. Now that those turrets are down, they get the kill. They're going to get the crystal. Hammer's Kinetic will take the win and the series, moving on to tomorrow in the winner's bracket. Congratulations, Hammer's Kinetic, with the 2 pedal picks in a row, pulling out the victory.
Didn't see that one coming, but Hammer's Kinetic, one of the newer teams here into the qualifiers. They get into the championships, and they told us, they scrim a lot with Velocity. These guys have been practicing the 117 tournament patch repeatedly because, one of the big advantages of Hammers Esports having 2 teams here is, they can just kind of scrim and play off each other. Plus, they're all part of a family. So as far as they can get, if it's going to be Hammers for the finals, that's, of course, the best situation that they can be in. But their preparation really, I think, just paid off right there. Like the pedals, we saw almost none of them. In fact, actually none of them in the qualifiers. At least the thing that, Janine and I did, Sona and I did, Jumpman was there, no pedals. And then all of a sudden, boom, pedals. And I gotta wonder if VIPL had a little bit of a say in that.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they did follow that VIPL a little bit. Again, the alternating current into the Broken Myth and the Shiver Steel.
He went Shiver Steel actually second this round.
Yep. Yeah. But that's the build that he likes on this pedal, and you can see why. with just how effective it was in both games.
7-1-0. I'm not entirely too sure how many deaths they had last time, but again, a very similar situation. And Sweet Generous, though, picking up 7 kills there as well with that Fortress. I mean, that support was rolling in money.
7 kills and no deaths.
Yeah,
and then, of course, on the other side,
today.
unfortunately for Status Baked, the 0-9. And that just, again, talks about how strong Gabe Vizzle was this game.
It's just really amazing to me. Like, Status Baked, Glaive, come into the blind pick. They think I'm going to go Glaive. But no, I go Sky, then it just doesn't work out. So the blind pick mentality is very different to the picks and drafts that we see. And, TSM breaking out their own unpredictability, they get a win. And Hammer's Kinetic, guys that have been doing a lot of work, they actually now will continue on.
Yeah, so with that, we're going to go ahead and throw it back over to Playoff Beard, Ginny, and Rome for our last words of the day.
All right, thank you very much. Tasty Bacon, an excellent showing out of Liberation X, but they didn't see the pedal coming. They had no answer for it, Rome.
I didn't even see the pedal coming. No, but excellent play coming out of them, especially looking at that last game. Pedal counters Sky so hard in that early game where you do have that early jungle pressure, you have that range, and your Munions block and negate everything coming out of that forward barrage.
Maybe we'll be seeing more pedal in ranked tonight. Saw some Kashka, saw some pedal, a lot more Kestrel than we expected, a lot of surprises today, Shingy.
Yeah, there was a lot of surprises, and I've got to say, I really liked Gabe Vizzle's itemization on that petal. I think somebody touched on it earlier with that alternating current. It synergizes really well with Petal's heroic perk, which gives him more attack speed, and by that, he has got so much kiting potential on that petal. So lots of surprises today, yeah.
All right, so we talked about Gabe Vizzle's process of discovery, moving to the jungle position. Maybe he gave Petal a try where other people aren't.
Well, I do feel like he's very confident running every single hero across the board. Like, he could throw one of the roamers up into a jungle carry, and that would work out very well for them. And, the casters were highlighting this fairly thoroughly, the fact that Kinetic seems to be showing out all their cards. But the fact is, all their cards make up every single composition available. And if they gain practice through that, it's better to show their cards than hide.
Now, one more thing I wanted to mention here, the spontaneous combustions coming out of the pedal. A big difference almost allows a former roamer and Gabe Vizzle to contribute another fountain to those fights.
Yeah, with the perfect timing coming out of that, they make the most out of it, especially with T-Tigers always being out front, making sure that he gets everything out of that spontaneous combustion.
All right, that said, who would you say is your MVP of the last series of today?
It's got to be Gabe Vizzle. So, I mean, not even just for the petal play, which was truly outstanding on its own, but was also his positioning and his excellent utility off that trampoline to reposition himself. And, just all-around impressive play coming out from him there.
All right, so this was only day one. So much more to come. And if you enjoyed seeing perhaps Nemesis Hydra, now clearly a fan favorite, Noble Esports trying their comeback, none of those teams are out. This is tomorrow will be elimination day in this double elimination scenario. So all of these teams have one more bite at the apple at least. Let's talk through this really quickly. So first off, are you kidding me already? A finals-worthy matchup of Hammer's Velocity versus Phoenix Rain.
And this is one I'm going to be very excited about. This is pretty much a replay of what happened throughout the qualifiers this season. And you're pitting up both teams are mechanics. They're mechanic savvy across the board. They're excellent in terms of knowing the extent and knowing the limitations of every single hero they play.
All right, and with that, the second matchup, TSM, so in the winner's side, TSM will face the Hammer's Kinetic team we just saw. That is also an excellent matchup.
That's really scary, actually. And I think TSM is that they've still not showed all their cards yet. And I think they're really well known for this. I mean, the qualifier won. They played Saw up to the semi-finals. And I think they've still got a lot of potential there. And the same can be said for Hammer's Kinetic, in that we can't predict what's going to be happening.
All right, so those teams that can afford to lose as the winner's side. But now if we get into the elimination bracket, we have teams that if they lose, their tournament is over. Noble Esports, the 5-speed, Phoenix Reborn, the 8-seed. Some things that Noble can build on, and a team they think they can beat, I would say.
Yeah, especially throughout their second game today, we saw that light coming out of Noble. They were rotating really properly. They were coordinating throughout the entire team, especially in that early and that mid game.
All right, and then Liberation X had some moments here that they can build on, and Nemesis Hydra, the playmaking machine, really took it to the brink today, and they'll get another shot tomorrow.
Yeah, so pretty much this is that rematch of the Autumn Championship Finals, and I do think that there is a lot going to be going on, especially in that jungle. I feel like you're pitting a Von C against Status Bake, you're going to be in for an excellent matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And just a reminder, because there are so many series tomorrow, we will start 3 hours earlier. That's a 10 a.m. Pacific start time. So don't miss all of those early matches where you see the winners clashing with the winners. It's going to be fast and furious right off the top. And even though the day is essentially over, more is still happening. If you're here in person, meet and greets are about to start. And for those who are watching from home, still go to Twitter, use hashtag Vainglory Live. You might be able to win an iPad, so participate there. And Xingyi, any final thoughts?
Hi, it's looking to be a really, really exciting day tomorrow. We've got so many big games, and I think everybody should just watch.
All right.
Just watch. Just watch. You have to be here.
Just make sure that you watch. So with that, I think we're done for today from the Avalon here in Hollywood. Thanks so much to everyone for joining us. Tomorrow, Elimination Day, as we find out who our semifinalists will be. Do not miss it. We'll see you tomorrow.